listen to this. Bad boy. Come on. Alrighty, boys and girls, welcome back to week 2 of the ESL Pro League. Again, with a little flick of the wrist to get things started. I am your host, Bach. I am not Stunna. Surprised, I know.
And I'm not Bach.
I look a lot like him, but yes, this is the Bears joining me on the desk today. Stunna, unfortunately, unable to make it, so we'll have to go on without him.
You have to deal with me.
He's here in spirit.
He's here in spirit. I could hear him in my
in
heart.
truth and in heart and all good things.
It's all about the heart. That's what it's all about.
So we've already seen 1 week of Pro League here in North America, and you can see just how things ended up, kind of breaking down how the chips ended up falling. A couple of teams with some surprising losses, and a couple of really close games that maybe could have gone one way or the other. What are your takeaways from week 1?
Oh, I'm not surprised about Renegades losing, because I'm sorry. I don't mean to come out of the gates hitting, swinging right here, but they are, I feel you're like a mid-pack kind of team, 0-4. Still early in the season. Don't want to hate him too much. Optic Gaming, SK at the top. As expected, I think they are probably the top 2 teams to look at and to really take note of.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people expected big things from SK. How could you not? Optic, there was that question mark of the Hiko variable. What's the effect going to be? It didn't seem to affect them in their opening games. Yeah, but like you had said, you weren't surprised to see Renegades fall to the bottom. Joining them is Rush and Winterfox, all the 3 teams unable to find a win thus far this season.
Yeah, again, it's still early in the season. 0-4, it sucks to be 0-4, but it's never too late. You can always come back. You get some wins. Maybe they'll kind of fix their mistakes in the long run, kind of just play better CS, and so they're not 0-4. How about that?
Yeah, that's one way to look at it. Well, speaking of great CS, we've got a clip prepared for you for the top weeks from week 1, or top plays from week 1.
Ooh, I want to see this.
One of the best maps in CS right now.
Well, JDM chiming in for the first one, but oh my god, JDM with the double no-scope destroys!
There's still Scream up. And Apex is proving that maybe this is the gun to use, but Scream, that's 2. Can he get more? He gets a tag there. Shock's now low, Apex is low. Oh my god, Scream, what is this?
Simple gets closer as a result. Good opening shot. We're still over toward A. It's right now that the action starts, and Simple's got 3 already in the round. Both of them go down. No flash that time. They already threw it, and he's not going to peek, and Simple's got up to 4. He might get the ace spot.
Simple's up a platform, and he's rising to the occasion, finding 2 tremendous headshots there.
Second one was snappy. Waits as well. Neo's going to try and push him. Gunbarrel's going to show it as he responds. He certainly does. And what is that shot to be Ali?
Good if because he's moving right now. Doesn't want to miss this headshot. He's hoping he'll stop, but he can actually pick it up. And also, as well, this patience can do huge work. There's one. Oh my god, Nifty. He's even going to go for the 4th right now. He gets it out of ammo, stuck in the corner. Finally goes down to Gusta.
All right, that was the top 5 plays from Season 5, Week 1 of ESL Pro League. Brought to you by PaySafeCard, of course. Pretty impressive stuff. No surprise to see North America on top at number 1.
What did he say? We're number 1, baby. We're number 1.
That's where we belong.
All jokes aside, though. But that was still a pretty impressive clip, especially having the patience not to shoot the first person you see. I mean, that takes a lot of guts. It takes a lot of cojones, just not be able to just fire on the first bullet, on the first person you see.
I mean, we were talking about it coming into tonight's broadcast, how, that could have easily been Nifty getting 1 kill and dying. Kills that first guy, goes to peek towards the A site and gets obliterated by 4 people running towards him, or he fires just before they round the corner. Or he misses the first shot and dies immediately. A lot of things could have happened, but it ended up being a pretty interesting clip. But getting into more North American Counter-Strike, we've got the graphic prepared for you guys to show you what's coming up in the schedule today. We've got 2 matches lined up. It's Liquid versus NRG in the first block, and then we've got your boys from CLG versus Luminosity in the second. Any interesting takeaways from the schedule tonight?
Well, Team Liquid has the same maps I believe they're playing since last week, so they've been practicing. I guess Cash and Cobble, that's their style, and they've been looking pretty hot, especially against last couple matches against Misfits. And CLG against Luminosity, CLG has the potential to be 5-1.
5-1.
5-1. Who thought about that? Even though maybe a little easier.
Who would have given them that credit?
I mean,
who could that guy? I just remember a tracksuit being called.
I just know that they play a lot of CS. CLG plays a lot of CS, and so there's a lot to look from them.
Well, speaking of a lot of CS, we've seen a lot of CS this year already. I mean, we already had the E-League Major, and then this last week we had DreamHack Masters in Las Vegas. We had a couple of teams playing from North America from ESL Pro League that were there. Results were not that great.
No, the results were not that good at all. And you look at like Optic getting 2-0'd, and well, at least they they won some matches, right? Like
Yeah,
Optic
they
and C9.
Optic and Cloud9 both won a map. Then they went to their best of 3 decider after losing their second map, and
It was unfortunate. It was
yeah.
unfortunate. It was a sad time for NA, but hopefully they get the bounce back, that they'll like Cloud9 will find their passion again, and just really wow us.
Now, looking at a team that didn't struggle, SK Gaming, they get second. It's not the first time they've been in a grand final. Maybe a lot of people picked them to be a top contender. They played against Virtus Pro. There was still a chance they could have taken the series, but they get second. However, they did just make that change. They brought in Phelps. What are your takeaways from SK plus Phelps?
It's pretty impressive how SK, even though they're changing up players like Fox and then now Phelps, they're still able to be very consistent. As you take a look at this clip on Mirage here, you see Phelps coming in the underpass. Now, the round before this, they were taking catwalk a lot and being shut down by Neo and Taz in that cat connect area. So this time he decides to come underpass, just kind of look around, bait nades, getting information, and then they boost him in the catwalk or in the window, and he ends up getting like 3 kills in this round, and it puts life back in SK's game. They're down 6-1, now it's going to be 6-2. And as you see him, he catches VP off guard. They didn't expect him to be here because he never made it this far yet in the match. And even though it's been failing the first couple rounds, or the first couple times it happens, he still does it. He found a way. They win a round. And, it was a good, close match. I think he's a big part of that success.
Yeah, I feel like with Phelps, SK gets another playmaker, which maybe they didn't have with FNX, and I think with Fox in general, they were just taking best available option at the time.
Yeah.
No offense to Fox, but I don't really think that he's as good as the rest of the players from SK.
And he's more of an offer than a rifler.
And they don't need another one of those.
Yeah,
They've already got 2. They don't need a third.
And speaking of making plays, like right now, Phelps, you lose pistol round on the first map against the best team in the world. You have 1 HP. You've already managed to kill a person, and then you take out 1 more, and he actually wins the round with 1 HP. All right, that takes a lot of. Against the top team in the world in the finals. That's a huge momentum change for SK, and it helped carry that momentum the next coming round for them to easily take this Cobble map.
Yeah, it's not like he had done that in some online match that was not really an important game. It's the grand finals, a lot of composure to, still execute the play with 1 HP. And it was a huge clutch for SK as it brought things to 1-1, but ultimately we know what happened.
Yeah, I know that he's just a new member still. He has some time. He's going to have to find time to work and follow his system. I think he has a great system. It's just Fallen plays really, really slow. He likes to take his time. And so Phelps, for him to really mesh well with SK, he's going to have to learn his timings to just slow down a little bit and be comfortable in those spots to where he's waiting around. Like you're waiting 5-10 seconds for Fallen to either say, okay, let's hit this bomb, let's fall back. So it takes it. He has to have some time, and it'll be a lot better.
Now, speaking of other teams that made changes, we had a couple of teams make changes just in the last week, some of it off of bad performances in the start, and we mentioned one of those teams. One of those teams was Renegades. Renegades in their first match got absolutely bodied on Cobble. It was not pretty. I think it was like 16-4. So
they are not looking too good right now.
They made a change, which I actually thought was needed. They had a long time with that roster. It wasn't working. Time to make a change. But they swapped out a player that kind of surprised us both. They swapped out Ricky.
Yeah, that's very confusing as well, because we thought, or a lot of people thought, that Ricky was one of the better players, at least opera on the team. So I'm assuming it has to do with maybe a personality issue. Maybe it's just they don't work well together, I guess, internally, I'm assuming. It's hard to really to point out why you would cut one of your better players, your more consistent players.
I mean, it was alluded to by some of the players from Renegades, right after the Reddit posts became popular and people were like, why would you cut your best player? They said it's amazing how many people think they understand what's going on in the background. You just don't really know. Obviously, there was some sort of, issue, and maybe a part of that was the fact that if you're the top performer, it's pretty easy to get frustrated when the rest of your team is not following suit. So there could have been fights that were occurring. Who knows? We don't really know, and I don't think you'll ever know. It's never going to become public. They're going to keep that one hidden. So they've added Adder. But speaking of teams that have also made changes, we've got Rush, another team who struggled after moving up from the Mountain Dew League. They beat, I think it was Splice in the relegation match to play in EPL.
Yes.
They have not found much success since they got here. So they're going to be swapping out the AWP in Virtus and picking up Silent.
Silent, I like him. I think he's a pretty good player. I see him playing CS all the time. He's in servers, he's practicing smokes, he's learning new stuff. He watches replays and demos and all that kind of stuff, and it's awesome. Like I can't wait to see him with the new roster.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see him in Pro League again. And then there was just one more team that made a change this last week. It was CLG, who was kind of shocked by Sabrosa just leaving the team. Just decided, he wasn't fit for active competition at this level, or he had some sort of issue. I don't know what it was. He came in with a lot of hype, and in general, he failed to deliver at times on that hype.
Yeah.
But at the same point in time, it caught a lot of people off guard.
Yeah, Sabrosa was definitely not an expected pickup by CLG at the time, and since his time has been with CLG, he's been playing a lot. But I think the schedule was just too much. Like, again, CLG's playing at least 10 hours a day. They're practicing so much. And, after 6 months of just playing 10 hours a day, you can get burned out. It can make you play worse. And so it just wasn't, in his opinion, his fit on the team.
Yeah, I mean, it is unfortunate. He was a player that came up from the lower levels and was trying to make a name for himself, but he didn't. But we've got two people, I should say, one of those not so much a player. We've got Blue and Dazed on the desk to break down some of these roster changes. What are your thoughts, gentlemen?
I've been promoted. Anyway, though, yeah, Dazed, let's talk a little bit about what happened in the last week, starting off with the change from the Renegade side of things. We see Adder being brought into the roster. Previously, I think the place where most people would have seen him was at DreamHack Leipzig when he was playing for Makalele and Pita's team. Cordy, they really only lasted for that one tournament, but in that tournament, he actually had a pretty good showing himself. But I think the thing that you can expunge upon a little bit more here is going to be the removal of Ricky. Why did we see that happening?
Well, it definitely wasn't something where it was a skill issue or anything like that. I think we can all agree, watching Ricky play and having played with him personally, skill-wise, he is extremely talented. I think, along with JKS, probably the most talented players on that team. But, watching them, 2 weeks ago when we were seeing them, it was just strategically speaking a mess. I mean, no matter if you're the best player in the world, Blue, if you're not in a position to be successful when all four of you are just jumping through a smoke every round despite having full nades, full Molotovs, everything that you need to succeed, it's not going to happen. You could be get right Forest. You could have 5 get rights on the team. If that's how you're going to play Counter-Strike, you're not going to beat decent teams. If you're just jumping through smokes every single round in one-by-one doorways with no strategic, foresight. So they needed to get more of that. They needed to change something in order to, have something to fall back on, when you're just getting, in 5v5 CS and making the right decisions. So
and moving over now to the CLG change that we saw there. Hayes coming back to the roster for the moment, I believe temporarily, but this is almost going back to the old core of the team to a certain degree here now. Do you see CLG having a big improvement with him coming back into the fold temporarily, or how are you going to place them now?
Well, Hayes versus Sabrosa, as individuals, are very different players. I think Hayes probably fits in a lot better with how FNS wants to run a team. But having said that, we don't know yet if Hayes is going to be their permanent fifth. I don't think they've decided whether or not he is their permanent fifth or not. So it's impossible to say whether they're going to get an improvement. I will say that Sabrosa, although like DeBear said, I think he has more insight than any of us, being a part of that CLG atmosphere a long time about how Sabrosa is as a player and whatnot. But for me, I think he just kind of lacked the awareness factor. I think obviously when it comes to mechanical skill, he could make some very, very flashy plays and is really impressive in that right. But the awareness factor, he's easy to lurk on. A lot of the time he doesn't make good decisions when it comes to any type of 4v4, 3v3 CS. So he has some deficiencies that probably don't really fit with that team a little bit, in my opinion, because you have FNS and Cutler who don't really have those deficiencies, just having played for that long. And what they actually need is somebody that could fit into their system a bit more. So I think they'll actually be a bit improved with Hayes. Having said that, I still have a lot of confidence in Subroza. You know, he only played 1 season and he came from Maine, so he still has time to work on what he needs to work on. He communicates, he has really good mechanical skill. He just needs to get the awareness, the brain, you know, in that type of 5v5 CS to really, you know, take it to that next level.
All right, well, hopefully we'll be seeing a little bit more of Subroza in the future, as I believe he did end up exiting the team for personal reasons. Days and I will be back, of course, when the first match is about to get started, but for now, we're going to send it back over to the analysis desk. So, Bach, take it away.
Thank you very much, gentleman and blue. It's just so fun. So yeah, you know, we saw a lot of changes in rosters, but there's also more changes we're seeing. Farewell, Dust 2.
I've been waiting for this.
Inferno.
I've been waiting for this for a long time. Oh, I am sick and tired of playing this map. I'm sick and tired of seeing the map. It's boring. Get it out. There's 3 little choke points, really, 4, whatever. It's just, get it out. I want to change. I like Inferno. I love the new Inferno.
Now, you know, we haven't really seen much of the new Inferno. Very small pieces. I think it was played like 4 times at DreamHack Masters this last week. But in general, not a lot of teams have picked it up. Do you think we're actually going to see Inferno played a lot this season?
I think so. I think a lot of old school teams really like the map in general too. You know, like you look at Fnatic, who were pretty good at it back in the day. But now I think a lot more teams will kind of pick up on it. I like the style of it. I like how open Banana is, so one smoke cannot just, you know, shut down an entire offensive take on the T side. So it allows more flashes, more smokes, and it kind of forces the CTs to play like you will have to have a good retake in B as a CT if you want to be good at this map. Because if you stay in the site, you stand in under fountain, whatever, people are going to have nades, going to have Molotovs and flashes to really cover literally every spot on the site. So you have to learn to play retake. So I'm looking forward to it. I really do.
I mean, your opinion as a coach or as a player, is the new Inferno drastically better than the previous Inferno?
I think so. I think it's a lot easier for T side. One of the other big problems, in my opinion, was when you're taking up the pit side as T side, there's too many pixel angles that you could have as a counter terrorist in the pit. You know, you're hiding around. You can literally just peek with a little pixel and spot everything, and you know, call for flashes, hit that insta headshot. And while this one is a little more covered off, so that it punishes the CTs for over peeking in the pit side, and I like that. I think that's good.
Yeah, I think we've seen it with other maps that Valve has brought in. We've seen what they did with Overpass and with Cobble. I like watching both maps. Overpass more so than Cobble. I think Overpass has actually become one of my favorite maps to watch and actually to play as well. So obviously Valve is not done with this map. They're not just going to be like, well, this is it. Like, the cards are on the table. You get what you get, and you won't be upset.
There's more.
There's going to be changes that are going to be made. Is there anything that stands out to you as something that needs to be changed right off the bat?
Off of Inferno or like
Inferno.
Inferno off the changes. Maybe the arch side can maybe do a little tweaking. It's just the same like L pattern. There's a cubby, there's arch, there's guy library small pit. I don't know exactly what to change, but I just maybe change the dynamic a little bit to keep a little more freshness towards that A-bomb side.
All right, well, we're going to go ahead and throw it to a quick commercial break. We got to pay the people that make us look pretty. But when we come back, we will have more of a pre-show for ESL's continuation of Season 5 of the Pro League.
We play for the legacy. We play for the prestige. We play for the glory. We play for one goal.
Whoa, he got out! He goes down. He's in the form of his life. He was a champion!
closer. AW.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
Alrighty, boys and girls, thank you so much for joining us again as we continue on our pre-show here of Season 5, Week 2 of ESL Pro League. I'm your host, Bach. With me is DeBears. Now, we've already talked a little bit about some things we've seen over the past week in regards to Pro League and DreamHack Masters, but we've got matches coming up tonight. We've got a few of them.
We have a couple.
We have a couple. Just
More than
one
a couple.
Or two. One or two.
You know.
Now you can see the schedule. It's Liquid versus NRG, and it's CLG versus Luminosity in the later bracket. Now, one of those teams, I'm told you're a little bit familiar about. I'm not sure what the correlation is.
I was a coach of CLG Red, but now I'm not. So, free agent right here. But point being, I like CLG. I think that their CS team is getting better, even though they had a couple roster changes. They've been playing a lot, they've been practicing a lot, and I'm always a big fan of hard work and determination.
I mean, they're getting back to a point where they once were. We're seeing CLG bring in young talent, and then the young talent is being phased out for the players that were once on the roster many moons ago. So FNS comes back. Hayes was cut. Now he's coming back.
As a temporary, as a permanent, we don't know yet. I mean, they say temporary. Who knows? Maybe down the line it works so well they might keep him.
It's like when you end up hanging out with an ex as friends, and then things come back. That doesn't have to be well.
Well, you know what? I think that's another story for another time. But as for the roster for CLG, they got Cutler, they have Nadi, they have Kusta, Hayes, and FNS. And I want to see Kusta with it up. Like as I tell him, every time I see Kusta, every single time I see him, I'm like, hey, bring that op out, man.
I mean,
bring it op out.
He made his name with his op.
Yeah, he should be the top 3 oppers in America. Sorry, I keep doing it. He needs to be one of the top 3 oppers in America. I believe in that. He just needs to do it. He needs to believe in himself. It can't just be me or you. It has to be himself to believe in it.
Strong words. Speaking of another strong opper playing in North America, though, we've got one on Luminosity, and we'll pull up their roster here so you can get an idea of these players. It's Destiny, PKL, or Pickle, his adorable little nickname from Week 1 of Pro League. I think we're just going to stick with it. Yell, SHZ, and Showtime. Now, PKL, he looked pretty good, but Yell's the man I'm watching. Yell is the opper for Luminosity. Fantastic player, big-time playmaker. Kind of what you would expect to see from a Brazilian opper. Like, he's pulling the team out of rounds that maybe they didn't deserve to win.
But you have to have a couple of those.
Yeah, well, they have a lot of them already. We've got Coldzera, Fallen, Henny, and now Yell as well. And I'm sure there's others we haven't even uncovered yet.
There's a lot of talent down in South America that's reaching. They just want to come out. They want to earn money. They want to play at a high level. And, if you're good enough, then, more power to you. And I'm interested in Yell, too, especially Luminosity. They're a very, at least in my opinion, they're very an aggressive CT team. I don't know if you have any.
Yeah, I mean, we watched them play throughout all of Mountain Dew League last season. They didn't actually qualify for the LAN, which was a bit surprising.
Yeah.
They were the top team pretty much. The only contention was TSM, who looked very puggy, whereas Luminosity was a little bit more strict at times. They still went that way once they realized the game was over. Like, when you're up 10-2, you're not exactly going deep into your playbook.
Yeah.
You're sort of just trying to get the game over with fast so you can focus on other things. So Luminosity looked really good in the regular season, but then they fell in the postseason. I think they just got a little too overconfident, and then, the bigger you are, the harder you fall.
Didn't they also have, a roster change? Was that before last season? Because I remember Knack, I think, was on the team.
Knack and Bit were on the team.
How long ago was that?
That was before last season.
That was before last season?
I'm not 100% certain if that happened in the season. I'd have to look it up. It might have happened right off the start, because I think we might have seen games where they played with Knack and Bit before they brought in, I think it was SHZ and Destiny that joined the roster.
Okay.
But, in general, Luminosity looked really good in Mountain Dew League, and they're a testament to the whole idea of the Mountain Dew League, playing up from the lower levels and giving yourself a shot at the Pro League.
Yeah. I mean, it's good. I mean, anyone can make it. If they can do it, you put hard work, you put practice, maybe your team will become a pro team. You never know. You can't doubt yourself. You can't put on a pedestal.
Yeah.
You have to work for it. You got to take it one day at a time.
Now, that's just match 2. We've got another match earlier in the day. That's our first one. That's Team Liquid versus NRG. So a bit more of a North American match. Two teams. One used to be sort of international, and so was the other to a certain aspect, and still is 1/5. But we'll go ahead and pull up Team Liquid's roster here so you guys can see how things are stacking up, because they too have made a change. They brought in Stanislaw to take over the in-game leadership position, which was a position they basically didn't have filled.
They needed. Over the past I guess last season they were just running through in-game leaders to see who can actually do it. Eventually, no one could, so they got rid of Hiko for Stanislav, and hopefully that would be pretty good for them. So far, it's paid off really well.
Yeah, I mean, the in-game leadership position, it was kind of like IGL hot potato. Like they were just throwing it around to everyone on the team. It never really felt like it ever worked. They brought in a coach, didn't work. They brought in another coach, and now they've actually gotten a strong in-game leader in Stanislav. And clearly it's had an effect, because we watched them in week 1. They looked really good, especially on cash. I'm sure you have some takeaways from their cash performances.
Yeah, I do. One thing that I noticed is that on their cash side, they have a lot of mix-ups to where they're playing passively, they're playing aggressively, they're playing aggressive middle, they're playing kind of like a passive, and like they're just mixing up a lot. Their adjustments are really nice. I think that's one thing that maybe Stanislav has brought to the team, is that they are fast to adjust, and I think you will see that a lot, especially on cash, to where on their CT side they're almost all over the place in a way, to where they're mixing up the up. You see Nitro pushing in a main or something like that, and or you know, just a lot of other kind of setups that, you know, it'd be nice to see.
I mean, like you said, they now have the ability to mix things up a bit. In general, the team of old that was struggling to break past that 14th round force field, one of their problems was they never really found an alternative to just close the game out. Now that you have an in-game leader, you can kind of slow things down and be like, all right, obviously what we're doing isn't working. So let's try and find something. He might have a deeper playbook where he can tap into that, and then, you know, Liquid will be able to push over that line finally.
I think he will help them a lot in that sense. But one of the things that they're losing, I think, was more of a mental game, and hopefully that having a deeper playbook will like clear up some of their mind to where they're not overthinking things too much. You know, they're not playing scared, like, oh, we're up 15-10, let's play safe. You know, like, you have to get that out of your mind. You got to play to win, and hopefully Stanislav will bring that confidence to the entire team. You know, it is a team game. You can't knock down Hiko for that much, because it is a team game in the long run.
Now, the maps are Cash and Cobble. NRG, you know, they've got a tall task in front of them. Do you give them any credit here, or you think this is a quick 2-0 for Liquid?
I mean, I think on Cobble it might be a little close. But I believe that Team Liquid will win 2-0 just because of experience, and, you know, even if they're on like strat-wise, Elige or someone else will just step up and headshot some people.
Now, that NRG roster we were speaking of, we'll pull up the graphic here real quick so you can get an idea of who's on the team, because it's much different than the team we saw before. Daps, PTR, Fugly, Marquee, and Breeze. Daps, kind of the in-game leader, PTR, the op. Marquee and Breeze, pretty strong riflers, and then Fugly has played on various teams at a pro level. Do you think that this team has what it takes to beat a team like Liquid?
Well, I mean, on paper, you have to say no, because they're just random people from other teams all together in one. But again, you can't knock them. You can't just say no. Like they can't win because they put in hard work, they put in practice, they watch Team Liquid demos or whatever, and just kind of notice that, hey, you know, Elige likes to push a lot here or something like that. They can win. Like, anyone can win. We're playing at a level to where all these players are really skilled. It just comes down to execution, making less mistakes. And if NRG with the new team can make less mistakes, you know, not over peak and using their pop flashes for each other like they did in Cobble, I mean, I think the game could be close, but Team Liquid obviously has an edge over them.
Yeah, I mean, you know, just looking at the two teams stacking up on paper, pound for pound, and dollars to donuts, you've got, donuts.
Like donuts.
Maybe there's donuts here. I don't know.
No.
But looking at just the talent on each team, you've definitely got names you recognize on NRG. You've got players who have experience. But as a core, like as a group of 5 players, everything on NRG feels a bit disconnected.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel as congruent. Like everything, like there's a bit of synergy with Liquid. I don't think you get that with NRG so much, at least not this early on.
Yeah, a new roster, it takes time. Like, you just have to play and grind it out and build this chemistry. So it's not something that, it very rarely happens like overnight, you know. That's just like once in a while thing where teams can come, like SK, who or old Luminosity, when they pick up Taco and FNX, that they just hit right off and got to a finals. Like, literally the next tournament, they've had some previous work together in the past, but, you know, the point being is it's very rare to just hop off and do well and have timing great, having everything good. So it's going to take a lot of practice and teamwork, and hopefully we could see improvement throughout the weeks for NRG. But, you know, I have faith in Peter. I mean, he's been around for a long time, right? Like, I want to see him, you know, break the mold. Like Peter, he could be the next opper. Like, he has a potential. He has a good op. But, you know, is he going to bring it every single game?
Now, looking at that footage of Liquid in that first week on Cash, one of the most surprising things for me was not the way they necessarily played as a team. It was also the individual players stepping up big. And one of those was Stanislaw. Like, Stan really stepped up big, which kind of surprised me a little bit. I did not expect to see him. I think he topped the frag chart that game. He hit like 30 kills. He's not a weak player in any sense of the word. But when you're looking at the other players, you're expecting like, oh, that's going to be a guy like Elige, who's been on an absolute tear. He's on a ridiculous form in the last few months. But it turned out to be him who came out swinging for Liquid on Cash.
It's pretty good to not always have to rely on one person to have all the kills. And you look like a leader like IGL, like Stanislav, who's able to get frags as well as call the in-game is very rare and very valuable. And so what you saw in that last replay was, as I talked about, as adjustments. A couple rounds earlier, they got smashed by Misfits when they're playing at person sandbags and white box and Z. So what they did that round to their micro adjustments, instead of playing far back, they played above the smokes or beyond the smokes. So as you saw, Stanislav pushed up, and it caught off Sean Gares, who was surfing his wave all the way over there. He did not check his back, and he gets 2 kills. Elige gets a kill, and it's an easy 3-0. Just off the start, you're on a 5-on-2. It's a pretty big plus.
Yeah, I mean, in general, it just seemed like throughout the entirety of that match against Misfits, Liquid had their strats dialed in. The few rounds that we saw Misfits get were not exactly super clean, and it was almost immediately countered out by something that Liquid would do. So it was like that quick change, like you're talking about, you know, Stanislaw, you know, making a call quickly to adapt on the play live, not being like, okay, well, we'll see if they do that again, then we'll make a change to our setup. Let's do it right now and fix the problem immediately. And it obviously worked, but he definitely defeats the age-old adage of, well, he's the in-game leader, that's why his stats are not so good. Obviously, it didn't seem to affect him too much.
I mean, if you have a good system to where he does not have to think for all the players, that's literally the best system to have, to where he can kind of guide them, but it's up to them for the timings to peak, to use their talking and communication to really, like, I'm going to peak here, pop flash for myself. Like, if you have a system, which it looks like Stanislav does have, you don't have to rely on just really controlling everybody, because it takes a lot of mental energy to control everybody and try to out-frag a person to that high level of caliber. And so it's rare, but if you have a pretty good system, I think you don't have to be that in-game leader that bottom frags all the time.
So just to get a rehash, prediction on Cash. You think Liquid's taking it?
Liquid is definitely taking Cash. As for Cobblestone, I think it'd be close, but I still think Liquid will win 2-0.
All right, well, we've got our casters standing by, and I believe the players are almost readied up. So, Blazed, go ahead and take it away.
All right, yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, we're getting pretty hyped to jump into this game, but before we do that, guys, we are going to send things over to a short break really quickly. Be sure to stick around, and as soon as the game is prepared to start, we are going to get you guys into it. So stick around for more right here at the ESL Pro League.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is officially time now for week 2 here of the ESL Pro League. Getting ready to jump into our first match. It's going to be Team Liquid versus NRG, and we are going to be starting off here on Cash with our second map being Cobblestone. Now, this is our first time seeing NRG here on the mainstream days. So what are your initial thoughts on this team as a whole, since we haven't really seen them play in a real big event yet?
Well, I'm excited to see what Daps is going to do with, up-and-coming talents like Marky and Breeze. We'll see how he's going to control them and fit them into a system and see how well they could play at this, professional level. You also have Fugly, who's always been very, very solid. But we are seeing Cash, and we're seeing a really tough opponent that they're going to go up against in Liquid. Now, with Liquid, I believe Zeus is going to play for Pimp, if I'm not mistaken.
That's what Twitter was saying anyway.
Yes, that is what was said on the Twitter. So I actually don't think that's a loss at all. As you see, Zeus is in the server, pre-gaming a bit, just because Pimp has been playing with about 150 ping, from Denmark, and I think he still is in Denmark. So, if you look at their last match stats, actually, all of them had like 0.8 to 0.9 FPR besides Pimp. Pimp had like 40 DAR, which is completely understandable. When you have 150 ping, it's pretty tough to play Counter-Strike, right? But they all stepped up, and now you're getting Zeus, who, is going to be like, he's pretty much going to do solid as an individual, and a lot of that's going to come off like him using things like Mag 7s and things of that nature. So I don't think they're going to lose much there. So I still expect Liquid to come out and show, and build upon what they showed in the first 2 weeks and really play that solid type of Counter-Strike that we have seen from them. So, now that Stanislaw is in this team, I'm just seeing like, I know we've only seen them play on Cash and Cobble, but I've seen their map pool is probably going to grow. Stan's very good on a map like Train, a map like Overpass. And before, Liquid's map pool was like so limited, right? If they didn't get like a Dust 2 and a Cash, it was so difficult for them to win against a best of 3 against any team, really. That was, even tier 2. So now we're going to see their map pool grow. They'll be a lot better on those maps, and I think we're going to see like just a huge emergence from this Liquid squad.
All right, well, it does look like, guys, the pistol round is getting live, so let's jump directly into it here now. NRG versus Team Liquid, with NRG starting off on the team side. Interesting note on Zeus. I believe the last time we actually saw him play in an official match was during his tenure with the Immortals. That would have been at the last ESL Pro League finals before he ended up moving to the coaching role here on Team Liquid now. So it has been some time, but if we go back to specifically the online portion in his tenure with the Immortals, he actually statistically, if I remember correctly, was one of the better players in the team during online play. So hopefully he's going to be able to translate directly back into it to these matches. But as we take a look at the opening push from NRG, it's a lot of early mid control, and they are able to get it pretty much for free. In fact, Daps rolls in, grabs the headshot against Stan, and they've got control here right from the get-go, and there's 3 more waiting to explode outside of that squeaky door there if they should feel the need. There's Nitro able to hold for 1 kill as he gets aggressive, but immediately 2 more kills traded out by Marky and Peter. It's down to a 4v2 with the CTs having the lesser of that. One of them stuck right now in Z. That's going to be Zeus himself. They can't do anything, and Daps with a swing-out kill destroys a Liege, and Zeus almost doesn't have a hope in the world now. He's going to have to try and see if he can position himself for an exit of some kind, but beyond that, this round is over, and it is going to be NRG that take the lead on this map.
Yeah, and that was interesting that they gave Daps the P250 that Fugly dropped to him. So Daps had P250 and armor, able to make it work, but usually don't think of Daps as, the greatest fragger or anything. So usually you try to drop a pistol to one of your better fraggers. I would expect it to go on like Marky or Breeze, as Zeus just tries to save his kit and flashbang. But Daps makes really good work with it, and we'll see if his role is going to be changing a bit, now that he's playing with NRG and not those Optic guys.
Yeah, and Zeus manages to make it into the next round, so they do have the extra kit along the utility. Nothing huge, but at the very least, should they somehow pull off the Eco Force here successfully and manage to try to tie this up 1v1, they'll have that little bit of extra time now going into the retake itself. But we get directly into it here, and again, NRG with your pretty usual investment. 3 SMGs, the AK sitting on Daps, and the Mac 10 as well, going over there towards Fugly, and once again, very quickly inside of A main this time as well. Also fast up mid. They did this in the last round too. It's Daps that leads the charge once more. Obviously a little bit more cautious this time since the CTs have a little bit more freedom of movement on those pistols there. They could swing out and make life just a little bit more difficult for these Ts. So we'll see the pace taking a bit of a backseat this time as they just try to knock out 1 or 2 players before they eventually go for the execute, but we can already see the smoke going over top. Beautiful one that should land right over there inside of the highway position, I believe. And there's a lot of concentration on mid from the CTs right now, so it's actually going to restrict quite a bit as they do try to turn and focus their attention there. But meanwhile, on the A side itself, they've got a little bit of a boost up here. here with Nitro. He can just barely see the heads when they're sitting in the back there, but it doesn't end up working out. Marky destroys Nitro. Now it's just Zeus sitting on the site. More reinforcements have arrived, but they're getting pummeled as well. Zeus and Stanislaw both go down, and again, just JDM who's going to be taken down right here on Highway and allow for NRG to get the easy second round.
Yeah, and that was really, really nice and a well-thought-out anti-eco by the NRG guys. So they get somebody on boost. It was Daps in that case. He's making sure he's not going to die, but he's going to cause a lot of attention to be seen by him. And then he throws a smoke that actually blocks off the truck. Or actually, that might have been one of their smokes. I'm not sure if he smoked that highway smoke or the truck smoke, but he's able to just, you know, bring a lot of attention towards middle. They triple nade stack mid right now. Breeze gets out basically untouched, unscathed. 4 nades come his way. He gets out middle with still like 80 health. Now he's down to 2 because of the USPs. Pulls out the molly, smokes it out, or you know, molly's highway, tries to stay alive. But going back to that anti-eco, he gets that attention in middle, then they do a molly A take. So it's different than going straight into the molly A take, you know. And I think that was very well thought out.
So now NRG again get that early mid control. This time though, they're going to use it more than likely to send their players into the B-bomb side. We can see Fugly already kind of investigating as Team Liquid held back again. They had that heavy presence at mid early on, but now in an attempt to switch it, they have kind of already lost control of B. They have one player sitting in heaven, but he really will not be able to do all that much unless he does catch someone crossing through the generator jump up there, which he doesn't. So on the attempt to peek, and he's been spotted now. It's the duck way down at 27 HP. Daps in the meantime is still waiting here in mid, although they account for that one. So he's got a bit of a duel to work on right now. Players all around. He's actually not going to take down anything at all. Peter, though, nicely done. Gets that kill, switches over to the Glock, stays alive, and then racks up 2 more at the end of it. He ends up with a 4K on the round, and NRG do end up starting off 3-0, only taking 1 loss on these second 2 rounds here.
Yeah, ends with the 4K and also picks back up the AK, so they really didn't lose anything that round. And now we'll see if they keep the SMGs. It looks like they're not going to. It looks like they're you know, I think they're going to keep 1. Nope, not even 1. So they have 4 AKs and an AWP, fully bought round, and Liquid, you know, kind of recognize that they're not doing that. A lot of the time what happens is they keep the SMGs and the CTs don't even buy head armor, and it can be very, very dangerous. So now JDM on his AWP at middle, they're in a very, very standard 2-1-2 setup right now. We have Nitro and Alish holding A. They do a really good job at A. They like to take a lot of A main control, which we're not seeing this round, but they put a lot of pressure there. They like to take control a lot for this Liquid team. They throw a very odd smoke, right? This one doesn't go deep at all into the A main. I think it might have been like a botched one, or maybe they threw the Molotov right away to stop the smoke or something like that. But a default coming out from NRG, very standard setup coming out from Liquid to start this 4th round.
Much slower paced. We've seen them going for very, very fast boost ups across into mid in the past couple of rounds as well to assert control here early on, but this time it's not the case. They've held back. They still have players in position to try and go for that boost should they decide to move in towards it, but right now keeping yourselves in a very, very standard setup here, even still having Fugly to watch out for a B-Hall's push right now. It's Nitro playing point on what will more than likely become the direction of the hit though over here towards the A-bomb site. Bit unlucky with the flashbang as it ends up going directly into his face. They're up from A main, but thankfully there's not going to be any follow-up from the NRG side on that one. They're still just camping in A main, and while JDM's ready, if these guys do decide to roll back out, smokes and whatnot being deployed, the flashbang connects first, and well, JDM's going to fire off a little bit too early here, and as the second smoke comes in, he does have to fall back to the quad corner and play to keep himself alive rather than defend the site. Still though, Nitro has not been challenged. We're down to 25 seconds, but it's all a ruse as we see the bomb shifting over towards the B bomb site. There is a rotation heading back towards mid. Zeus was positioned up in heaven, but now he's more towards Z, so you really only have Stanislaw here currently that can defend the site. If he can waste a couple of seconds though, he may be able to hold this back off and buys time indeed for Zeus to get up there, but he's instantly destroyed. 3 kills back to back to back, including 1 over on the A bomb site as Breezy stuck around, was able to execute 1 from Squeaky. Fugly just sends Alish down the steps there to knock out another one, and for JDM, again, there's not really going to be much hope here. He's got to try to save that up, but more than likely, it will be NRG taking up the 4th round here as they continue to push forward.
Yeah, JDM going to look to save, but he's getting pinched from all directions. 1 highway, 1 more push from B. There was 1 A main, so he's lucky to even get 1 there. But, you know, NRG playing with fire on the clock. If 1 kill happens there at B and they lose the bomb or something like that, that round could definitely be very, very different. I think the general idea was pretty good by them, but I think, you know, more often than not, that's actually not going to be as successful as we saw right there. If they did it, you know, 10, 15 seconds earlier, I think they have a good chance of winning that round a lot more, you know, safely than that happening. Because if just 1 thing goes wrong there, you know, everything's over.
So a mid-stack this time from Team Liquid. And the guys from NRG once again holding back. Fugly may have himself an interesting time in a second here if they do decide to push through that smoke. They're all sitting on the edge right now. No utility behind it, so they're just going to walk right into it. There's one for Fugly, but he quickly backs down, goes in for the spray. When he does, hear them shuffling across the red box. This is where it gets tough, though. He does get a second one, but then the trades roll in from Liquid. Nitro and Elise grabbing two. Peter with a miss there. He does end up legging Nitro or hitting him through the wall or something because he's down at 17 HP. But regardless, they get control of mid, and that includes the bomb for right now. So it's an even battle. And not only this, too, but there's someone sitting up on boost. Breezy reads it, though, is able to respond, and he still got the flashbang inside of the garage. So he chains it into the second kill, but now it's down to Nitro to see what kind of damage he can do. They've retrieved the bomb, they're running away to the site, and Nitro will just peek into Peter there as he picks up yet another kill.
Yeah, not a bad eco for how much they spent, though. Pretty interesting job by them. I mean, that's not something you generally see. Just a 5-man mid push like that, and it really could have went the way of Liquid. I think if Elige gets that kill onto Breeze, we'd probably have a Liquid round 1. Having said that, though, we have a fully bought round by Liquid, as everything they need to win this round. But NRG up to a quick 5-0 lead, has a nice economy built, winning the first gun round with 4 alive. So looks like JDM's trying to get aggressive into the door. Doesn't really, get too deep into there because of a nice flash, I think, that happened. And now NRG is adjusting. They have 2 guys there, so we'll see if this push will work out for JDM.
It's a big stack inside of A main from NRG, and there's still 1 stacked over in mid. Elige will have to rotate very quickly into this, and 2 more fully committed to the B-bomb side as well. So the defenses overall in A are very weak right now. In fact, Breeze is already taking a Nitro. JDM's hoping he can grab the kill here. Unfortunately, he was just spot on the cross, though, so Fugly's going to hold back. And we do see Elige, however, rolling back in here on the rotate to be able to trade out one. JDM, unfortunately, however, is kind of stuck in this hallway right now, so Elige has to move in to try and bail him out a little bit. Molotov's going in to try and deny more control, and it's sort of working. The guys from NRG actually really not wanting to wander outside of A main. They still have time to play with, so if they want to change this up, they can. It looks like they do decide to kind of back out of this situation here, for the time being at least, and allow the guys from Liquid to hold control here.
Yeah, and Liquid's very, very disciplined on this B side. None of them push or anything for Sunroom, and that means Zeus is actually rotating to A, but he's kind of taking a little bit of a gamble here. NRG just waiting. They're playing so slowly, just seeing if Liquid will make any type of mistake.
Unfortunately, they're remaining in that position, and they've now, well, for a moment there, it looked like they were going to move Zeus over, but now he's gone back. What they've realized with the bomb is JDM with 2, trying to go for a third. Marky ends up killing Fugly in the process there, and some movement gets jumbled up, so now it's down to Marky alone with only 10 seconds left on the clock here. He's going to try to push in and see what kind of damage he could do, but Elige from Quad finishes the job, and now Team Liquid finally on the board. 5-1 will be the scoreline, and that's also going to be the first death for Peter in this entire match so far, currently sitting at 9-1.
Yeah, his first death, and again, NRG just goes so slow. There's actually a lot more that could have went wrong that round than actually did. Whenever something like that happens, if one of the B players, for instance, pushes to Sunroom or something like that, and just sits there and holds, then you have 3 over at that A site, it's going to be really tough to take, as we see Liquid again going to take A main control. They love doing this.
And as they move in, they already racked up 2 kills. Marky's only been able to trade 1. The bomb has gone down. All of a sudden, though, they fail to account for Fugly trying to wrap his way over on the backside of this one. He moves in, takes out JDM. Still in a 1v2, though, so this is going to be tough for him to try and clutch out, especially not accounting for the player back over there with the forklift. He almost loses his life right then and there. A nade will go in. Looked like it was close to him, but only does about 20 damage overall. Now trying to still take control of this one. It's very, very tough to read where Stan has moved in towards. With a minute and 15 left on the clock, he goes back into A main. And for right now, he's going to just hide in there. Not moving back to shift it towards B yet, and also not recommitting himself in the other direction. He has plenty of time to burn, so he can definitely afford to do this right now.
Yeah, and immediately Stan actually gets to the A site, he peeks a little bit, and now he has position in A. He could just sit in front of the door or go inside it like he just did. And this in my mind is probably going to secure the round, because even if Fugly does plan at A, he's just going to probably just go and backstab him really, really easily. Fugly taking his time once again, and that A main control really worked out well for Liquid. JDM getting 3 nice kills, Nitro getting 1, doing like 90 to another, and then dying, and putting his team in. It was actually a 4v1. But then Fugly was able to get 2.
Yep, so now Fugly is going to see if he can sneak his way back into the site. Stan won't be able to immediately catch him here, as he's committed way over there to the backside of the squeaky hallway. So he's got himself access to the site. He's got to be careful against Zeus. Zeus is wandering, and he misses his chance to get a free kill. Zeus is watching Forklift at the time, and now he's going to go over this plant, but out will come Stanislaw to finish the job. The plant will be denied, and it'll be overall a fairly dominant one for Team Liquid.
Yeah, very well thought out by Stan there. Going into that door, I'm telling you, I really do think it secures the round as JDM and Nitro get a nice A-main, push there. Fugly backstabs from the door, and was able to get 2 and make it into a manageable round, hurt their economy a bit. But now Liquid, if they can win this one, they might force NRG into a half buy, but it's still an uphill climb.
So now again, they just go into the default split. This didn't work out well for them last time with how slow they tended to play it, but they have to watch out now. The Team Liquid's getting a lot more aggressive with their control.
I really like this by PTR though, because Elige loves to go on that white box and peek towards highway. So this could just be like a free kill for him and punish Elige. He really likes playing highway pretty aggressively and peeks the boost more than most other players probably do. I believe it's JDM there right now, so it's not going to be seen, and they're actually going to give up mid control very, very early on. But I think that's something that you could do almost every single round against Liquid, and just one of the times, like, you're going to get a freebie. You just are, because of how aggressive Elige does like to play it.
Well, we still have NRG holding back now as they round out to the minute mark here. The majority of their players hinting this into an A play, but with them now shifting over to the B halls, it could still be heading in the other direction as they put Marky up on the boost, prepared to move in for control here, but also more players from Team Liquid have shifted over towards B themselves. They only have Nitro playing on A, so they're full retake over on that site, and instead focusing the defenses here on the B site itself. Only 2 in the actual site. They have, looks like 2 in Z right now, waiting to defend mid, and that's going to end up working out great. I think they boosted up on top of each other, and Elige is going to be able to find Marky off of that one. And so now Breeze is going to try to shift in towards B, but look, everybody else from mid is now rotating here too, so they're running into a trap right now. Molotovs are good, but JDM doesn't care. He swings out, gets one. Zeus finds a second. They've still got heaven pressure as well, along with the tree room. There is no way into this bomb site, and there is certainly no time left for them to be able to rotate back in. Daps immediately gets destroyed as soon as he crosses the threshold. Peter looking for a trade. At least he'll get it, but I don't think he's going to be able to, oh, scratch that. He's going to be able to pick up a second, but ultimately, again, Liquid read that perfectly, and we're able to rotate and pretty much make that take impossible.
And this is one of the things that I'm so impressed with Liquid by. Do you see that mid-round adaptation? They end up with 3 at A. They say, hey, you know what? I don't think they're going to play. They're going to hit A. They've shown 0 presence here. They've lost the last 2 rounds over at A. Let's go ahead and just go into a retake. They double boost in Z after the Z smoke comes to try to get NRG's mid control. How often do you see that? A mid-round boost into Z. It almost never happens. Completely catches. I think it might have been Daps there at the boost. I'm not 100% sure. So he gets a freebie there, and just stacks onto B and not being afraid to take those chances. And that's one of the things that's so impressive about Liquid. Making this switch to Stanislaw.
NRG trying to go for fast control in mid here with a lot more players than we've usually seen. It's usually just Marky going over the boost, but this time they send 3. One's been destroyed. Peter's down at 6 HP, although he did catch a trade against Elige. And now Breezy has control up the highway at the very least with an AK in hand. But beyond this, really nothing else. And again, you have to keep in mind that that AK is really the only big gun they have. They know for sure it's not going to be a B play anytime soon, since Stanislaw is pushed all the way through the halls and is wrapping around towards T-spawn. So they can put a lot of their players in mid, and as a watchdog to make sure they don't push into the other 2 areas they don't have secured right now. Nitro again waits for it. He catches the jump out, but it's only a leg against Daps. Brings him down to 17 HP. He spots Breezy too, but he's got the E-Box to support him. Thankfully, Nitro corrects his kill on the second peek. JDM's also going to pick up a second one there, and he's got Daps down low already. Nitro moves in with the AK to finish things off, grabs the first kill, realizes where the last player is, and Zeus is going to finish the job.
Yep, so now Liquid has that double op set up. We'll see how NRG, adapts their playstyle, because they know that. They saw Nitro and JDM both have ops right now. And if you're Daps, you definitely look at that and try to, develop some type of strategy to counter that, whether it be, I think a lot of the time like a full-on execute can sometimes be really good against that, either at A or B, even if you do it early in the round. Just get yourself into some type of a post-plant situation. And it looks like right away they're going again into a 5-man commit almost, right? Nobody watching the B side, and Liquid pushes B. They get somebody to Sunroom, and if they don't hit it quick, if you're NRG, it's going to be a very, very difficult task for them.
Well, they do move in quickly, but there's players ready to resist it. That doesn't mean they're going to be able to get kills, however, as Breezy takes down Stanislaw over there on highway, trying to hold it with a UMP, not going to end up working out too well. NRG, well, the first task is done. They get easy control of the A bomb site. No trades at all against them either. The plan will be held off for a moment, and Nitro is now being able to dip in for a couple of trades. He spotted Breezy's rifle, but missed the shot itself, and now Breezy just going off here, standing in the open, getting 3 kills back to back to back. He's destroyed everybody on Team Liquid. Zeus has this flank working for him, but now he's been revealed. They can adjust their positions to counter that back out. He's got got a lot of utility, but not using any of it at the moment. So he just walks out in A main, and it's Breezy to find the ace there. And easy pickings against Team Liquid. Very ballsy stuff from him, and it works out great.
Yeah, and if you look at what NRG did, they did exactly what I said, right? They went straight into an execute, and it really caught Liquid off guard because they have that double op setup, and anytime you're in a retake scenario with that double op setup, as Bree is just phenomenal, you know, just gunfire or gunfight ability by him. He's really, really composed whenever he aims, and generally doesn't miss very many bullets. Kind of takes his time a lot of the time, and he's very composed as a CS player.
So, now back to the default setup for NRG, since Breezy has himself quite an impressive round there. But Lee swinging over top, finds that first one, and immediately locks on to the second one. Marky and Daps both gone down. The bomb, thankfully, hasn't been spotted, but still, they're going to be able to read it, basically, that it was a default setup off of that more than likely. Peter is trying to op shot through this to hopefully catch the players that were boosting up, but it's not going to work out. They have been denied A control because of this, though, and they're free to push in through there. So a good 75, to 80% of the map is now under the control of Team Liquid.
Yeah, not only that, but they're still boosted up. Zeus is close middle, does a lot of damage to Breeze, and Nitro's already flanking A main, so this is looking great for Liquid.
JDM holding, grabs another kill in mid, brings it down to 2 now for the NRG side, both being split. Fugly found a free path into the B-bomb site, but he didn't have the bomb with him, and speaking of which, it's just gone down. Fugly with an interesting kill. They're just spinning around real quick and find Stanislaw up on top of those pallets there, so he's able to take him down, but getting anything else beyond this is where it's going to get tough, of course. As he moves into this garage, Nitro will be winning. He won't be peeked, however, so the bomb is free if he wants it. Walks back in and burns himself. So that's one way to end the round, as Nitro will close it out, and Team Liquid will be within 1 of tying this again. Yeah,
Liquid just boosts the Liege up. He gets 2 MP9 kills on unsuspecting Marky and Daps over on the boost. Really nice headshot. And Daps just with, I think, a Tech 9 there doesn't have much of a chance. It's such a difficult shot when somebody's like right above you like that, because you can't really like pre-aim any type of headshot angle. So it's very, very difficult. And now NRG put onto another save, and I think NRG went up 5-0. Am I right here, Blue?
Yeah.
They went up 5-0 right away, and the past 6 rounds only able to win 1 and losing an extremely important round. That round was one of those rounds that's gonna, change the tides of this whole half. Whoever won that was gonna go out to a big lead, forcing the other person on a save.
JDM called out early in mid here, but thankfully it's just pistols still for the guys on NRG. They weren't able to catch him, and now Nitro's just going off. 2 quick kills as they try to move in for highway control. One has been able to get himself behind the shed at the very least. That's Fugly, but he still has to deal with players in mid, specifically Zeus here, who will get dinked, taken down, but he did trade one more before he went down. The Liege on the A site helping out Nitro, and as Daps tries to maneuver his way through the vents there in an attempt to find a secret plan into B, it's not going to work out. Stan will be waiting in the checkers room and just shut him down to allow for the tie to come in. 6-all now between both teams.
Yeah, 6-all to both teams. Still a double op setup on this Liquid squad as Nitro holds down the highway from that box. The troubling thing sometimes when you're at that box is that you sometimes back up too much and then someone flies out door and you're actually out in the open. But Nitro's a bit too smart for that, and there was nobody door anyways. Just a small side note though, as Stan gets very aggressive middle, they pre-molly it, and now Zeus is getting right above Stan, so they have a little bit of a stack and then they pop flash in. That was very, very clever by them. I like that a lot, and NRG going straight for 5A once again.
They're going to try to execute in here pretty quickly. It's a very passive on the hold from Team Liquid as well. Liege over here on highway, and Nitro with the sight, not playing up to the forklift position or anything like that, which means Liege going to have to back up to support Nitro very quickly. And he actually finds someone with that deeper shot, but 3 kills already in the favor of Team Liquid here. It's down to Fugly, sneaks in that 1 kill on Nitro, but that's it. The entire hit gets shut down immediately. 3 kills for Liege, and now Team Liquid will take the lead.
Yeah, and a weird off by them. I think PTR maybe bought right away or something like that, and then the others didn't. I'm not sure exactly what that was, because one of them did have an AK. But the thing that I talk about sometimes is as NRG actually goes for a double op setup as well, Daps being their secondary operator, which I wasn't expecting. Looking at their lineup, I actually don't see like a person who really wants to op or be like a secondary op. So I guess Daps is the one that's going to take control and do that. But not typical that you see a double op setup on this, cash T side. Door pick against oppers though, sometimes this could be really tough. This is a very easy kill by Nitro if he really wants to, be around the highway or anything like that. Luckily for them, he's not opping it, so Pete might be able to fight some type of a rifler here if Elige decides to peek.
Yeah, and Elige still sitting up on top of there right now, waiting for his chance to try and find a kill. He's just out of reach for Stan as he's sitting behind those toxic barrels. Peter again looking for his route out into the site, but nothing is safe right now for Peter to peek against. As Elige also sits in there. Daps, in the meantime, has claimed the first kill closer towards B as the CT's tried to get a bit aggressive here. And Elige himself goes hunting now down below that jump ups position. He's able to find Peter, looking for a second player inside. If there should be one, he's kept himself quiet, so no confirmation on Breezy's position just yet. But Daps as well, hoping he can find a second as he still has Zeus sitting in that one and done corner.
Yeah, he did pick off, JDM trying to get really aggressive as we see where his gun is. And look at Liquid. Mid-round adaptation, they double push towards middle. Nitro says, hey, I'm going to be fine at A. If they come out, I'll at least get one kill. Now this kill is going to be big.
And as Daps moves in, he immediately finds Zeus in the position, but Elige was able to move in and stop the rotation on Breezy, which means they get that mid-control back very quickly. They're going to know in a second, obviously, this is going over, and not only this too, but Daps got aggressive in a tree room, and Nitro was able to spot him from long range, way over there from the truck approach. So it goes into the favor of Team Liquid, 3v2 on the retake itself. A nade against Marky brings him down to 61 HP, so he's also injured. These Ts don't have anything to hold off the site with. They've got 2 flashbangs to themselves. The smokes are just starting now to dissipate, which means they have a free path in, and they can use whatever they have as well. They still got a Molotov to try and throw one position here. Marky gets hit by a flashbang on the way back up. Fugly holds for one, but he's traded back out, and now it's all Marky swinging in, but he can't find the kills. Stan will find both on the retake, and it'll be Liquid again, picking up an 8th round.
Yeah, as soon as Fugly dies there, they pretty much know the other guy's the planner and is going to be in sight. So they're able to 2v1 him there. And if you notice what they did is Nitro had about 15 HP, and even though he had an op, he just went in first because he knew he was probably going to die. And then that way his teammates are able to easily trade off his death. They know exactly where that player is and then bring it into some type of a 2v1. So they flash sight, Nitro runs in, he dies, they get the trade, then they're able to 2v1 and collapse on Marky in the site. NRG now, winning 1 out of the past 9 rounds, I believe it was. Set up a quick crisscross smoke, I think it was, just trying to do something at middle to take some type of control.
So NRG themselves on this last round, again, as you said, moving in for very fast mid-control, or at least an attempt at that, as Fugly is out and they have the smoke wall to allow them in. If they want to try to go for a B play, that's obviously going to be their easiest option at this point, considering the control across the map they do have. Trying to get highway control still a little bit iffy with the smoke setup one up, but they should be fading in a second, and we're going to find out it's actually clean. They've just split it 3-2 across the map on the Team Liquid side, with Stan being able to move in between. Elige even going into aiming in there too to see if he can find anyone amongst that smoke. Won't be caught, as they're all being pretty passive on that T side, with the exception of those out in mid right now, just holding in the mid garage. Daps waiting outside of A main itself, and then you have Marky sitting at the entrance to the B hall. So still trying to make a decision as Breezy's pushed up to the white box, and again, Stan not being one to actually move out. He's again going to shift his position. He was sitting a truck about 30 seconds ago. Obviously, we just saw him inside of the Z connector, and now he's pushed himself all the way up to heaven, expecting this to be a B play, which again is the correct read too. NRG does seem to be aligning into that as their bomb shifts into those B halls. Only 40 seconds on the clock. There won't be enough time to change this up when they do go for this commitment, as they're going to lose a lot of players in the process, more than likely, again, due to this setup. But Stanislav needs to recommit right now. They hear the vents, they hear the drop. They should definitely know that the play is coming into here, and in the corner, it's Zeus lining up 2 kills immediately, looking for a 3rd in the mini pit, although the smoke's in the way. So he does get traded on that regard, and JDM as well destroyed. But now here's Stanislav, plenty of time to recommit up top there. This goes 3v2 once again in the favor of Team Liquid. Fugly and Peter looking for the clutch out here, as Fugly's going to hide in the backside. Although he seems that he's going to get the most of the aggression still from this CT side, as he has to hold off the vents, where potentially 2 players from Team Liquid are going to be moving into retake for in a second, and he still has to watch out for those hulls too. Stan, though, may end up being his first target. He spotted it, but he goes down, and now it's all on Peter with the op. 1v3. Time's getting low, though, so these CTs need to move in, but oh! That shot from Peter misses, and now they know exactly where he is. They've got him down at 9 HP, and Nertro's going to finish the job with an op shot through the box. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to close out the first half here. It's been an exciting one indeed. Unfortunately, NRG throwing away a huge 5-0 start to this one. We're going to have to see if they can recover it in the second half here on Cash, coming up in just a few moments.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
And welcome back once again, guys. For any of you that are just joining us, it's Team Liquid versus NRG here at the ESL Pro League, just closing out the first half. Team Liquid swinging a comeback after starting off a little bit slow. They're down 0-5 and managed to make it 9-6 at the end of the half. Their days. How did we see such a phenomenal turnaround so quickly in the favor of Team Liquid?
Well, after that very first gun round, they lost pistol, then they lost the first gun round, they lost the following anti-eco. They started doing like CT rounds, CT side aggression, pushing A main. We saw JDM around the door. They started, taking calculated risks in order to gain information. And from there, they saw what NRG was doing, and everybody rotated properly, throwing the proper nades to really support their teammates. And that was like the big key. Even though the rounds were close, Liquid always had that one extra guy when they needed it in order to close out the round. And then finally winning that big round when I think it was like 5-6 or something, where Elige got boosted, got those 2 kills, kind of put them on an eco. And then from there, Liquid, the mid-round rotations were just one step ahead of NRG, and their early round aggression was always successful.
Well, it's time for Team Liquid to take a stab at the T side here, as Nitro's going to have some fun early on playing with Marky here, back over by the squeaky door itself. Again, no commitment yet. The bomb is an interesting position, actually, sitting way over there outside of T spawn next to JDM at the moment, so he'll be grouping up to grab it if they do decide to execute onto A. It's not that usual retake setup we started to see become very common a couple months ago from NRG either, as you do tend to expect those pretty quick A rushes in a lot of these games. In fact, they've just gone for a default set at this time, 2-1-2 across the map. And they wait to see what Team Liquid's going to throw at them first, at which point now, with the time getting lower, the bomb being retrieved by JDM, it does look like they are going inside of the B halls to possibly execute here, although they still have kept Zeus with a smoke, along with a Molotov, I should mention here as well. So maybe trying to throw it in that direction and fake it a little bit here, and it seems to be working, at least with regards to the mid player there. Daps is going to shift up, still expecting to see the aggression. We can see them shuffling a little bit, but the A commitment is yet to be seen either. And finally, Breezy spots it. Peter and him trying to hold this one off, but it seems like the kills are going to go by the way of Team Liquid. JDM and Nitro both racking them up, with Peter only finding one. Now Daps trying to move in quickly to assert himself back over here inside of the checkers room. But again, it's all uncertain as all of a sudden Team Liquid swung in and they weren't really prepared for it. Now Elige trying to knock out Daps inside of here, though that's a little bit hesitant. He swings out, gets the headshot midair. He's looking for Buckley as well, although having some trouble executing him, so the trade will roll in from there as Marky finally shuts down Elige. Elige did pick up the 1 kill on a Fugly before going down, however, so it is on Marky in a 1v3. He's trying to sneak into this site, but the guy in teammate is going to be able to rack up quite a bit of damage on him. Nice tap, second one as well. One more to go, although down at 16 HP. JDM will finish the job before that gets out of hand, but we almost saw an incredible clutch from Marky.
Yeah, a little bit of a over-aggression, I think, by Liquid when he's coming out of that heaven. You don't need to peek at all until he actually hits the ground. When you wait until he hits the ground, if you just spot him and then you all peek, he's dead to rights. There's nothing he can do about it. Instead, he's almost able to take that, but, Liquid, again, they just kind of group up towards B. You see people who are jumping. They're doing the right things. Breezy misplays it a little bit. He doesn't get any type of early info. He actually gives up that peeker's advantage, that advantage that he has with that CT long-range USP at the start of the round. And then PTR isn't able to get that nade off, and, they just end up swarming him in the checkers. But one thing you'll notice when you watch good teams play, and I consider Liquid a very good team, especially now with Stanislaw, is that from that CT side, any type of little advantage they get, even if it's just something like one person is on the box peeking A main and they know A main is clear, they could usually bring that into a round victory by having that one extra guy there, over when they hit, having that quicker rotation. Things like that, those tiny little advantages are what can win them rounds because of how good they are.
Well, we've got Breezy's going to be challenged here in a moment. Unfortunately, catches the aggression a little bit too late. Stan, though, sneaking back in, remaining very quiet until he gets himself to that Z position, is able to find another kill. Zeus executing Fugly. Okay, we're seeing some of these guys get lit up. Finally, Marky gets a kill on a Stan, but it's a little bit too late here now as it's down to a 4v1, and Marky's pretty disconnected from the rest of this action. He's been able to retrieve himself an SMG, and more than likely he's just going to either retreat fully or line up for a couple exits if he can get them. As overall, this is going to be an 11th from Team Liquid, most certainly.
Yeah, and I mean, Bree's positioning there, it's lucky that he even, was able to do any damage, because generally speaking, when you're right under the vents like that, before they come out of the vents, good teams, again, Liquid's a good team. They usually pop flash right there, right where he's looking. And he's lucky he even did any damage. Like, positioning like that is generally not going to be successful against a team like Liquid. Like, right there, usually the guy Sunroom throws a flash underneath the vents, and then bam, that guy's just, there's nothing he could do. He's always going to die without doing any damage. So positioning like that is really working against you when you're NRG. You know, and now they're in a full eco, and again, what is this? They've lost 12 out of the last 13 rounds.
Yeah. So we do see Liquid, Zeus specifically, very early on here trying to assert dominance over towards mid. We do have quite a few players from the NRG side potentially able to peek into that, though, so they will have to be a bit cautious. We actually saw basically this exact same thing potentially happening in the last half as well. And Team Liquid were on the CT side, although they were a lot more aggressive with the way that they proceeded to try and hold that mid-control. Liege is actually going to be free to throw that Molotov into the corner. Marky's going to go out, and that's basically a guaranteed kill for Liege. The rest are going to try to funnel out as well, but he still has the high ground here, having a little bit of trouble figuring out which target he actually wants to prioritize, so he eventually is taken out by Daps, but now Zeus, if he wants to, he can swing back in and try to finish these guys off. Well, they're going to be up close. He's down to 7 HP now. Daps actually found a second kill onto JDM, so it actually is a little bit dodgy here, as they now have to go back, retrieve the bomb outside of A main, and then take it through the B halls, but as he's gone outside here, in theory, someone could have taken control back inside of that garage, so he has to be a little bit careful, and now, well, it's going to be Dap shifting out. He drops Zeus, and that's the bomb gone down. So we'll turn into a 3v2 here. Nitro getting hit with a Molotov to the face, down at 50 HP. He's not able to chase Daps down. The one really good thing that Team Liquid still has going for them, obviously, is the very low HP on pretty much everybody from NRG right now, but they're also a little bit low themselves. They now just have to play this really, really cautiously, and after initially having that B control, they now have to swing back in with only 30 seconds on the clock to retake it. Thankfully, the only one they'll actually have to kill, I think, in re-getting this B-bomb site is going to be Peter, and he's working with a P250, but no, Peter gets the better angle out of Nitro, takes him down, and now it's just on Stanislaw. They spotted that play. That was the bomb, too. Stan's going to grab the kill. He should have had that second one, but no, he didn't stick around for the peek from Tree Room. He's going to just run back and save the AKs. There's no time left. NRG are going to be able to upset in this round.
No, not just an upset. All USPs at 1 P250 on NRG, and that's the round they kind of break the streak with, right? You know, a round like that. So, you know, they end up, they don't really get any guns out of it. I think they get like 1-7 or something like that as Liege battling over middle. You actually expect him to get more. Goes to his left, and they all swarm him from highway. But NRG gets a little bit of a boost to their economy, but not necessarily their boost to gain. It was more like Liquid loses it. Usually, you're going to have to lose 2 gun rounds in a row to be forced on a save, as Zeus just gets nailed through the wall by PTR. Normally, you're going to get 2 gun rounds in, right? If the CTs are buying off that 4th round before you have to save. But right now, if Liquid loses this, they're definitely going to be eco. So that makes it a lot easier on NRG, just having to win 1 in a row in order to put Liquid on a save.
And the guys on NRG playing full retake over towards A right now, expecting the hit to come from this direction as they only really focus on the highway here. They may have to change that in a second, though, as Team Liquid are getting ready to pressure into the bomb site. But this is only really for show here, as we can see the bomb sitting outside of the garage right now. They still have that kind of default setup, and where they're not committing really towards either one, but as they do prepare to move it inside, it looks like the bomb is going to be grouping up with the A main players and getting prepared to push out there. Again, though, that take on the A site itself will be fairly easy to get, as you only have Fugly and potentially Marky to try and resist things and help out with the actual take. The rest are still going to have to rotate, and NRG is even calling on this too, since there's been no other aggression to the B site, besides a little bit of a spray, and I think 1 or 2 grenades that got tossed into the site before. Out they go. JDM is dinked, but he returns the favor onto Fugly, bringing him down to 8 HP. They're struggling to actually get themselves out, but there's Stanislaw. After he got that highway control, there was no resistance in the middle area here. We did see Peter trading on a Nitro, but Stan's able to trade that one. Takes Peter back down. It goes 4v3 here. Stan still has to hold off a lot, though, and unfortunately doesn't have a whole lot of cover to do it. Breezy moves in, takes him back down. Legion attempt to retreat in A main. It's brought down to about 58 HP. So we see NRG moving back in. It's a very slow amount of control, but they are getting it back. They're getting low on time, though, and they don't actually have a whole lot of utilities. They need to get this started here if they want to get them back in and be able to defuse that bomb. In they go. Breezy first up to bat here, jumps in, and actually great adjustment, but JDM swung out from quad. Nobody accounted for him. He's looking for his opponent there. Breezy's going to grab that second kill, so it's all onto a Liege, but he's holding such a good angle against these players, gets both kills back to back, and destroys the retake. NRG, they're not going to fight around this time, and Liquid keep to get themselves going. 12-7 will become the score.
Yeah, well, Fugly is, and do you see the difference, right? This is the difference. Liquid, when they made an adjustment to play like a retake A, a lot of the time it was like a mid-round adjustment when they, gathered information. They saw there was no A presence. Then they were like, all right, there's 0 A presence at the start. Now let's go into like a retake A type of setup. But, in NRG's case, they just did it right off the bat. And then they decide late in the round, hey, let's actually hold A and put Fugly on the site with 0 utility. So if there was any type of like a molly take at A or anything like that, there's nothing Fugly's going to be able to do out of it, right? He's just sitting default. If they come out of door with 1 pop flash, he's going to die almost every single time, right? So just like the small differences in strategy there are actually making a gigantic, impact on this game.
The guys from NRG again just trying to overwhelm mid a little bit here to see if they can grab any additional kills. They have found Zeus. Stan does look like he wants to challenge it, even though that smoke rolls out. He's actually shot on the cross again, so down to 15 HP after everything is said and done. Obviously, though, with just these two being in mid, very easy for the guys on Team Liquid to roll into the B-bomb side to get easy control here, and that is where most of the killing is going to stop here for NRG now. Fugly picks up an AK. If he wants to position himself in an exit spot, he may be able to surprise and find 1 or 2 more kills, but beyond that, I don't think they're actually going to go for this retake, and it will be the 13th from Team Liquid.
Yeah, and 13-7, and it's just looking like Liquid is performing extremely well, and that round that NRG won actually put him into, not just an eco, but it's like they won that round, right, with a bunch of USPs, but they weren't able to pick up a bunch of guns, so it actually reset their economy. And then when they lose this round, the round before, it actually puts them into kind of a crappy situation just because they're down so many rounds already. Now we're going to see 13-7 right now, and NRG is going to get a decent buy, but it's nothing to write home about. They might be able to get an op if Daps wants to trade PTR, but it's nothing crazy. They're not going to have a lot of utility, and I think Cache is one of the maps where utility can really, really, really help. I mean, especially with any type of early aggression, you could smoke the back of a main or molly it and kind of isolate the guy behind the box and things like that. I think utility is very, very important. So they understand that. They're going to opt to save. They're going to let Liquid potentially get on to 14 rounds here. Fugly does have AK half armor though, so he's going to really try to stop, something happening from here. They push 3 towards door. There's 4 towards A. 1 guy playing passive B, so they do have a good setup to win this round.
And Zeus moving himself back in there. He'll find Peter. Unfortunately, there's a nade in hand when Fugly re-peeks the door itself, but Fugly re-peeks the door against the rifle this time. So Elijah's going to be there to counter-trade the trade. Elijah swinging out, though. Beautiful spray control. Finishes off the job against Marky and Breezy. That's the whole site under their control. And for Daps, well, unfortunately, he only has a 5-7, which means Elijah's going to roll right through and pick up an easy 4th.
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't invest more into that round. Even if they got half armor and whatnot, they still would have been able to, buy quite a lot this round. So I'm a bit surprised that they didn't invest a little bit more, in order to help Fugly out. But, they read it right for A stack, but, just Fugly only able to get 1 there. He peeks the door. Should have let them commit, should have let his teammates take contact, and then start peeking. If that guy Forklifts got involved, he took a shot, and then Fugly started peeking, maybe they could have won that round. Instead, NRG down 14-7. JDM with the op. Liquid setting up in, looks like they're going to try maybe like a crisscross mid take or something like that. Just 3 towards middle. I think they pushed the B main smoke down as Nitro's working it. He's going to look for a kill right now against Breeze and Daps at B.
He just misses chances. He had the player on the left side peek back out. He recommits though, and Nitro with a swing around grabs the frag. Unfortunately, fails to account for the second player up on the site itself. Breezy will catch the easy trade. This just ends up going down into a 4v4, and for the most part now, Team Liquid hurling over here towards the A-bomb site to potentially recommit here in a second. Stan will be going out towards mid to get a little bit of control here, at the very least deploying the smoke. So we'll wait and see what they do decide to do here, as they are going for the setup.
Conducting them all right now. Blue is saying, you smoke this, you smoke this, you smoke this. I'm going to smoke this, then this is going to happen. Like, he's literally, that's exactly what he's doing. So they're going to set up a nice take here, 2 outdoors. Zeus is going to have bomb. I think he's going to bring a door as well. So it's going to be some type of a door play. But they do have 2 towards A. So this could get tricky, and Marky is boosted, so we'll see if they check it.
So there's the highway smoke first off there from Stan. The rest are moving in. No utility being deployed, but they failed to account for the Shroud boost up. There's Marky with a 1-2. Peter's also found a 3rd from further back, so it's down to Stan now. 30 seconds left to make a play. A 1v4. This is not looking likely, obviously, for him. If he even decides to go for it here, as he is creeping back up. Again, down to 20 now. Odds of him actually getting this bomb down alone are going to be very low, not even accounting for the fact that he still has to clutch out in the post plant. So in he goes. It does look like he is going to try to commit for it here. Spots Fugly, misses the chance though, and is now going back into the corner, the kind of the pocket here in the lockers to hopefully keep himself alive. The timer's run down, but they know where he is. They know he's an aiming somewhere. However, it doesn't look like they're going to directly peek him, so he'll be able to stay alive at the end of the round here. He'll keep the AK in check, obviously. And NRG will be able to get themselves an 8th. But Team Liquid aren't going to worry about that one too much. They still have a decent amount of cash flow to work with here. And for players like Zeus, they can drop him a gun in this one as they're still up by about 6 rounds here.
And he was just trying to hurt their economy there. He really knew he wasn't going to win the round, but they just didn't peek. They played very, very disciplined. So he just went back and was like, all right, you know, it's not that big of a deal. Now Nitro, based off what he saw at B, he's confident in trying to work it with more players. They think, hey, he's probably saying, hey, I went through that B main smoke. I was able to kill one, and then the other guy was out in the open to kill me. If I have more teammates there, we'd probably win this round pretty easily. So we'll see if they go towards that, right? Working that B main smoke maybe with 2 or 3. Looks like they call it off, though. Just, you know, more of a default now. They left door push open, though, so they're going to have to be worried about that. And that's kind of going to be in the back of their minds right now as they group back up towards maybe mid or some type of an A take.
We do have the rest of Team Liquid now kind of getting prepped for it. It looked like a second ago they were going to try to deploy some smokes to potentially allow for mid controls. JDM up on the boost this time. Again, waiting on the timer a little bit here as they're still basically in the default setup as we have wasted about half of the time away. Still waiting to see where exactly Liquid are going to take this. Smokes, though, are moving out towards mid, which should allow JDM to peek in a second and see if he can find anything. And in the meantime, you've got a bit of a creep going on here from Elysia, though. That's going to be spotted by Daps. Good patient play from him. He finds that kill, swings back out, although that's a bit over-aggressive, so Zeus is going to be able to trade that one. Brings it down to a 4v4. The rest of NRG are just splitting up across the sites 2 for 2, but Fugly is going to diverge from the pack over on B and instead commit himself into Z right now. Definitely the right expectation, but however, look at where the bomb is now moving into the B halls. Well, originally this was looking likely to move in towards A, and it still may be some aggression on A. You've got Stanislaw up against the shed right now. He's going to try to move himself in, cut off the rotators if he can. He's certainly heard Marky on the other edge of this one, and as he swings in, cuts that player off, but they're just now moving into this B bomb site here, and they still have Breezy to eliminate. 8 seconds on the clock. Breezy's going to be able to find one. Fugly as well. JDM trading out 1, 5 seconds left. He can't do any more than that. Fugly's found the kill. Stan trading out 1, but the time is going to run out. And again, NRG will win it via the timer, but this time Stan finishes the execution job, shuts down Peter, and allows for some more economical damage to roll in.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Liquid is going to buy here, but that was a nice peek by Fugly to see him coming from the vents, and as soon as they saw that, they instantly rotated every single person on their team. And even though Stanislaw was able to get that lurk, the actual site take was basically a 3v3.
So, since Team Liquid unfortunately aren't going to have enough cash flow to be able to roll into it this time, they're just going to go for pistol upgrades for the most part. No utility sitting behind it, so Stan's the big player on the field. We're looking to him to do as much damage as possible. And the rest of the team, unfortunately, not expecting anything that great, but we'll see if they can overwhelm in mid, obviously, with the utility they did carry into this round. Smoke does get redeployed. Dap still hanging around in the corner. Goes for the reload, though, as we do have a boost player pushing into him, although that works to kind of bait him out a little bit. Fugly chiming in for the second here. And in the meantime, over on the A-bomb site, while Nitro thought he was being sneaky until Marky spots him and puts a very swift end to that lurk. It's down to just 2 now from Team Liquid. It does include Stanislaw on the AK, but with basically 0 damage being done to everybody except for Daps, it's going to be very, very hard to allow them to really make anything else happen here. So more than likely we should expect a 10th for NRG unless there's a lot of mistakes made on these CTs here, specifically in the route over to the B bomb site, as you still only have Breezy sitting there to defend it. That's probably the weakest point right now, although at the moment it doesn't necessarily look like Team Liquid are going to push in towards it. Well, there you go. There's Daps with 1 more. Hiding in the cover here. Stan's able to sneak back in for 1 pickup at least. But again, 40 seconds. They know exactly where he is. They've got him isolated in mid very, very nicely too. Player and Z can hold him out. There's a player on highways while preventing him from moving in from there. I'm sure they have coverage if he tries to go for the vents, and they're also lurking around those B halls as they have Breezy sitting in the useless room right now to prevent him from going anywhere else on this map. There we go. Breezy will shut down Stan, and it will be NRG now getting themselves into double digits and 4 rounds away from tying it up against Team Liquid overall here.
Yeah, 14-10. Liquid gonna have a fully bought round now. The thing that I want you guys to see that Marky was able, when he was able to get that kill, if you notice when he was walking around the map, around that A site, not once did he run, right? He was walking the entire time. So that way when Nitro was trying to lurk on him, even though Marky was the only one there, it's very hard to catch him off guard and to know where he is, right? Because he's just walking the entire time, checking forklift, walking back to check door push, and things like that.
So we do have Team Liquid again going for that mid-aggression here. It's completely absent from NRG, though, as we take a look at their players here. They have a couple sitting outside of Z, but overall, there's really nobody positioned here to actually prevent that mid-control from happening. So they're going to be able to swing in essentially for free here, but Breezy is waiting on this side. He's got a smoke supporting him on the left side from the main hall push, and then he's got, as well, the vents blocked off a little bit there, too. So Marky is going to be able to find Stan. I think that was the bomb gone down as well. Yes, it was. So now the bomb is under the control of the CT's NRG, looking good, and they can rotate into this one, obviously, to accommodate for it. There's going to be a storm rolling in the way of Marky, but he's got close quarters combat, and he's got the SMG as well to work with here. That nade will bring him down to 30. Peter's here, though, and despite the full blind flashbang he's hit with, he takes down Alish. He's got another angle if he wants to take it, and there you go. Dips in for the second kill. He didn't lose two more, but Peter again holding on, gets the third, and then Daps, he'll finish the job against Nitro.
Yeah, and now that NRG has, their economy going, it seems like they're, doing a little bit of what Liquid did to them, right? That early round door aggression there. Mid-round adaptations really working out for them well. Slight peaks, like towards the vents, towards B, are really allowing them to win those rounds. Now Liquid down to Tech 9s, a few half armors, bomb on Nitro with Tech 9 full armor, and they're just going to have one smoke to work with, so it looks like it's going to be some type of a B play here.
Peter again waiting for it as it does roll in. He caught the push and he can certainly hear it, but he's got to duck into the corner here. There's no way he can resist that. JDM does take him down, but Breezy slowly tapping these players away. You've got Daps coming on the backside too. He's going to be able to claim two more. It's down to Stanislaw now. No hope for him at all as he's lost the bomb and everything. So NRG, quick reactions there that could have gotten messy, but thankfully the players from NRG were quick on the draw to rotate into that one. And now Stanislaw again is basically just going to run the time down here, see if he can do some damage, but it will almost certainly be a 12th for NRG.
Yeah, it definitely will be, and one pop flash is going to take Sand out if they decide to flash and let Daps peek from the Checkers entrance. And if you see Breeze playing there, I mean, like, headshot angle is like one of those spots that he was just born to play because of how composed he is, how well he is to lock onto heads and then trace his target. And we even saw a little bit of it right there. So Tech 9 sometimes are really headshot. The headshot angle on Cash at B is like so good against Tech 9s. It kind of sucks against Deagles because sometimes somebody could just walk in and 1D you if the peeking isn't timed right by you. But Tech 9s is like, first off, it's pretty inaccurate with the Tech 9 because you're always running and moving, right? And then you're still going to need two headshots to kill him, So it's really, really nice against Tech 9s. And any type of a Tech 9 rush play. So now 14-12. Liquid on another fully bought round though. They have everything they want, utility-wise, off on JDM, and NRG setting up in a 1-2-2 off the bat. We got BTR and Fugly going towards middle. Fugly making his way towards highway to meet up with Marky 8A, and a quick mid takes coming out from Liquid.
Well, Zeus having that full control pushes a very fast move in and disallow any of the CTs from doing damage to them here towards middle. So they've got that checked away pretty quickly, but there is a heavy B stack if they are still going to go for the plan, which appears they're looking towards right now, which is going to be that vent play, diving down into B. You've got up to 3 players that will be able to watch out for that when they do move in towards it. Whereas the A defense is obviously going to be a lot weaker. One that was playing towards Heaven does end up moving away, I think, to watch out for a Z split in case they want to do something really crazy and try to go for that. But it seems all quiet on the farm for Team Liquid right now, as their last player has moved in over there towards Checkers, or apologies, towards Squeaky, excuse me. So they may end up deciding to go for highway control instead. As Peter, though, waits, he certainly, I think, spotted that player jumping up, but then Molly's going to send him back. It's not worth it to stick around in this case. The boost up, preparing for an A main hit. This is not where the pressure's going to be coming from, though. Marky needs to adjust right now. Spots it, but it's far too late. Fugly able to trade that one back out, but it's Stan again, along with the Liege. They are shutting this down very, very quickly, as the only two that remain here for the CT side are going to be the B players. Breezy, not a trade to be seen from him, and for Daps, well, certainly going to have to save now, as Liquid will finally get themselves up to map point.
Yeah, and they stayed on that boost way too long. That boost is good to find that one kill if it's like A main or door, but as soon as highway presence is a real threat, you need to abandon that right away. You can't be staying on that boost at A site whenever highways come in. So that's going to be a lesson learned from NRG and a mistake that hopefully they won't make again, because once highway comes, there's nowhere for your guys to go, right? Even if you get that kill at A main, what about the guy door? And then 3 coming towards highway. What if there's 2 A main? You get that 1 kill, then 2 guys come from highway. They're going to be able to pinch on you. Then you all of a sudden are like running around like cockroaches, after you get that first kill, who watches what, right? Not everything can be accounted for.
So we go into what could be the last round here finally, and Immediately we can see some of the bad effects of NRG still having to scrap through a couple of these rounds. They'll still get themselves the full buy, but they have to toss the guns around a little bit here. So after this one, if they survive it, even if they take, even if they lose a couple of players here, that's going to be unfortunate, as the rebuys are going to be rough for them, with them being at such a low amount here. We can see from Team Liquid, though, again, they're back up to the full buy, of course, having just claimed that previous round, and they go back to the slow style early on here. They're not going to move in very fast for any sort of control here, just hanging outside. And what, again, has pretty much become your basic default setup here. They do have, I believe that's Nitro hanging over there in the squeaky hallway, a couple more position outside of the mid garage, and the boost up position, and Stan kind of just being the watchdog over here outside of the B halls.
Yeah, and PTR, even though he got mollied out of his spot underneath the vents, you see he's like standing strong there. He's not letting them over-rotate. He's not calling for a rotate or anything like that. And that's a small advantage that NRG can definitely use to win this round.
Well, it does look like they may start this one off with some mid-control again, but there's two players here from NRG that will look to resist that, and Dap's getting aggressive inside of A main there too. Zeus manages to keep himself hidden there behind the box, so no damage done to him. As again, that timer gets lower, and Team Liquid do need to get prepared to move in here some point soon. The bomb shifting over there into the squeaky hall as Nitro gets ready to move in, and the rest of the team, well, they are certainly going to move in for some mid-control. They're still going to have to worry about Breezy back in Z. If he wants to late deploy here and cut them off as they're trying to move in for Highway, that could certainly be a bad thing for them as they do move in. And speaking of which, well, here we go. With 30 seconds on the clock, they finally going to commit. Fugly tries to hold, but misses his opportunity to do so. Now it's Daps over here behind the forklift, though. Swings it for one. Mark, he's got himself a second. The trades continue. It goes 1v2, though, in the favor of the guys from NRG, as JDM is going to be left alone here against Peter and Breezy. Not a whole lot of time left, but he does have the sight if he can take down Breezy himself. Unfortunately, misses that up shot. That's buying a lot of room for these CTs, and he tries to swing on Highway, so it's not going to work out. Peter claims the round, finishes things off, and allows for NRG to get to 13.
Yeah, and I gotta say, man, NRG is really coming out and putting together like a pretty impressive comeback right now. When they lost, 12 out of those 13 rounds, I really thought, hey, Liquid is just too much for them. They're just too good. They're too, well drilled. But now NRG is really fighting back. They're showing a lot here, and now Liquid, if they lose this round, they're gonna have $2,400 going into that final 30th round right now. As Daps is in the vent, he has one player in CT spawn, one player Z, and two players towards A. So a slight variation off a default. And Liquid looking like they're going to do some type of a fake. Maybe they're going to go towards A, they're going to throw their smokes, get JDM out of the door, and then they're going to bring bomb towards B. So Daps needs to not over-rotate, but these guys at Sunroom are actually moving back. So it looks like they might have a change of thought, change of plans here.
And it does look like most of them are going to shuffle into A main or out through the garage itself into mid. There's Daps chiming in for one. He's found Stanislaw. Fugly with a second here, too. It's not looking good for Team Liquid here as they do try to finally send their guys out into A. Even that, though, goes for one as the bomb was dropped in mid, so they have a very hesitant amount of control as Liege one taps Fugly to take him down. There's Peter again, though, who's shown himself so far to be a highlight player for NRG in this matchup. Chimes in for another kill.
He had the bomb, though. Yep. He had the bomb, and that's the most important thing to note. And now Nitro's in a very, very tough spot after Liege hits that incredible one tap.
Now Nitro, we'll see if he can do anything about this. Trying to see if he can catch Peter on the peak. But he's hanging back there, safely behind the red box. Breezy, the same thing. 30 seconds for Nitro himself. He's basically just got to pull off this 1v2 right here, since they're keeping close watch on the bomb itself, and there's a very low chance. Actually, with the smoke, he may be able to kind of dip in there and escape with it, but they could also go directly on top of the red box. He's not even focusing on the bomb, though. He runs in to grab it, but as he attempts to run back out, Breezy is going to be up on top of that boost, as mentioned previously. He'll finish the job. It'll be a team ace for NRG, and they'll be one round away from taking this into overtime.
Yeah, that was sick by them for that boost. I thought it might have ended up, hurting them. Because the boost was going to come too early, and then Nitro would see his legs, as he was walking up, and then get the kill. But they waited for the perfect time. They waited until Nitro was committed to getting the bomb. Then he went on the red vent. So it was really cool to see by them, as it looks like they're just going to do some type of a crisscross B take, I think, pretty early on in the round. But B aggression is coming out with Daps right now, running to Sunroom as fast as he can. PTR is able to trade it and get one. And now Breeze running through middle, kills a Liege. So 2v4, kills going all across the map. And now Stanislaw and the bomb carrier and Zeus are just in the useless room, gonna have to just pull out a miracle here in order to avoid overtime.
Both being stuck essentially here in mid, which they'll get control of for free. One of the few good things they do have going for them is that wherever they go, it's going to be isolated down to a 2v2. NRG didn't bank on one of these two bomb sites itself. They're just going to be playing it separated across the map, as now Team Liquid do move in, specifically Stanislaw peeking into Highway. Spots Marky playing it out there, but turning his back against the peak. Oh, he just barely manages to sneak away inside of Z there. But Fugly did still manage to chip off a lot of his HP, bringing him down to 37 now. And Zeus still sits way in the back over there, outside of the vent entryway. Spots Marky again on the jump, I think, but they'll just end up giving up this mid control, and I think heading into the vents. This time's getting a little bit low, and they do need to try and make a play. So the B guys, they'll have to get ready. Peter sitting on the backside, Breezy waiting in case they decided to Z split, but no, they're just going to go directly inside here and try to re-execute the Molotov going in the back. That's the wrong side, though. Peter chimes in for 1 of 2 kills. He needed to take this to OT, and Breezy will finish the job. There we go. It is going to be tied up 15-15, and this will go, indeed, to overtime.
Yeah, and if you saw Marky there doing those jump peaks, that's actually like the sign of someone who knows how to win, 4v2s and whatnot. You want to get information, you want to get it early, you want to relay that information to your team, and in those types of scenarios where it's 2v4 and whatnot, when he sees that player in Z, and that guy's not able to sneak a kill or anything like that, that really gives you a huge advantage into winning the round. So that was really good by him. He didn't stop jump spotting, was able to get that info.
And again, we can see the scores now at the end of regulation time. The leaders, I mean, overall across the board, right? You look at Team Liquid specifically. Besides Elige, it's pretty even for most of their guys. Zeus hanging behind a little bit there, but that's kind of to be expected. And it's kind of a similar story on the NRG roster too.
Yeah, PTR leading the way for NRG, and Elige seemingly like always lately leading the way for Liquid at +10, 28 and 18. Zeus, to be expected, he hasn't been playing, competitively too much, just been coaching kind of. He probably doesn't have too many hours of CS played, so kind of putting him out the scoreboard for Liquid. But having said that, I mean, even if they did have Pimps in Denmark, so he probably wouldn't have been able to do too much better just because he'd have, 150, 180 ping or whatever.
Yeah, SK is also, I think, going to be dealing with that for the next couple of weeks, too, as they're boot camping over there. So their matches, I imagine, will be a little bit complex considering that, since they're all boot camping over in Germany right now. So I'll have to play with that. That'll be fun, of course, but...
That'll be rough for them. I think, I mean, it's still early on in the season. I bet if they were... planning this, they probably should have gotten some of their matches played a little bit earlier. I don't know if ESL or EPL still allows you to do that, but maybe, get a couple matches done earlier, and then you could worry about the other matches later on or something like that. But it is only 2 weeks. Maybe they could just avoid those matches and then play them later. I think it was either last season or the season before that SK had like 12 matches behind everyone. So
yeah.
I'm not sure if people want that to happen again, but we are going live. First round of overtime. Breeze going heaven, throwing a B main counter smoke, flashing instantly as they're basically putting Daps toward the vents again. He gets onto the roof. This is a very, very good counter if anybody peeks, on boost or even below him. And Daps has actually been pretty impressive. He's coming out with a lot of very, very crucial kills for NRG. When he was on Optic, he was just not fragging. Okay, he just was not fragging at all. He gets mollied out of the vents, drops down checkers instantly. Elige going checking a main, sees that it's clear. And this is gonna just be a full A take.
Elige starting to move it, but Marky, he's got a perfect flashbang to help him, but no, Elige puts a stop to that before he can actually get into kills. Now Fugly behind the smoke, so he can't see anything either. He's going to swing in, gets one, but again, Elige is there for the trade out. So it goes 4v2 now as both the B players have to rotate themselves over here for the CT side. Breezy and Daps, well, they're here from the truck angle, but they can't see anything at all. Team Liquid's already ducked into their post-plant positions. Bomb hasn't even gone down yet, just as a note of record here. They need to reapply that smoke, but it'll go onto the floor now. And Daps and Breezy know they don't have a hope in the world of retaking this, so they're just going to let Liquid get the initial round here in OT.
Yeah, and they really don't. Fugly needed to make a play a little bit earlier. PDR was just under too much pressure there. There's too many angles for him to watch. Fugly was probably waiting for somebody to go top red or something like that. Nobody did. Had he pushed through the smoke a little bit earlier, though, he might have been able to save PTR's life. He gets a kill, maybe Fugly gets the next one, and it could have went NRG's way, or at least put it into like a 2v3 or a 2v2 or something manageable. Instead, Liquid takes the first round very convincingly. They, just do a nice A take. They molly out the vents, which is gonna, a lot of the time make people think you're going towards B a little bit. Take away that information from middle, and then just do a full A exec with those wall smokes, those wrap smokes that we saw were so successful for him. Elige getting three of the kills, by the way. Only kills on the board were by Elige. NRG also a little bit of a mistake. If that flash came just a millisecond earlier, I think Marky probably gets 1 or 2 there. Or maybe even if his spray was just a little, more on point.
Well, we do see NRG. Thankfully with those saves, that should put the money situation a little bit more at ease. If they do lose out on the second one, is that still something that has to be dealt with the 10K start instead of the 16K start money. But for the rest of Liquid, again, they sit at the very edge of these B halls right now. 2 players as well sitting outside of A, mainly these squeaky halls. I don't know if they're going to move in to try and fake and then have the other 3 try to push towards B, but there's an even spread across the map anyway, so they will try to be prepared for this one as Flashbangs should allow Marky to get aggressive inside of the squeak halls. They don't spot anything though. They know there's no presence in here. Are they going to detect the actual fake? Again, there's no one moving off of the A site just yet. Finally, you do see that a little bit more of a shift, but it's down towards mid. It's not necessarily very important to be bomb site. Daps, though, gets the first spot of it and even chains together a second kill as he falls back behind the generator push. He'll be safe here for now. Molotov will bounce, though, so he's going to have to jump back up. But again, it doesn't encompass the platform at all, so he's free to get himself up behind the trip stack. This will allow for control from Elige specifically, but he's destroyed by Daps again. He's up to 3 kills now. Breezy finally getting a piece of the action here up on the platform as he shuts down JDM. And with Nitro being the last man standing in a 1v5, not looking likely, so more than likely we'll see this tied again.
Yeah, nobody rotated off NRG at B. I mean, Daps and Breeze just sat there waiting. And again, man, Daps continues to impress. On Optic, he was always bottom of the scoreboard. He was widely criticized for, just not pulling his own weight. And now going up against the guy that actually replaced him on Optic, Stanislaw. I believe he replaced him, did he?
Yeah, because it was...
Or did they get somebody else and then Stanislaw went to in-game leader?
Originally, Stan was cut and they kept Daps, but then they flipped that decision 2 weeks later.
Oh, when they picked up Tarek.
Yeah, when they picked up Tarek.
Okay, so I guess he kind of replaced him, kind of didn't.
Yeah.
It's complicated, right? It's a complicated relationship.
2 weeks for Optic.
But anyways, Daps is impressing. Like I said, was widely criticized for not pulling his own weight, not hitting his shots, not able to get the necessary frags in order to really be on a very, very successful team. But in this match, I gotta say, he has come up big. He's come up and gotten a lot of very, very important frags, especially around those vents area on CT side. And then there we just saw it towards B.
Fugly going to shift himself into A main here too. That's going to push JDM back. If he actually just, well, definitely not going to do it now. As the Molotov and smoke combo rolls in there. NRG again, they'll be allowed to control this zone for the next 30 seconds or so. Fugly specifically being the one pushed up against it. The rest of Team Liquid actually, still looking like they want to try and go for an A play here. They haven't tried to push themselves over to the B halls. They have 0 presence there right now. If NRG wanted to push back in and investigate it, they would be allowed to do so for free. That seems to be changing a little bit more now towards mid, however, as we do see presence shifting in that direction for the Team Liquid players. 3 of their guys has gotten into control here towards mid, with the other 2, again, completely ignoring A main at this point, but virtually just sending everybody else in towards Squeaky. But look at this from Breezy now, going back out on the perfect timing. Spotted 2. There's 1 going for the second. The spray's not necessarily there, so Elige will be able to find the trade on that one. But they spotted the play, so they can rotate the B guys way early because of this one now. Fugly's got a hold over here in the NBK corner, catches 1, and there's no support for the immediate trade. Nitro's still going to get it. Elige got a kill as well, but Marky's here with the truck angle. He's going to chain 2 together, and it's down to Elige. 1 for him. Spots the second player. This is now down to a 1v1. He's got time to pick up the bomb and put it onto the ground, but with Peter already being this close, he's got to be very, very cautious. Just goes for the full commitment, though. Throws that thing onto the ground. Peter holds back, does not decide to immediately challenge it. In fact, he picks up the up, looking for the shot with it. Elige saw him pulling it out a second ago here, and this will allow Peter control of the area behind the red, the site itself. But Elige, he gets the angle, and he will shut it down to allow for Team Liquid to control the scoreline going out of the first half.
Yeah, another big clutch by Elige, just comes up huge. PTR, a bit of a fail there. I mean, he definitely should have been able to trade off his first guy missing those shots, and I think he got in his head a little bit when he missed that shot when Elige, killed his teammate and he peeked and didn't hit that during that spray, as Fugly was on the fence, gets that 1 kill coming out of the door. And the reason I say that is because he pulled out his pistol in a situation where the guy had 100 health, right? And you generally don't do that if you're, confident in your op, right? Especially at an angle like that, where it was basically like a pixel angle. So I think, after he missed that shot, that very, very important shot, a little bit of a misfortunate series of events for NRG because Breeze basically did the same. Usually Breeze is so steady, you don't generally see that out of him. Maybe nerves got the better of him because after that first kill, transferring onto that second kill was very, very shaky. And unfortunately for him, the person he didn't kill was Elige, who has pretty high sensitivity. Actually, I'm not sure if he still does, but he used to have extremely high sensitivity. I'm assuming it still is pretty high, but you know, just whips around and just kills him pretty quickly. I don't even think he took a point of damage, and then ended up getting the 2v1 kill as well, the 2v1 clutch.
So we've got NRG pretty much moving all of their players, with the exception of Fugly, into the B halls right from the beginning of the round. Not even going to attempt to toy around with mid or anything like that. Just sending everybody right over here from the get-go. As they do move in, again, they've got control up until the wraparound point where there could be, in theory, aggression from Team Liquid. They won't spot it this time. Just modeling off the checkers room, holding it to the corner, getting prepared to just go for this and seeing if it will end up working out for themselves. They move in. Liquid aren't going to respond to it. They're, for the most part, behind smoke walls and whatnot, so it's NRG with control, but there's going to be really fast retakes coming in as JDM gets pegged with the smoke there a little bit. Still, it's Breezy to get the kill as JDM's not able to quickly adjust as he pushes in through that smoke. What? Zeus just rolls in there. He's going to be able to find one, very quickly traded out by Marky, and again, Marky and Breeze, the tag team right now, that's handling the whole situation. The other two are sitting way back over there at the edge of the B halls watching for flanks, and it's down to Nitro now. They spot him so quickly, and Breezy again getting yet another kill for himself here. Shuts down Nitro and allows for NRG to tie this up once more now.
Yeah, good round by them. I think that was just like a full B take. And Liquid, though, you know, with their setup as JDM peeks from heaven, very dangerous for him to do. I wonder if B-Main was there. He just runs through the smoke. Lucky to get one kill. So 17-17, Liquid, you know, now they go back to their like early round adaptation. They're going to push A-Main right away. Nitro does not get the kill onto Marky. I'm very surprised Marky got that. And now NRG immediately takes mid control, understands that it's open. And they aren't at 3v4, but they do have positioning right now. And Liquid needs to understand that mid is open and not let these guys, you know, wreak havoc around here and kill somebody in the side or anything like that.
Yeah, Zeus and Stan are still fully plastered over there into B right now with no sign of moving off of it anytime soon. In fact, I think Stan is sitting inside of checkers right now, so he's really committed himself down to the bottom of that one. But NRG are taking a bit of a timeout here. They're sitting back and they're thinking about which way they actually want to send the swords. I mean, it's even either way. We've just now seen a bit more of a rotate off of the A-bomb site a little bit, but it's not fully committed. At least just kind of shifting in between. If he needs to move to B quickly, he can certainly do that now. But NRG do decide at the end of the day to resolve themselves over here into the B-bomb sites, or the B halls, I should say, as they will eventually try to push this up towards the sites. Stan's still sitting in that back corner over there, so he could do massive damage if they don't account for that one. But at the same time, 3 Molotovs. In theory, someone has got to try and toss towards it there to try and get him out safely so that they can get the easy kill. And there you go. There's the molly. That should send Stan out in a second. He tries to delay it, but it's double molly. If he can just wait that one out. Fugly, Zeus though up on top, gets 2 for the trade. So it ends up going 1v2 at the end of the day. Fugly versus the world here, specifically against JDM and Elige. For a second, he even wanted to push himself through the smoke through tree room, but no, just mollies off towards heaven. He'll be able to guarantee himself the plan if he wants to here, but again, we're in overtime now. The money's not really a problem for these T's at the moment. He needs to win it, but now, as time is getting a little bit low, he commits it, spots JDM on the right side, but he was already prepared in that angle because he hadn't peeked it previously, so it's an easy kill for him and an easy 18th round for Team Liquid.
Yeah, and unlucky for Stanislav, I always think that's usually a safe bet to be able to, you know, shoot at least one person in the side being back checkers in any type of a broken round. What I mean by a broken round is, you know, not 5v5 CS. When it's 3v3, 4v4, you know, 4v3 or something like that, you're usually good for 1 or 2 kills there. But they smartly Molotov it out, and, you know, he gets punished. But luckily for Liquid, man, Zeus steps up in a huge way getting those 2 kills. I almost guarantee you if he only gets 1 kill there, they probably end up losing like that 2v2. It's a really, really difficult retake. Now Liquid on game point, 18-17, and NRG backs against the wall. We'll see what they come up with here.
NRG will have to try to take this to double OT now to try and still close out on this map. They want to go for it here. The player's position still in the back, and Nitro, he's been allowed to sneak himself in with this smoke here, waiting for the peek on Peter, just playing it at the very edge of it, trying to give away as little of his own body as possible, and it works out. Sinks the headshot on the Marky, promptly falling back to avoid getting flanked upon there from the squeaky position, as he is kind of alone here right now. We've got Nitro working with Elige at this point, as Elige will just move up there and take the position of his former teammate. But the rest of NRG are frozen. They haven't reacted to this kill at all. They've still got Breezy sitting outside or inside of the squeaky hall, but beyond this, 2 very cautiously right at the edge of A main.
Fugly's still in T-spawn, watching that B push. Picks back up the AK. Dap's getting legged or something like that, but is able to get a kill, puts down to 17 HP. And now we see a little bit of a rotation coming from Stan towards A. They still have two people towards A, though, being Elige and Nitro. So this is still going to be a tough take. But they have one door, 3A main. They're probably going to try to flash Breeze into the site. Or maybe not, because Breeze is actually going to smoke off quad right here.
And with that, he should be able to get himself in here in a moment. The Molotov, though, does get tossed over there from the forklift player. That's Elige helping out with that one a little bit. And Elige, though, doesn't realize he's running through the Molotov. Down at 7 when he exits, but Elige is actually going to end up burning Daps after he finds the trade kill onto Elige. Nitro out, well, he sees the flames over his head, but it doesn't burn him just yet. He's inside. It's a really weird Molotov, but somehow he's still alive right now. Nitro's found that kill. Fugly trades. Nitro's so low, gets the one. He can't get that second one. No way he's able to recover off of that one. And it ends up down at the 1v1. Zeus will have to clutch for Team Liquid if they want to close it out here. Otherwise, we're going to double OT, and he just has a measly little UMP. We've seen this gun do damage at the major, though, and it may be able to clutch out the map for Team Liquid here. Zeus up on top, thinks he can do it, but no, it's Peter again to tie us at 18-18 and take us to a double OT.
Wow, double overtime. Are you kidding me? So, but that was really smart by PTR, man, because everybody jumps on that. Everybody does. So he actually anticipated that and basically, he didn't pre-fire him because he had not, but he looked right towards him, knew what he was doing before Zeus even decided to do it. So doesn't even opt to pick up the AK. Zeus doesn't on his right, and ends up, losing that round to PDR. Yeah, that Molotov was so weird though, man. That literally looked like it landed on his head.
It almost it had a diamond shape sort of, or a triangle shape to where he was positioned. So for some reason, where he was initially standing never got burned, but everything around him did. It was really weird.
Yeah, and I think if you're... See, this is where it gets tough, right? Because I think the way Cash and the way you kind of have to play Cash now, especially on CT side, because T's are just so good at mauling things off when it comes to takes and 5v5 CS, is that you need to take risks and you need to do early round aggression and mid-round adaptation like we commonly see Liquid do. But once you've done a lot of that, and you've consistently done it over and over, it's kind of like you've ran through your playbook, right? It's almost like a T side.
Well, now we can see JDM, gets the early spot into a player peeking, but he just barely edges it out, and he misses that shot, which is now going to send it back into the site. These two from NRG will go, and peekaboo for JDM, but it's a good buy, as he can't find a target to shoot at. Stan is able to trade, but it's another pickup for Fugly here on the NRG side of things. They're sending these two CTs back in tree room. Nitro still has a position up on top in heaven right now, and Molly, well, he had a chance to find Marky in the cross, but just wasn't ready for it there. So Marky swings back in. The flashbang is going to try to catch out the players that are sitting inside of checkers rather unsuccessfully. And again, the Molotov just barely encompasses Marky and Breeze. He bails out his teammate big time there. Marky's able to survive off of that when they drop back in. Nitro, do you realize there's a guy right there? Yeah, he does. He goes for the no-scope. Stan with a second, Marky with a trade, Nitro with yet another kill. So it's Peter to clutch again, but he's stuck in the halls right now, and he's stuck behind a smoke too. He's going to fully commit to that one. Peter rolling in 2-1. There's no way he's getting up towards it in time. The defuse rolls in. He misses the opportunity to get the kill, but still the round is Liquid's.
Wow. I mean, the bomb's planted not in a spot that he could even, have any chance of winning the round at, and he's over by Sunroom, and it just takes way too long to get towards the bomb, and his teammates, on NRG, if your PTR, just collapse over around the site. You do not expect your teammates to die that quickly. They threw that B main smoke down. I think they might have even smoked checkers too, and Nitro gets a ridiculous shot onto Breeze inside that smoke. And now again, JDM opting towards checkers. He loves this spot, and Breeze just shows bomb, dies, but JDM re-peaks for whatever reason and gives up that huge advantage that they had.
He dropped the bomb, but they can't even really properly rotate at the moment due to Daps still being over there inside of the garage. He already picks up one kill here. You have Daps waiting in this position, essentially, and Zeus as well on the CT side to prevent him from moving back out, crushing any attempt at retaking their direction. But when push comes to shove, it's Daps that peeks it again against Zeus, and he wins the battle there too. Zeus goes down. There's only 2 CTs remaining for the Team Liquid side. Both are sitting outside of either heaven or the tree room. Since they're, in terms of a retake, they don't have a lot of diverse angles to work with there. Peter already shutting down Stan, and Nitro, unfortunately, because they lost the first two, both of these rounds, I should say, Economy's going to be a little bit weak, so he does have to try and fall back and save this gun if he can. Picks up that kill. He's still trying to hit his opponent through the door there as he moves back up. He may actually recommit towards this now. Peter is a little bit pushed back, as we can see, but there's still not really a good chance. And now he's found from the backside. He almost looked like he was going to get that kill, but Daps does still close out on the action and allows for NRG to tie us up again at 19 rounds.
Yep, and this is where I get confused. Third round of overtime right now, right? I always end up forgetting. But yeah, so this is the third round of the first half of overtime. Liquid doesn't save their guns, so look at what their buy is. They have 2 M4s and 2 5.7s, but they got a Zeus on Zeus. So maybe he can make that work for him. And they've gone towards B pretty early, twice in a row. JDM kind of failed a bit there. Got 1 kill in those 2 rounds. And now Nitro very aggressive over by A main. There's another odd-looking smoke grenade. I'm wondering, that's the second time they've done that smoke. I'm assuming it's by design at this point.
Oh, we've got the door being swung open there, and Nitro specifically tried to move in to catch the kill. He's looking through the door to see if he can connect on it, but he got Breezy down with 34 HP, but the actual frag itself not to be found. Breezy just promptly falls back further down the halls, and is more than likely going to end up recommitting in a second here, as the rest of NRG is still sitting inside of A main or up on top of that boost. They've got Fugly again watching for a B halls push, but almost certainly this is going to lead into A with the current formation of players unless they make a last-second decision to swing it the other way. In the meantime, over on Team Liquid, again, they've got 3 guys positioned on the site ready for this hit. Smokes and Wanda can still get in the way, specifically for the truck player, but no, he's going to be moving away now, so it's down to 2 here. NRG keeping themselves very, very quiet. They obviously don't know what's sitting on that site just yet, but thankfully, because they've kept themselves so quiet, a lot of the pressure shifted towards mid, and there is a good reason behind this, though, as there's 2 players over here from the T side getting ready to push in here as well. Fugly specifically up on top of the white box, trying to move himself in. Zeus tries to swing out, and we do see Fugly racking up both of those kills. Zeus and Stan both end up going down, but look at Elish up on top. They don't account for him at all. He gets 2 kills, and the third now tries to go for that 4th, but it's not meant to happen, and JDM misses an opportunity to edge out on the daps there just before the end of it. So he's stuck in Z. He does retrieve a UMP, but still 1v2, basically 0 damage done to either one of those Ts. He's got to hope for a miracle here that he can swing in. Thankfully, NRG will at the very least give him control of highway and truck to a certain degree. They're going to kind of let him out here. JDM continuing to take these duels. Does lose a little bit of health in that situation as Daps is brought down to 46 HP. The Molotov's in the way, but he does have an angle on the right that he can swing in through. Gets that kill, moves in. The last one sitting at A main for him now as Fugly's pushed back a little bit. The bomb in the open, but not as much as he needs. As he does swing out there, taps the bomb. Hasn't gotten the peek from Fugly just yet. He's expecting it from the far right side, but it's not meant to be. JDM finding a rifle to play with at least now, and again, Fugly remaining so restrained that it works out beautifully for him as he closes out the 1v1 and allows for NRG to hold control heading into the second half of Double OT, 20-19.
What can you say, Blue? Who was that died there? I think it was Nitro over by the fence. Over peaks a little bit. He should have let Elish take contact a little bit more there. Going into the second round of overtime, Fugly closes out that round with a nice 4K. It was very composed, like you said, onto the Olaf spot, as we call it, at A main. Just, you know, now that they added the wires, you know, to see if people are diffusing,
yeah,
it made it so much better to like do things like jiggle peaks and whatnot. What's going on here, Blue?
I'm assuming we just have to reconnect to the server really quickly.
The server needs a QC.
What?
A QC?
You just learned what that acronym means today, and you're just using it all over the place.
Yeah, QC, I like it. QC means quality check. The production staff constantly has to QC Blue's work.
What the heck?
Because it's so sloppily done at times. Never
just throw me
happens
into
to
the
me.
bus.
Never happens to me. I've never gotten QC'd before.
Well, you know, how do we know?
I'm just messing around.
But yeah, I mean, this game remains very close, and it just doesn't really seem like anybody can get a huge advantage, despite the fact that we saw Liquid winning, like, you know, pretty much the entire second quarter of the regulation time there, as we saw them really.
I know it looked like Liquid was just gonna stomp them after that 5-0, you know, run by NRG at the start of the game, and then just push came to shove, and rounds just kept going back and forth and back and forth. NRG actually made a great comeback on their T side, you know, winning that one round with like 4 USPs and whatnot. Lige just takes a middle peak right away, and beautifully done there.
We'll be back in just a moment, folks. Some technical difficulties obviously to work through there. We have to quality check the server connection.
QC.
Yeah, QC. Sorry.
We have no time for.
We have no time for actually pronouncing things.
Actually, we have a lot of time since the server
the server disconnected.
Yeah.
So I mean, again, just looking at like some of the individual performances here on both sides. We didn't even mention as well coming out of the first overtime itself, but Elige was like monstrous in terms of his overall fragging power. He was hitting at like 38 and 22 or something like that at the end of the first overtime. So it seems like though, if you look at the rest of the team, there wasn't really much impact from anyone else on the roster. It almost seems like it's he alone that's doing most of the work and is really keeping Liquid in a lot of these rounds right now.
Yeah, Nitro had a couple of the rounds, but Stan's been very quiet. And in their first, I think it was like 4 matches, he really was taking over and playing really, really well, especially just frag-wise, clutching, back and forth, tons of different rounds. And now he's a little bit more quiet, and I think that's hurting Liquid a lot. And a lot of that might be because they're using Zeus instead of Pimp, and Zeus might not just be fitting into Pimp's roles like 1-to-1, right? So it makes everything a little bit more confusing, and it makes everybody else a little bit more uncomfortable, right? Because obviously Pimp and Zeus don't have the same skill set; they're very different players, right? So it just kind of makes everybody a little bit uneasy and not comfortable. So that might be why. Having said that, it seems like Elige has performed so well on LAN, but online he usually is just like another player. Like honestly, he's usually not Liquid's best player online or anything like that. He's usually just their best player on LAN, and it's just way better on LAN than he is online. But now it seems like he's playing online like he does on LAN, and just like carrying this Liquid team at times and putting up these huge numbers.
All right, guys. Well, we are still working on fixing things with the GoTV really quickly, but while we are doing that, we're going to send things over to a short break, so stick around. As soon as we have things fixed, we'll be coming back to you with the conclusion of this match.
it's important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
With the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
We play for the legacy. We play for the prestige. We play for the glory. We play for one goal.
Whoa, he got out! He goes down, and Pierre is in the form of his life. He was a shakeup!
All right, well, welcome back again, ladies and gentlemen. We're here at the ESL Pro League. We do apologize, of course, for the delay with this match. A couple problems with the server popping up, which we're working on getting resolved very, very shortly. Still here with Dazed, of course, and while we are waiting for that match to resume, we're going to take a look at some replays and see how we got to the current state. You didn't miss anything as far as I'm aware. We're still 20-19 currently, but let's take a look at some of the action. Dazed, take us through this.
I'm a little disappointed. I was hoping it was going to be the replay of Sick doing his Mountain Dew League promo again. That's my favorite replay that we see all the time. Quite a few anti-eco kills so far. Beautiful anti-eco kills. What do you want me to take us through, bro?
I'll just take us through this match. What happened in this match? We're going through it.
Okay.
Fast forward.
For those of you that haven't been here, all right, NRG went up 5-0. Then they lost 12 out of the next like 13 rounds or something like that, right? And it was like 12-6 maybe. And NRG came back on their CT side. And forced overtime, and then overtime has just been back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So that's pretty much what you missed.
Yeah, in overtime, it seems like nobody can really hold a solid lead. Liquid, we've been seeing Elige obviously take like huge steps forward. He's still been fragging out so far in this map. Nitro showing up here and there, but for the most part, it's definitely been his show. Meanwhile, the NRG side, it seems actually pretty even. A lot of the guys carrying their weight. I think Peter was more of a highlight player, especially at the beginning. In the first 5 rounds, he went like 8-0 or something like that right at the start.
Yeah, he was 9-1 at the start.
Yeah, so he had a huge beginning to this map himself, and then kind of fell off a little bit near the middle. But in OT and specifically towards the end of it, I think he clutched out to take this in double OT and had quite a few impacts towards the end of regulation time too. So we've been seeing some good stuff from both sides, just that nobody can really take the edge right now and actually close out.
Yeah, Fugly had a big round, that nice 4K on the 1v1 at the end versus JDM, I think it was, when he was at the OAuth position in A main. Yeah, that was a big round by him. And it's overtime now, and this is like where like every team has seen everything that the other team has, right? Everybody they've seen their set strats, right? They've seen their fakes. They've seen their CT side setups. They've kind of seen it all. So this is kind of where the gloves come off. And a lot of the time you see, you know, people take it upon themselves to just say, as an individual, hey, I can kill this guy at B. Hey, I could go outdoor and kill this guy at A. If you're CT side, I could PK main and take control and kill this guy. You know, things like that. That's really where a lot of the time this type of an overtime strategy turns into. And as of now, it's anybody's ball game. I can't remember which side everybody's on right now, though. I think Liquid's going to be on the T side, down 1 round for the second half of OT. But this has been a pretty long break. So I don't know. I actually think that probably favors NRG just because they are up that 1 round. They only need 1 round to at least tie it, and they're really going to be able to analyze, you know, what Liquid has been doing, get a really good setup, maybe show something different if they need to. But yeah, this has been a really good game so far.
Yeah, and obviously Liquid's going to have to come into this one, hopefully resetting themselves a little bit. Thankfully, it's right at the beginning of a half as far as I'm aware, so things should be nice and clean with regards to that one. And it does look like that the resets now, guys, that I think we are finally going live with it. So we should be able to jump completely in game here and see between these two teams which is finally going to be able to take the edge. NRG currently leading the way at 20 rounds. Liquid, however, right behind them at 19. So we see those investments rolling. And, well, let's take a look and see which team is going to start off with the advantage here in the second half of overtime. Number 2. Excuse me, I had to like finish that sentence there. But yeah, so it's overtime number 2, second half as we go into it right now. Potential for the third overtime, obviously, if it ties at 21, or the team that gets up to 22 first will just outright win it. So let's take a look and see how things are going to begin. Again, your fairly standard setup here for Team Liquid right at the beginning of it, and it's a pretty similar start as well for the NRG side. Nothing too crazy happening here.
Yeah, full default right now. One guy is in like T-spawn? Or is that like a decoy or something like that?
No,
oh, there he is. He's setting up the Z-smoke. Okay. I was a little bit curious what the heck he's up to over there.
So he'll line that up over towards Z and get that one out towards mid if they want to move in for control here, which again, they've got JDM boosted up towards it right now. Molotovs and whatnot starting to get tossed over here too. Still a minute on the clock, of course, but you do need to move in for a little bit of control, and for the most part, NRG are going to be absent when it comes to defending mid. They will allow it to be pretty much taken for free. Holding Peter and Z to a certain degree, obviously not very actively at all, just keeping him in the backside there. But beyond that, it's really only been Elige that's been deployed here. The rest of the guys from Team Liquid have pushed themselves into the B halls. They're getting prepared for a big execute in here. In fact, well, there they go. Molotov's one up, bouncing back in on that platform. Breezy, there's nowhere safe for him. He's sent to the mini pit, ducking back down, and this is going to be rough now as he's really the only one in this bomb site. Peter has to rotate. He does catch a trade, so it goes 2 for 1 initially on the push inside. Breezy the only one that's dropped, but oh, Nitro loses his speed on the jump there. That's an easy shot for Peter to sink. He is hit with a Molotov, so he is forced to kind of fall back here temporarily, but still, this goes 2v4 for the retake. Daps is already on the cusp of a flank against JDM. Another free kill for the guys on the CT side here. Elige now alone. He's got 1, but he needs 3 more. There's the first, trying to go for the second and fully committing himself to the spray, but that leads to his own death as Peter's able to get the read and finish the job to allow for NRG to get up to match point.
Yeah, a very winnable round by Liquid, but Nitro messes up his jump. He tried to like bunny hop, I think, maybe towards, you know, getting the plant, but instead just jumps basically straight up like he's on a pogo stick or something like that, and straight up into the air, and Peter gets the easiest shot on him right here. And that really made the round very easy for NRG to win. If that doesn't happen, all of a sudden Nitro plants the bomb, Elige is able to watch A main. That means JDM could focus on the flank. I think Liquid probably would have won that round. Now NRG on game point, 19-21. They set up in another default setup, and another thing they did is they pop flashed A main right when that B exec was happening. So even though Breeze went 1 for 1, the rotate was very, very fast. They got there quickly. PTR was heaven. He was able to get 1 kill and stay alive. Daps was on a quick flank. So Liquid had an opportunity, but a couple slight mistakes, not going quite early enough, hurt them as well.
Well, we are seeing the guys, again, here hanging back, and Peter obviously just going off on Team Liquid as they do try to move out for that mid control. Already 2 kills in his advantage. That's both Zeus and Stan have gone down. Again, not necessarily the biggest fraggers, but it's still impacting itself. Elish himself positioning back over here in mid, pushed up against the white box itself. So he's the one that has control here, but actually getting up to the site is where things are going to prove to be a lot more difficult. Marky does wait on the edge, and actually nobody's watching out for this right now, so it's a free pickup for Elish on the way up here. He's going to start it up. It doesn't account for Fugly. Back behind the Toxic Barrels, immediately traded out. Down to 2 now for the guys on Team Liquid. Thankfully, the defenses on A are still very weak. They are in the process of rotating more back up, but it's very defensive right now, and they're basically just going to let them into playing for a full retake, essentially. And they have Breezy working his way in on a flank through the squeaky hallway. He'll be in position in about 10 seconds or so, but there's JDM now with the op. He's going to be able to find 1 pickup. It goes 2v3. Nitro's still very securely held back over here from the quad position 2, trying to help out, and he sees that door open, so to prevent Breezy from just a free path outside. He waits for it, but no, Breezy, he's going to grab that kill. JDM hits Breezy through the wall, though, brings him down to 35 HP. They're on the way to the defuse. The Molotov's going to go way too deep, and Breezy will catch that kill against JDM, which will finally shut things down, ladies and gentlemen. 22-19 is going to be the final scoreline, and it'll be NRG that end up taking the match at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised, man. I mean, I thought that was going to definitely go Liquid's way, especially how well they started, you know, out after that 5-0 deficit, just rolling. I mean, NRG had a great comeback there, able to force it into overtime, and then just a lot of really good individual plays, I think, in a lot of rounds. Big 4Ks coming up from individuals there. Pete going at the end, getting it 2 entries right away, and really closing out well.
All right, guys, so we are going to send things back over to the analysis desk to break down what happened there in map number 1. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Blue. Now, breaking down map 1, what did happen there? I mean, if you're Liquid, you're wondering. You were looking pretty good. You kind of shut down NRG for a long period of time, and then the Beast awakens in the second half, and NRG kind of took over.
It's unexpected how well that Team NRG was playing. I thought Team Liquid would actually take this one pretty, easily, but after Team NRG was up 5-0 and then started losing rounds after that, it's like, okay, yeah, Team Liquid hit their stride, they're about to hit their shots, but NRG kind of just slowed it down. They stuck it through, and they eventually won in the end. I mean, Peter had some big rounds, some clutches and everything. I mean, the whole team played well. Just some sloppy re-peaks, post-plants, but I thought NRG looked like the better team overall.
Yeah, there were a few minor mistakes. Like Daze pointed out there that, one round in overtime where Nitro's trying to leap onto the site, he ends up jumping straight up in the air. It's a small mistake that has drastic repercussions. They lose the bomb. Now they have one less player. They have to push back into the site again, so there's going to be a weak spot somewhere else, and it allows the flank to come in, and the whole round crumbles off of that 1 kill. And it was situations like that continue to occur where Liquid would find themselves at a disadvantage because of a small mistake.
Yeah, even though Zeus is playing in for Pimp, Team NRG did make, as you say, a lot of mistakes. I felt like, especially after the post-plant or lead up to the plant, they're just lazy peeking, they're re-peeking. It's just, it felt like a lower tier kind of thing in a way, to where they shouldn't be making these kind of mistakes. It should be more of executes, or maybe they missed their shot or something. But just random re-peaks is just, you can't do that at a high level when you have oppers and just people just hitting their shot instantly. You can't do it.
All right, so we do have some replays here ready for you in round 15. You picked this one from the pack. Why don't you tell us why? Explain what's going on.
So in this round, Team NRG went back to their slow pace as Zeus. I picked this one because of the round before this, Zeus was in the same spot and he gets smashed by Team NRG, okay? And then he hides in the same spot again and he gets 2 kills. So I thought that was some nice mind games by Zeus. Hey, they can't pick me out here again, They probably won't expect me. But even though Team NRG loses this round, I find it that their slow pace worked a lot more in their favor than the fast kind of explode with nades. And so they kind of went back to their roots, and I think Nitro over-peaked, or not Nitro, Pugly he kind of peaked too early on that post-plant, and that's like one of the post-plant problems that they were having, just peaking when they shouldn't have been peaking. He has a good position in B entrance, let kind of work off your opera a little bit. It was Peter that was in the bomb site, and you don't have to really, like hand over that kill so easily.
Now that was when, NRG had kind of given the game back to Liquid, but deeper into the game, round 30, NRG started to bring it back, and they're looking like they're gonna, take it to OT. Explain what's going on here in round 30.
So when we go round 30, I like this round because Team NRG decided to do something a little different than their normal CT side. As you see right there, they're pushing B. You see Breezy pushing the middle, just being very aggressive on a very important round, and it pays off for them. Like they kind of mixed it up at the right time, and it caught Team Liquid completely off guard, and it was a nice round. I thought that was a pretty cool play to watch.
All right, so I have one more thing for you here. You had said that was going to be a bit of an easy game for Liquid, so I made you a gift. You were looking pretty hungry. I figured you could have a snack. So why don't you go ahead and eat your words as we get ready to jump into the next match. Now, unfortunately, because of some of the technical issues that popped up, we are not going to be seeing the second map between Liquid and NRG. We're going to be jumping into the next best of two, I guess you could say, the next two matches between CLG and LG. But we are going to throw it to a break first, and when we come back, we will have more of ESL's Season 5 of the Pro League in just a bit.
We play for the legacy. We play for the prestige. We play for the glory. We play for one goal.
Whoa, he got out! He goes down, and Peter is in the form of his life. He was a shakeup! Cheated! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL shots in a row. Phoenix about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, Phoenix!
Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW.
He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
All right, boys and girls, thanks for sticking with us through the break there, as we did just watch Liquid play their first match against NRG. It was on cash. It went the distance and then some. Unfortunately, we had to bail on the series.
Impressive. You know, that's what we do. He's got to bail on them, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, the reality is there was issues. So we're going to be jumping into the second match of the night, the match between Liquid and NRG. The second map, which I think was Cobble, that's going to be played off stream. So unfortunately, you guys are just going to have to guess. But we will have CLG versus LG coming up next. And we've got the LG roster here. We can pull it up in the graphic. Now, what are your impressions of LG? I know you said you haven't seen too much of them play.
I've watched a little bit. They seem very aggressive on their CT. Like, on some maps, they love to push. They love to push peak, use Yell as an opper. You know, he's a very solid opper that I've seen. He's up and coming, or at least it feels like he's up and coming. I don't know how long he's been around, but he's pretty good. He's pretty good.
At least in the reputation side.
Yeah.
You know, up and coming doesn't necessarily mean he was like some pleb player in the past and he has no career. It just means that as far as we're concerned, what we've seen from him is relatively small. We saw Luminosity play through Mountain Dew League last season. They were like #1 team throughout most of the season. They really only had a small amount of competition in the form of TSM until playoffs. And then they actually lost their first playoff game, I think it was, to Rush, which was a huge surprise to a lot of people. Rush also ended up qualifying for Pro League, off to a bit of a rough start themselves. LG, though, you know, they look like a really good team all season long. Like you said, the op presence is really strong for them. And Yell, just another in a string of many dominant Brazilian oppers. Must be something in the water down there.
Something down there. I mean,
but
so many.
In general, like, yeah, the team does play somewhat aggressive, kind of risky play at times, but coming into the season, I expect to see some of that kind of fall by the wayside. I don't think they're going to keep playing that way at the higher levels because they can't get away with it as much.
You can't. I mean, if you play against a team that they hold their angles, they're going to sit back, they're going to try to trap you if you're going to be always pushing all the time. So just watch out for that. You know, you have to mix it up.
Now, this is just footage from their first week in Pro League. They had a pretty rough loss against Immortals. It was 0-2 to, I think it was 0-2, but it was close games. I think it was like 19-17 in the first map, 16-10 in the second. It wasn't like blowout games. Yeah. We knew that it was going to be close. We did kind of think that Immortals would take it in the end. And then we saw them play their second match against Renegades. And a bit of a close game in the first map. They took over in the second as well. So they've brought things to an even 2-on-2. So a little bit better performance from them, one of the teams coming in from MDL. Do you think that they have enough firepower to beat your boys from CLG?
I think they have the firepower. I think what CLG has advantage over like a team like Luminosity is they're pretty organized. One thing that hopefully CLG does not do is fall into like a routine or like a robotic kind of style where you'll notice if you watch some CLG matches is they always lead with like a smoke or a flash. Like every time they hit something, they'll always throw some kind of utility. So it kind of gives it away in a little bit to where you always see something coming before they come. So in order to mix it up, I would like to see CLG to do more of like lead with the op on Kusta, have someone hop out and then him just op an angle instead of always tossing a nade or a flash or anything. And they'll add a little more elements to the surprise of for Team CLG, you know, like use some of their op game like Kusta and stuff like that. Have them out.
Not much of a poker face from CLG.
No, not really. But I think hopefully in time they, you know, with the amount they practice, they'll do it.
Now, we heard some of the names there that you mentioned, but we'll go ahead and take a look at the rest of the members of CLG. It's Cutler, Ethan, Kusta, Hazed, and FNS. Now, Hazed obviously coming in more recently, was on the team.
Now he's back.
He was off the team for only a few weeks. I think he left the team right around the beginning of the year.
It was like, yeah, it was at the start of the year. I think they've been playing with FNS for probably less than a month, I think, and now he's back, temporarily or permanent. I guess time will tell, depends how well they do. He's a pretty cool guy. He's pretty level-headed. So, you know, I think he seems like a pretty good player.
Yeah, I mean, he's a smart player, definitely. They lost, you know, what was potentially a promising young player in Sabrosa. They kind of took a gamble. He didn't have a whole lot of experience, so Sabrosa just, out of the blue, kind of decided he didn't want to play anymore. I don't know if there was chemistry issues with the team or what have you. We really don't know a whole lot of the backstory, and even the players themselves were kind of blindsided by it.
They were kind of surprised that he made this. I mean, it's maybe pin and talks. I don't know too much about the information, but I know that that CLG has been putting in a lot of work. They've been playing 10 hours a day, every single day, and after a while, that can take a toll on some people. And Sabrosa was, you know, he didn't want to be in that kind of lifestyle where he's playing 10, 12 hours a day, every day.
Now, the maps are going to be Cache and Overpass. As someone who's seen firsthand just how much CLG plays, what can we expect from CLG on Cache?
So one thing that I like to look at for Cache is on one of the replays, they like to do a lot of T defaults, slow it down, and then in this one particular, you will see that Sabrosa or Hazed will be tossing a lot of utility towards B, trying to keep 2 people at B, while FNS and Naughty will kind of hold the A main and just kind of, you know, wait the nades, make them use utility. And what they're going to be doing here is a slow, like, mid to A pinch. And this works so well because it forces Winter Fox to play passive, and pretty much it allows CLG to have a lot of map control. As you see here, they're like spamming around. They're using Molotovs. And as I said before, they're going to smoke. They're in a Molotov. You know this is coming. And what Winter Fox did wrong on this round is they played too passive. If you count 5, 10 nades in middle, you hear like 5 flashes, you hear 2 smokes, you hear Molotovs. You want to take over another part of the map if you don't have the utility for the retake. As you see, there's no utility on Winter Fox. I mean, they have a couple flashbangs, but that's pretty much it. And they're literally about to be pinching this A-bomb site, as you see. See Cutler's coming in, and then FNS on the highway. He's about to peak, and CLG played a pretty good round this round. I mean, I like it because it changed the pace. They took mid, they waited, they crept up. He should have got a kill here, but in the end, it was a very good play, very nice round by CLG, and they end up winning the round because of it.
I mean, it's very slow, classic, traditional, methodical CS. Just kind of like gaining control of the map piece by piece. They use a lot of utility as well, like a ton of nades are thrown out. If you watch like smoke, flash, fake smokes and flashes at B, Molotovs on B, they're not even executing there. They're basically just throwing everything they have.
I think it's pretty good, though, in some sense.
So looking at that, what are your predictions for map 1, for Cache? Is it going to be CLG or is it going to be LG that comes out on top?
Oh, geez. You know, I want to say CLG wins on Cache. But then on Overpass, I think Luminosity has the edge on that one.
All right, well, I think the players are getting ready to go, so we'll throw it over to the caster's desk where we've got Blue and Daze standing by.
All right, well, thank you very much indeed. Yeah, we're getting ready to jump into this one now, as we're going to be skipping that second map on the Liquid matchup and heading straight over to the LG one. So, Daze, let's get some opening thoughts on this matchup now.
Well, COG, I believe right now is 4-0, right?
Yeah, I think they had a pretty clean start.
Okay, 3-1. 3-1. They dropped 1 to maybe Winter Fox or Selfless, I'm not sure. But they have a really good record right now, and I think LG is a beatable team for them. And I think this is going to be very, very critical in their season if they want to make playoffs. I did not have them making playoffs. But if they could actually like 2-0 LG, this is going to be one of those matches where they're going to look back at the end of the season and be like, this was a winnable game. These are the games that we need to win if we want to make playoffs. Okay. And same thing for LG. Like both these teams, we're not really sure how they match up against each other. I'm definitely not. If I had to give like very early predictions, I think LG has a slight edge just from what I've seen from the two teams, but I think both teams could definitely beat each other and both teams could definitely best each other here.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like, guys, we are going to be heading back over towards Cache again, so you guys get to see more of that. It was Cobblestone last week, and while we're supposed to have Cobblestone again in that last matchup, but we seem to have dodged it, so that's the first time we actually had a set where there wasn't a Cobblestone matchup so far, even though technically there still was.
I'm a bit surprised Cobblestone's so just consistently played, because it's one of those maps where if I feel I'm a lot better than the other team I'm playing against, I wouldn't want to play Cobble. You know, it's one of those type of maps. I wouldn't be like I feel it's a very upset heavy map. So because of that, apparently the Bears eating pizza over there, making me really hungry right now. But anyways, for this game, I think the teams are going to be pretty, close together. I think this is going to be a tough match, easily winnable game for both of them.
All All right, well, we are going to find out about that, guys, as soon as these teams are readied up. To talk more, though, about like some highlightable players now, Hayes coming back into it. I mean, Hayes has been obviously off the team for a little bit. We kind of saw him floating around. I think he filled in for another roster temporarily. It was like 1 or 2 games, though. It was like a fill-in. Yeah, it was like a fill-in position. And now he's coming back onto this roster now. Do you think much has changed? Or do you think he's actually going to sink in pretty quickly, considering he's been under FNS previously, and he's been on this team as of recently a few weeks ago?
No, I think he'll probably fit in right away. I think he knows how to play CS with these guys, with FNS and Cutler. And, Kusta kind of plays their brand of Counter-Strike as well. And now that all of a sudden they have, 4 guys on their team that are very, very experienced, and Kusta, Hayes, Cutler, and FNS, and they're kind of just working with one unexperienced player in Ethan, and that's going to be a big difference than working with 2. Just a huge difference, actually. I believe Ethan's leading their team in stats right now, throughout the season. He's playing very, very well. Last season, I thought he didn't really hold his own weight. Understandable, being a very young player, being his first season of Invite. Completely understandable. But this season has come out very, very strong. Seems to be a much improved, better version of what he was last season. I think Hayes will fit right in. I think he knows how to play CS with these guys, and he knows how to play CS in general, just, when it comes to playing CS in a system and playing CS, not like super puggy or anything, but playing like in a team atmosphere.
Yeah, then meanwhile, on the Luminosity Gaming side, the big highlightable player, I think, obviously, we've only seen them in some brief online tournaments and maybe 1 or 2 LAN events so far. They haven't really managed to bring themselves on that step up to another big LAN event just yet. But the one that we've heard the most about, people posting clips to Reddit and what have you, has definitely been Yell. He's been the one that's shown up as the opera for this team, having some significant impact. There's been others, too. This is still a very good base for a team these guys are building up, but they really have yet to prove themselves in a big arena. I think that's what they're going to be trying to accomplish here in the ESL Pro League. And it does look like, guys, that potentially things will be getting started in a second as we're cracking the teams and whatnot. So any moment now, and possibly right now, we are finally going to be jumping into this map now here on Cash between these 2 teams.
Yeah, and I think LG has done everything you could ask of them, right? They came into Premier. I believe they won it, didn't they?
Yeah. Yeah, they got first. I'm trying to remember exactly how they got moved up.
Well,
I think they won it, right?
I believe they won it because they didn't play a relegation match to get in. So I think they won it. So they did all they could do in Premier, right? And then, now you're coming into Invite. What are your goals for this season? If I was them, my goal would be to make playoffs. That would be my goal, as they triple push mid here.
Well, we can see the guys from LG, or CLG, I should say, having their position on the outside, but the CTs try to get aggressive, but it's immediately found out by Cutler. He'll take down Destiny. SHZ, in the meantime, waiting on the outside here towards mid, trying to see if he can frag anybody out as well, but Cutler tries to chase that one down again, not being met with a lot of success, but in the meantime, the guys from CLG already able to flood their way over here into the B-bomb site to take control of that. Smoke is imperfect, so Showtime has a bit of an angle to work through onto that one, just being unable to find players on the cross itself. Now SHZ sitting over here on the backside, trying to tap away from up top, but again, nothing to be seen right now. CLG are playing back very passively. Again, 4 players still up and running for LG, so it's certainly possible for them to get a retake, but with these positions, it's certainly not going to be easy as they do swing in. There's 2 frags immediately for the LG side, but 2 more for CLG. SHZ up on top, though, is making a contest for this, down at 27 HP, but him and PKL have brought it down to just FNS, who's behind the vent grate right now, but he does have the perfect plant positions where he can jump back down, and he knows this, so he swings in, double tap onto PKL to eliminate him, and now it's just SHZ left alive, wasting so much time right now. FNS has the advantage, and he is going to close out to allow for CLG to control the pistol here on Cash.
Yeah, very shaky on that post plant, but FNS plays that 2v1 really, really well. You see he didn't panic. He didn't give away his position early on. He waited until he tapped the bomb, and even then he waited another second or 2, dropped down the vent, gave him a quick 2 taps to the head, stays alive, and it's pretty much an impossible situation for to lose that 1v1. So now anti-eco, a lot of people like to do A main mollies. We'll see if they offer that. Yell with the deagle, everybody else with pistol armor, just 1 flash on PKL. So Showtime challenging B. He has all the information in the world to be hazed only on 30 HP. Falls back with 2 A main, 2 near T spawn, 1 watching middle, and 1 watching door push. So a very, very slow start for this round for CLG.
Well, now we do see CLG again inside of A main. not having moved in towards anything yet. Again, still in that default setup. Plenty of time to work with here, but obviously just playing it slow in the second round to avoid losing any of their players here, as LG can be a little bit tricky. Any CTs really can be a little bit tricky on that force up there, and you want to be as clean as possible as you do head into that first gun round to make it easier for you to rebuy should your opponents end up winning that first gun round itself. Again, though, Cutler just kind of poking in through the doorway to see if he can find anybody peeking on that edged angle, but not to be the case. And for the majority of the rest of this T side here, they are going to fall back and again plunge themselves in towards the B halls and try to make a push over in that direction. Only PKL sitting there to defend it right now. You've kept Cutler along with FNS sitting on the outside here, just to deploy utility into the bomb site itself to throw things off a little bit. We can see the smoke tossed in by Cutler a moment ago, and well, FNS is just going to make some noise essentially, but it's worked beautifully. He's got 4 players sitting here from the A-bomb site. In the meantime, over on B, there's only 1 here to defend it, and that again is still going to be PKL at the moment. So they'll swing it. He's out in the open. Easy pickings for Ethan. They'll shut him down, and that's already the site under full control of the T's.
Perfect anti-eco by CLG. They take their time. They don't overcommit towards A. They sniff out that it's a stack, immediately go back to B. FNX keeps them at A as he's hunting for these ecos, gets Yell, and also gets, I believe it was Showtime, as a 3K already on this round. Destiny with the CZ indoor, trying to save. But that was a very, very well placed anti-eco for CLG, and it also sets them up for this next anti-eco. If they want, they could just do like an A molly take, you know, fake like they're doing the same thing, then actually do the A molly take this time, instead of just faking it with FNS.
So now with Destiny just being the last one standing here, he does end up putting himself over here inside of the Squeaky Hall's position back as the rest of CLG kind of move around to look for him. It doesn't look like actually anybody is going to be able to spot him. Nope, I correct that. Destiny doesn't moving out all the way. Takes on FNS, so he's going to be able to escape with the UMP. He'll have a little bit of a boost going into it, but that's really the only gun that these guys are going to carry into this round. It'll be pretty much a full save beyond that. And again, we can see just how quickly this round did end itself there, as we had FNS making noise over there in A, along with him and Cutler, just really tossing in smokes and whatnot to make it seem like the hit was going to come to that site. And while they only had PKL to defend, and he didn't last very long, wide open there on B, so it was very easy for CL to just waltz right in and get that bomb on the ground to make it an easy second round.
Yeah, mollied the headshot angle, which is the really problematic spot if somebody has a deagle. Takes him out of that spot, and now instant A main take with 5 A main. Ethan just scouting it out. Here comes the mollies. He's going to probably run out to fork, basically clearing everything. Doesn't see anybody highway. Peeks towards the A site. Mollies everywhere. Site clear, and now just a very, very easy round for CLG.
So Finesse, again, picking up those 3 kills. It's down to PKL sitting in A main, but not a lot of hope considering the damage that's already been done. PKL, if he goes to this peak, more than likely, it'll be an easy 4th kill for FNS, as he just sits back on those steps and waits for an exit, basically. Again, ultimately, though, it just becomes another 3rd round for CLG, as they're going to push right through this with very little problems at all. I mean, losing those 1 or 2 players in the first couple of rounds here, so they're looking very clean to start out this half.
And they have a good system right now, like the order of operations. You notice on their first anti-eco, before Cutler opens the door, the pop flash comes out to fork. Had anybody have been fork, he would have, at least made them hide, gotten information, or if they were all the way on the left, his left, like on top of the catwalk or something, just a very, very easy kill. So they're, then they go towards B, and even though it's late in the round, they throw the smoke CT, they molly the headshot, molly's out PKL. I think it was, no, not PKL. I think it was just Showtime maybe? I'm not sure. But anyways, they mollied out that player there, got that kill, and now we go into this first gun round. They keep 2 umps, 3 AKs. Quick A main push for LG. 3 pushing A main, 1 pop flash from Yell. So this is a pretty big risk by them, but it's working out beautifully for them. They make it 3v5 right away. Cutler's in the door. Here's how many are there. Ethan running back towards A main to get the bomb, and nobody else is in position to do anything. So those 2 kills, making it 3v5 like that, was basically for free. Just instant.
The rest of CLG actually isolated outside of this one too. Very good control. Yell even finding hazed up on the boost up spot there too. So he's gone down to the ground. Ethan and Cutler, the last 2 standing. If they try to go in A main though, that's a beautiful setup from LG. They're gonna have to try to somehow get past, and I don't really see a clean way to do it. There you go. SHZ perfectly set up, and he's gonna combo both of those remaining kills against CLG back to back to immediately put LG on the board here on the first gun round. There is still money left over for CLG to rebuy, but that'll get drained out pretty quickly here.
Yeah, lots of money. I think they might even be able to afford not just this round, but they might force, even if they do lose this round, you know, 2600, 2400, 1700, 1100, and 450, you know, left. They might just opt to buy in this next round, even if they lose this one. But LG winning that round cleanly like that is huge for their economy. Usually when you have a bad half, like a really bad half, as Kusa just runs in main and gets a free pick on the SHZ. That was awesome.
So it just rolls up and immediately CLG are off to a swinging start for themselves. That's basically brought it down to just Destiny and Yell as the only two here on the A site trying to defend things. For CLG, well, they don't really seem confident in pushing in just yet, despite the fact that they have gotten that first kill. They're still trying to set themselves up with smokes and whatnot. Player up on top is yet to reveal himself. I think that's SHZ. That could do some damage, or apologies, it's Yell, excuse me. He does end up falling back, though, and away from this situation currently. Destiny's still sitting over here in the NPK corner. No one's seen him just yet either, so they're actually holding a decent amount of control as the guys from CLG are just trying to push their way forward, but the smoke is in the way. It's causing some real problems for them as they swing back in. There's Ethan with the first one. Destiny's able to line up one. He almost gets a second, actually, but is traded up by Ethan before more damage can be done. Showtime, though, just waltzing right up, gets one, traded up by Cutler, and PKL is still way over here on the B bomb site for some reason, so he is going to end up calling this one off and saving, and that will allow CLG to retake control here, going up 4-1.
Yeah, that was a pretty odd round. That was pretty awesome by Kusa, though. Runs into A main right away. I think they tried to throw the molly to mess up the smoke as well. Kills the guy, you know, SHZ running to fence. I mean, he's literally running there at the start of the round as fast as he can. But Kusa's spawn is just so good that he catches him off guard. And then CLG like creeps up into A. Doesn't do anything for so long, just sits there and holds and holds and holds and holds like behind red and whatnot, and then finally decides to take the site. But that was sick.
There's the frag again, just dominating him with a beautiful spawn there. And it follows them into an actual very successful site take as well. It takes a minute for them to actually get onto the site, but when they do finally get rid of that smoke that was blocking the cross outside of the squeaky doorway over towards quad and whatnot, it goes a lot better for these guys. And again, you got the spray from Ethan early on here. Not really any damage to account for. Destiny brought down by 20. That's about it, though. And we can see them try to boost up one. There's a 2-stack here for the CTs. Kusta actually, he spots it, though, so he falls back, lets his team with the rifle do more of the work. Still, actually, I think gets that kill. As we can see, both him and Cutler picking those up. They did trade onto Cutler, but still 4v3, and the remaining members of LG still sitting on just upgraded pistols so far. The action in mid very much, oh darn it, the action in mid pretty much dissolved completely, but hopefully we can get this fixed really quickly and resume with the game. For now, you get to see our beautiful faces in a moment here.
Well, that's pretty disappointing, Blue. That's pretty disappointing. ESA has been having some problems lately. We were playing Rank S earlier tonight, or last night, and it happened as well. The servers were crashing and whatnot, and people said it has been happening recently, like pretty often. So they need a QC, man. Charles needs to get in there and give him a QC.
A nice little quality check on the servers.
Needs a QC.
So obviously, guys, again, admins and whatnot will be working on resolving that pretty quickly. I'm assuming that we'll just go on a replay on that one, but obviously more info on that when we do have a definitive decision because of how the way things are getting played out with that last match. But again, for anybody that is just joining us, we're in the midst of CLG versus LG, off to a pretty quick start here. Like we said, CLG actually taking really good control right from the start. They did lose that first gun round, but then traded it back immediately, so they're looking good to kind of hold control of the situation for most of the early portion of this match so far here on Cash.
Yeah, pretty conservative, you know, by LG to save there. I think they might have had enough money to scrape together a buy, but I guess, you know, knowing that CLG had a lot of money since they didn't really die much, they were like, hey, you know, we can't put them on a force or anything, so let's just save. Already 5-1 though. Now LG getting into the buy. Everybody's so late out of spawn though. I don't know what's going on there. So we are live. They set up in a complete default right now, and that hurts LG a lot because you don't want to set up in any type of a default when you just have no money like this. You want to do something like whether you're pushing a main or whatever. CLG setting up for a full exec right away. They're going to throw stuff outside a door, but this counter boost is going to be pretty unexpected, I think, for the CLG, you know, team.
Well, I can hear SHZ moving across there.
It's a good point, Blue.
So they may think something is up with that boost position in a moment here, considering how quickly he went for it. Regardless, those CLG are getting ready to move themselves back in. There's a good flash that'll hold them back for a couple seconds here. About 3 to 4 extra moments that they'll have to prepare for this one. Again, though, CLG remaining very passive. Destiny's up on the top corner here, and SHC keeping his teammate alive for now, but not for very long. Destiny's gone down, as has SHC, so it's Yell sitting in the corner now, spraying into one, trying to go for more, but it's not going to work out, and it ends up being a 1v3 at the end of the day. PKL being the one to try and clutch this out for LG, but ultimately, as he moves up to the truck, there's nothing to be seen in the open, and moving in, he'll find himself having a really hard time of actually doing this, but it does look like he's actually going to attempt it. He won't just immediately fall back and save. Spots the one play on the peak that will bring the highway guy back, though, or potentially into Z, just to cut him off there, which seems to be the more likely of the two options in a moment here, since he is falling back to save now. He's gone for the cross. Well, Hayes does go for the fire, but it unfortunately misses. Now he's going to jump back up. And actually, PKL, yeah, has a very high chance of winning that duel. He closes it out. He's going to be able to retreat from this position. And while he will be challenged potentially by Cutler, still moving away, and it'll be a 6th round for CLG.
Yeah, and you're exactly right, though. They heard SHZ after he boosted him. He just started running away, and that's why they knew he was there. Like, they had, like, 3 people check it. I mean, it was just a pretty big blunder by SHZ to even, you know, run there. That little type of thing is a big difference sometimes, and I really think that might have been the reason they lost the round.
Yeah. So it looks like it should, I believe this is just the pause to kind of catch up with us really quickly, since they're a little bit more ahead in time than we are, so we should be resuming this pretty quickly. But again, it's CLG, like we mentioned previously on the break, kind of controlling the situation right now, 6-1, really good pacing with their takes. It seems like it's a bit hesitant at first, but actually, as we get in towards the end of the rounds, it all seems to make sense, as they do pretty much execute everybody on those sites without any trades at all. They're doing a really good job of getting control, mainly on A, not allowing the guys on LG to do much in terms of a retake.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, LG was out of spawn late. They didn't have enough time. Like, it just seemed like the game just went live and they weren't really ready for it or something like that, because it just immediately went live and they couldn't set anything up. It actually, that like abrupt start or whatever happened there, whatever issue, actually hurt them a lot, because most likely they're not going into that round and seeing that they don't have much money or utility and just saying, hey, let's just play straight up CS in a 2-1-2 setup, you know? Most likely doesn't happen. So they kind of scramble a bit. They're like, hey, we need a small advantage. They do that boost. SHZ runs a bit, gives it away, and CLG, you know, wins the round pretty damn clean.
Yeah, so we are into a technical pause for CLG, just to clarify in case anybody was curious about that. Things should resume momentarily as soon as the issues are resolved and as soon as the players are ready to rock and roll. But again, it's Cash. It's going up against the new Brazilian squad that is looking to lay a claim here in the North American sector themselves. We've already got Immortals and SK that have certainly done so and have taken up some dominating positions just on last season's records overall there. I think they were among the top 3, holding 2 of those 3 spots, if I recall correctly. If not that, then definitely within the top 4. And at the moment, of course, a little bit of a slow start here against CLG. As they win the pistol, they control things. They do lose the first gunner, but then immediately trade it out and move into retake control from that point forward.
Yeah, and I think one thing about, like, teams that, you know, especially when you're coming from, you know, overseas, whether it's, you know, South America or Australia or Europe, and you're coming to, you know, North America to play Counter-Strike in these leagues, is you're all going to be in, like, a house together, right? And I think it's a lot easier to just not have roster changes, you know? Like, you know, nobody's going anywhere. Like, what are you going to do? Just get rid of someone, fly him home, you know, and then fly somebody else out? It's like, it's just, I don't know. So a lot of these teams end up keeping the same roster for just years and years, and it really, you know, helps them a lot.
So to clarify as well, because we said earlier that LG actually won Premier, that was incorrect. As I actually should have definitely known that, since they weren't at the LAN.
You were probably casting.
We were both at that LAN, actually, where they would have played for that title. That would have been at the end of the LAN.
That was the ending?
Yeah, that was the ending of the season for Premier.
Oh.
So we probably we both should have known that, actually.
That whole Mountain Dew LAN, I thought it was just 6 teams from the Premier season.
No, because it was, well, because the first day was both of those finals, so.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was like a standalone tournament either.
Yeah, it was like technically like 3 separate tournaments.
It's confusing, man.
Well, so to clarify, LG did get 3rd in Premier, but
who did they lose to? So those 2 teams, Rush,
whoever one of those 2 teams probably.
Rush and
Muffin Lightning. So it was one of those 2 teams, I think. Anyway, so they got 3rd, and they ended up beating Selfless to qualify for the season. Selfless got back in, of course, because Echo Fox's roster died. But anyway, back into more important things here, as LG are back on an attempt to force their way into the B halls, and it works out pretty well to start. Kusta is there for a trade, takes down PKL before he can go any further. And at least a little bit of action for these guys to start things off. They promptly fall back, though. The worrying thing is going to be the fact that A main is open, but thankfully for them, it does not appear that CLG are going to be sending their players in towards A main anytime soon. In fact, they're still pretty much fully biting on this to be a B hit, which can work out great for LG since they still have a huge stack sitting in that bomb site. Speaking of kills, there's SHZ immediately shutting down FNS as he tries to shuffle into the vents. That's not going to pay out. There's 3 players on this site. There's Yell with another deagle shot. Takes down Ethan. Cutler trading. He finds 2, actually, so he may bring this back under the control of the Tees as he does massive work to eliminate pretty much everybody. Kusta chimes in for the second and final kill in the round to allow CLG to get up to a 7th.
Definitely a round LG should have won. Just unfortunately for them, Cutler just pulls out a miracle there. That spray transfer onto that guy at first oranges or steel was just insane. But now it's still, at the end of the day, it's 7-1. LG doesn't even have an op right now. Just 5 M4s, full nades across the board, sets up in a 2-1-2 setup. So this is going to be tough for them to hold. Kusta goes towards B right away. Probably sees that there's no opper. They smoke it and everything, but SHZ gets a nice kill into A main. Just, I'm not sure if he was peeking it or just posted up from the fence or what. I think he was just posted up from the fence to kill FNS. So FNS losing that duel, and now it's going to be a quick B take for CLG.
And they have very little actually denying them access currently here. It's going to be Showtime sitting over here in checkers, but holding that aggressive position. And then beyond that, it's PKL sitting on the backside, but they don't actually send anybody to check towards checkers at all. So this is just free for Showtime and PKL right now. They end up with a beautiful crossspray angle because nobody goes into check over there in checkers. Kusta finally trades into Showtime, but the damage has been done. Cutler even gets dinked, I think, through the vents there. He's down at 13 HP, gives himself away, and the fact that he's quickly dropped through the vents. He's got a good angle against SHZ, but with him at low HP, he cannot afford to mess up these situations here. Him and Kusta are trying to play back-to-back right now. Let's see if they can clutch this out, but oh no! They send him into the open, and Destiny is allowed to close out on both of those final kills. There's a second round finally for LG.
Yeah, but CLG has a lot of money, and they're going to look to try to reset them again. And if that happens, LG is going to end this half with only getting, less than a handful of rounds, like 3-4 rounds or something like that. It's going to be looking really grim for them. So they need to start making a run right now, similar to what we saw NRG and Liquid do in the last game, where both teams were able to kind of make runs when they hit this point.
Well, we can see CLG moving themselves into A main pretty quickly, or at the very least Kusta peeking himself in there. It's actually the LG guys that move in much more dominantly to try to take control here, and it succeeds. Oh, Kusta's so close to hitting these shots against SHZ, but it's a little bit too high, and he ends up losing half of his HP, which means he's probably going to back out. Won't be re-peeking this for right now, just hanging on the outside and letting LG control A main while they do what looks like they're going to move in towards mid here to try to get some control. And LG are pretty much avoiding that entirely, so they will let them into mid.
Yeah, so now that CLG has mid-take, though, it's going to kind of spread out the defense. You're going to have, Destiny is in A main, and they have a really nice setup here, actually. This is going to be, if they come towards A, I think Destiny is definitely going to be able to multi-frag here. But they really could do whatever they want. It looks like they're going to set up towards B, but they kind of read this a bit if you're LG, and they send a rotator to watch Z, who's also going to have a really quick rotate to B.
Showtime sitting here. He's waiting for the pushes out from checkers. Hasn't actually spotted anybody yet. The timing on his peaks are not really working out for him. It's PKL here along with Showtime. They're going to have to defend this, and thankfully it's going pretty well for them. Showtime just grabbing 2 kills from the generator. PKL seems to be drawing all the attention too. Finally, he chimes in for 1 kill, and Destiny, well, just the closer, rolls in from the backside and finishes things off. LG up to a 3rd now, and we're getting pretty close to breaking CLG if we're not at that point already. They may have one more force up their sleeve, but after that, they have to eco.
Yeah, that was a great round by OG, though. Taking that A main control, realizing post-mid control that, Z's open and whatnot, falling back to watch that, making a little bit of a read there that they're heading towards B. And you could do that when you have somebody in A main. You could have somebody at Z towards B and, Showtime holding strong with PKL as well in that B site. But they also had that 3rd player there. Like, even if those players each went 1 for 1, if that player that's there quick goes heaven, he gets 1 kill, puts him into a 3v2, all of a sudden they're in a good position to retake. So that's what that A main control did. I know that A main control, it didn't look like it had that much of an effect on the round, but the effect was actually huge.
So now we can see CLG, this time not pushed against, this time not dealing with, I should say, a lot of aggression on the CTs from A main. It looked like they were moving in pretty quickly, but then decided to fall back in. Are now going for very aggressive mid control. As we can see, 4 players pushed out very fast. Showtime lining 2 of them up, though. Gets himself a nice little trade in that situation. And as they move out towards high, well, Destiny's here, but no, he's not able to hold and actually execute. Kusta picks up yet another kill now, and they're going to flat out the remain because of that one. The remaining 3 are stuck on the trucker Z approach currently, so they actually can't do anything immediately to retake. Kusta is left in the open, though, very aggressively, so it's actually pretty easy pickings considering he had an upgrade to another gun. Look at FNS just swinging right out, though. Tries to play maybe a little bit too aggressively, and ultimately those last 3 on CLG aren't able to hold in the post plant, and LG still gets their 4th round.
Yeah, not necessarily a bad decision. I think in their mind they're thinking LG probably has post plant Molotovs, so they can't really sit around quad and sight and things like that. Generally speaking, you know, quad's great if you have a Tech 9 because they actually have to fully commit to try to kill you, right? In one-shot range. But they were probably thinking, oh, they're going to have post-plant mollies, so let's just try to like push up and surprise them maybe while they have the nades out to molly those spots.
So CLG finally starting to lose their edge a little bit here, but that half buy they did in the last round does enable them to immediately rebuy fully into the 12th round here, but it's LG trying to get aggressive again in A main. However, it comes a lot later than it did in the previous time that they attempted this, so Kusta's ready for it this time. Moves in, shuts down Destiny, and that'll put an end to any attempts to push back in. SHZ, along with some of the other members, they molly and smoke combo it off, and we'll just hold it for right now as the rest of LG hesitantly rotates over. Showtime obviously has been able to spot the fact that there is nothing working its way towards B, so he's been able to confidently position himself back in here, and SHZ getting aggressive, gets 2 kills, trying to go for a 3rd, but Cutler's going to put a stop to it before he can go any further, and with that kill they now swing back in. They do spot the changeup, but Yell actually re-peeks and is able to find a kill there. Kusta and Cutler putting a stop before anything else can happen, and we do have the rotation coming in from Showtime on the flank now. They're expecting it to come from the front side of this one, as we can tell from that little bit of hesitance on their plant. So Showtime does have a pretty big advantage right now, but he has to try and immediately spot both of these players and execute them very, very quickly. And the door, it looks like it's actually open. So he's got a free path up towards it right now. Kusta, he's not looking for it. He's sitting safely tucked away in A main, so as he creeps his way in, he's got free access. They do spot him, though, at the last moment with him peeking back out, so he's been revealed. He'll give himself the smoke advantage against the A main player here, but he's still got to go for this kill soon. No kit to play with. There may be one on the ground on the site somewhere, but for now, we'll assume he doesn't have one. As he does swing in, he's going to go for the A main player first. Hits the wall, and actually, oh, he hits him through the wall, but it's not enough to get the kill. Kusta's down at 38. He's evacuated from the situation. The Molotov's going to go on the other side, but he just cannot find anyone. He knows that this is going to run out of time way too quickly, so he falls away and misses the shot on a Cutler on the fadeaway as well. So at the end of the day, it's certainly a round for CLG. Showtime will save the op, but he will not get any additional kills.
Yeah, Kusta jumping, just immediately jumps away. That was kind of humorous to see. And I actually thought that OG was going to win that round just because Showtime pushed B and was in Sunroom, and even though it was a 4v5, they had 3 players towards A with a pretty quick flank coming. So I thought they were in a good position to win that round despite it being 4v5 since COG was kind of forcing the execute, especially once SHZ got those 2 kills. But Yell only able to get that 1 kill at quad, and I think it was Destiny. I'm not 100% sure. Destiny or Pickle. The other guy wasn't able to get any kills. So that was definitely problematic for them. Now COG, it seems like they just go A pretty consistently though, Blue. A lot of, they've done that quick A exec twice now, and now they might try to do some type of a fake off of it, right? Where they're going to throw a bunch of stuff towards A, and then maybe do like a mid-B split.
So moving out towards mid very, very quickly here. There's not any resistance on the LG side from this one, as you're just seeing Showtime position himself back in checkers. That's really the closest thing he got to mid resistance. Showtime, though, over here in the back checkers box. Are they going to expect him? And no, nobody checks it at all. It's 2 easy kills for Showtime. The remaining 3 trying to push through the halls themselves, and well, PKL at least gets moved out of his own position here, and well, Destiny swings out from tree room too, so that's going to be an easy kill for Hayes. They still have to deal with more players sitting on the backside though, and that's PKL comboing up 2 more for himself, and Showtime dropping in through the vents there finds the 3rd and final frag in the site itself. LG will get themselves up to 8 as we head into these last couple rounds of the half, and well, in these last couple rounds, unfortunately, CLG's not going to have a whole lot of money to work with. I think they're just going to half buy here, then fully reinvest in the 15th round.
Yeah, and isn't it so different than how we see like a team like SK played Cash, for instance, when we watched them during DreamHack Las Vegas, right? They played Cash and they had so many split up across the map. Even if they were hitting A, they always had somebody putting pressure B and like fighting B and stuff like that. COG is 5-manning almost everything.
And we can see CLG again will stick to that strategy here, as they are sitting at the gates of the B bomb site, but Showtime already picking off 1. There's the 2nd. He knows more coming up. PKL has actually gotten the 3rd. Hayes kind of snuck through the the gasps here, but we are able to see PKL still chime in there for another one against Hayes. Cutler, now the last man standing, but he's not going to be standing here very long. Destiny closes it out, and it's a 6th for LG as they are about to put this within 1 round of a tie to end out the half.
Yeah, and LG came back. You know, we said they had to make a stand. They had to, you know, get something going, go on a little bit of a run, go on a roll, and they did. So they come back into this half, 8-6, and it looks like very, very, you know, it definitely should be 8-7, right? And that's not a bad half for CT Sided Cash after losing Pistol.
So we are going to see LG now. Is still playing aggressively inside of A main to watch out and see if they can catch anyone from CLG right in the early round. Won't be the case, as they've actually diverted all the way through Squeaky this time, so they've left A main completely open. If Hayes moves inside of there, he's got a nasty surprise waiting for him in the form of SHZ. But for the others, again, still holding those 2 in position over there inside of the Sunroom too, so it's very split up right now for CLG. I'm curious to see what they are going to try to do with these 3 players stacked in the Squeaky Hall right now. While still having the other 2 sitting way back in Sunroom. Still plenty of time on that clock, however, 1 minute and 10 seconds to work with. As we have the 2 stacked in A main, and there's going to be SHZ finding the first one, but he is traded back out. I don't think they expect the second player, though. So right now, Destiny's free, walks right back out to the back headshot against Cutler. He knows that this third one's sitting in here. That's Ethan in the meantime. We have more players working their way back in from the B side, but Showtime's already spotted one of them. He takes him down. Destiny's stuck over here, but at the same time, FNS is not able to safely swing back in to shut him down. He's out in the open right now. It's a shooting gallery for the guys on LG, as they will end up closing out, you know, relative ease in this round, end up going 7-8 at the end of the half, and that will close things down, ladies and gentlemen. So LG certainly swinging the comeback. CLG still do hold a lead, but is very, very close. Stick around, folks, as the second half is coming up here in just a few minutes at the ESL Pro League.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
And welcome back again, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Pro League. We're in our second set of the evening here now between CLG and Luminosity Gaming. It is on Cash currently. We just closed out the first half. And initially, it was CLG dominating things up at like 5 or 6-1 at some point. But then we saw a huge comeback swing from the LG roster. We're now at 8-7. Still a lead for CLG, but it's only a 1-round lead currently.
Yeah, and I mean, they shot up to a 7-1 lead, right?
Mm-hmm.
At the start.
Yeah.
So LG able to bring it back, win 6 out of the last 7 rounds. But CLG, you know, their play style, it got them to that point when it was 7-1. But after that, LG really adapted very, very well. There was no real lurkers coming out from the CLG side. Most of it was just like these 5-man takes. I think they did 3 times in a row that just quick A attack, where even if they're going through an A main smoke or whatever, they're not showing any other map presence really, and then they're just going straight up into a bunch of smokes, Molotovs, jumping out A main together and fighting. Pretty cool round though by them when they had Kusa just jump through the A main. I like that round a lot. Immediately killed the guy coming fence. I thought that was pretty cool. But you know, overall, very different from COG and how they played than from how we see a team like, you know, like SK for instance, like I said when we watched DreamHack Vegas play.
Well, guys, it does look like the live on 3 is resetting itself right now, so we should be jumping into it here in a second, and we'll see which team will hold the advantage as we go into the first half, or second half, excuse me, as it's pretty much up for grabs right now. No team really holds a definitive advantage currently, as we've seen it kind of go back and forth. CLG's very direct T side obviously was countered out after they initially got off to a pretty strong start, and this now allowed for LG to be just one round away from tying this. But we need to see what their T side holds as well, as they're going to be starting off on right here, right now. And initially, well, they're very quick to try and move themselves over to that doorway in mid. Hayes, though, super aggressive down through the B hall. Showtime puts an immediate stop to that, but he's going to be challenged by 2 more players here in a second, trying to swing away to the useless room. He does escape. Kusta and Ethan, though, able to hold things. They do drop into the vents, but it's very quickly closing in on the jaws of death, as LG are going to swing back in. It's SHZ that hits FNS through the smoke, eliminates him, and puts this into a 3v2 scenario with quick rotates coming in for the 2 remaining players on CLG. Initially, it looked like Cutler was going to wrap in mid, but he changed his mind, and now Kusta had a bit of an imperfect smoke so they could use to his advantage for these players crossing, but didn't end up spotting anything substantial. Just fires through it in response to the shots that he's seeing, and oh no, not again. Come on, put the bomb on the ground. It's just going to froze there. All right, so we'll figure out what's going on with that in a second, but that's unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. I hope they actually get to get the bomb down and play out the round. I don't know if we're delayed or not. Oh,
so we're back into it.
Back.
And yeah, Cutler's just trying to hold off in a 1v2 right now. Look at both ways. He's really hoping for that peek from the player on the platform, but he never got it. And Showtime just closed it down. So LG do end up winning that round, and immediately we're tied at 8-2 all.
Yeah, and that is actually what has been happening lately. Like, the server will just pause. Sometimes it'll be paused for like 2 seconds. Sometimes it'll be a minute. Sometimes it'll just crash. So that's kind of like the issue that's been going on lately. That pause was just a couple seconds, and you know they get back. But the time in game actually keeps going. So if there's a minute and a half on the clock and it pauses for a minute, and you're just sitting there and you can't move or anything, when it comes back, it'll be 30 seconds in the round. So it's obviously like a huge issue right now. But anyways, COG, they buy this round. Cutler on the scout. They're trying to counter boost, and Destiny finds it immediately. They have no counter nades or anything like that. They're still doing it though. Destiny saw this was happening. COG is still pushing. They have 3 players watching it, so they're definitely not going to get any kills there. They kind of back off. They understand that this is a bad position to be in, and they go back into a different type of a setup with 2 towards B, 1 at the sandbags, and 2 around highway.
And we can see Yell waiting to see if anybody from the CT side is going to be peeking it into a main. Very passive setup overall from CLG, just spread across the map, trying to account for all possibilities. But that's going to come back to bite them big time if they don't swing more players over towards A, which they've done now. You do have Ethan along with 2 additional players here. FNS is really low, so he's got to be cautious. Probably going to be the bottom of a player on the stack up. Actually, they may put him first. We'll see in a minute as they actually do end up canceling that. They won't go for it. But Molotovs and whatnot are starting to be flung out here onto this A-bomb site now, and Yell along with PKL, they kind of lead the charge here, and while they don't have any problems at all picking up those 2 kills, there's the 3rd. They spotted a 4th sitting his way back behind the ladder there, and he's not going to take very long to eliminate either. So it's down to Kusta now, sitting behind a box. He'll see if he can pick up any players here to push him from the truck angle, but ultimately it's going to be a 9th for LG, and they will take the lead.
Yeah, they do take the lead. Very, very clean round by them. And if you notice, they were jumping. Like, the first guy was jumping. They're making sure that nobody's going to kill them very, cleanly. And if you don't get clean killed like that, where your just head gets immediately taken off, that's what happens, right? You're going to win those anti-ecos. You just have to be selfless with it. Even on a round like that, where you're, that you're playing against pistols, it's still good to like jump if you're the first guy in those type of a situation, especially when you have like a Mac 10 you're just flying around. It's just one of those things that's going to help your team out more often than not.
So we've got LG swinging their way pretty quickly into the B halls actually this time. Everybody except for Destiny is working their way through those halls, and Destiny just moving out towards mid-fence. FNS called his knife out. Goodbye. Cutler's able to actually hold for 1 kill here, but then is quickly knocked back out of the situation. And, well, LG's just training right through this round, rushing in, basically trying to knock out all the CTs as quickly as they can. And for Yell, well, he's got himself possibly both of the last to himself. He's dinged one of them down very little, 24 HP, finishes off the first one, and there you go. Nice and clean as LG walk right through that round and into a 2-round lead as we get into our first gun round.
And now, like always, we'll see if they decide to keep like these Mac 10s. I think on Cash, the 2 things I really like that I think work really, really well is when you keep the Mac 10s or the umps or whatever you had, SMG-wise, and you do something at a door with them, or you do something where you do like a B exec, where you're going to go through the B main smoke with Molotovs and flashes and whatnot.
So we've got LG moving pretty quickly into those B halls right now. FNS caught in the middle of a Molotov, so he's going to end up taking about 20 damage from that. Spraying back in, not a lot of success to be met from that one, but LG still sits at the cusp of a take here, and there's no sign of a rotate anytime soon. They still have a third player in mid that can help them out, but FNS, look at him, he's burning, and he's not able to get to that Molotov in time. Cutler was able to help out with 1 kill from the tree room, but now Destiny, he's going to swing back in, and he's completely blind, so it's an easy pick for Destiny there. They do knock pretty much all the CTs back out. No sign of a trade anytime soon. Kusa will get Molotov from up on top. He sticks around for a minute to see if he can find a shot. But again, not any significant damage being done. The rest of CLG push back pretty quickly, and it doesn't even look like they're actually even going to attempt this retake. They're going to fall back, and LG just too quick on the draw for the B bomb site, so they get it for free, and they'll go 11-8 in a second here.
What did I say, Blue? I said it's good. You have the SMGs, you do a B exec, you go through the smokes, there's mollies everywhere, you just get in their face, and good things happen, man. So, you know, Yell and Destiny just run out there and go super quick, taking the site. So, good job by them. And now COG just trying to save their last 3 guns. I think that's pretty smart by them to do so. But they're in a pretty bad spot right now, man. I think Cash is pretty T-sided. LG has a really big bank that they built up. And COG is basically on an eco. I mean, they just had the 1 M4. They chased down 2 of those guns. We see Hayes having it pretty rough right now, 5-15. Ethan has been their star player so far this season. I know it's only been 4 maps, but he's been playing really, really well. It's having a rough one as well. So LG going for a quick mid boost. Destiny seeing the player at highway, takes mid control right away. So that's like a big advantage in itself. And now COG, they're not even really doing anything that they could have to win this round, right? They're not like stacked anywhere like we saw that first anti-eco. Actually, I know they lost the round clean, but they had a chance to win it. You know, they had 4 players there, but a round like this, now they adjust. Now they have 4 players towards A, so that's good by them. That's what I like to see. Take a gamble in these situations.
So we do have the rest of LG swinging back over here now. More than likely is going to end up, I believe, into the halls again towards B. But this could change depending on if Destiny finds anybody on the peak. No one actually found peeking out openly there, so they molly out towards Z. And it looks like they're going to send Kusta over here, too, to see if he can find anyone. He ends up getting dropped about 1/3 of his HP away. Even lower than that now, 1. So somehow he stays alive in that situation. But is going to be sent reeling back up highway. This will pretty much cause a full rotation into B, though, as they've been very predictable with these B hits up to this point. So they are going to all flush in and see if they can resist this. Unfortunately, again, they really don't have the gunpowder to fully put a stop to this one. Showtime's already taken down FNS. Cutler waits for the prime moment to peak, gets himself 1 kill, but it took so long to find that kill that he's very easily traded back out. It's down to Hayes now, spot on the backside. Showtime was actually easy pickings for Hayes, so he's going to take him down. If he can do anything else, that would be great, but it's not meant to be. PKL is going to finish things off, and LG will get themselves up to 12.
Yeah, that was actually a 6 shot by Hayes. But I believe it's going to be a tactical pause by CLG here, so they're going to have to figure things out. And hopefully we could see them, what we see from Cash and what makes the T-side team successful right now on Cash. Because if you just play like a normal 2-1-2 and a default setup, teams are just too good right now with their Molotovs and their nades when it comes to just like doing execs and stopping that type of a setup. So we're seeing a lot of people and a lot of teams and a lot of the really good teams push A main at the start, take initial gun battles, push B, counter boost, get an op indoor, do all these type of things to make the it's almost like you're the attackers when you're on CT side of Cash. You look for the initial battles. You look for any early advantage that you can get, even if it's a small advantage. Even if you take A main control and you don't see anybody, you could usually leverage that type of an advantage in order to win the round. And we'll see if COG opts for something like that as we're about to go live.
Yeah, we can take a quick look there at Showtime stats as well. We did have that up on the screen a moment ago. 115 ADRs, and I think he's doubled his overall kill death ratio as well, like 21.
I think he's 21-11 right now.
21-11, so almost doubled then at that point. So sitting pretty good, pretty comfy, especially since they started to round this comeback. CLG, we haven't really seen much of them since they started off with that strong 7-1 or 7-2 lead. And it's been all LG since that point. They will hope for a turnaround here on this gun round, however. Finally up to a double op setup, with Kusta and Cutler picking those up with M4s for the remaining players. LG actually finally changing things up themselves here over towards the over towards the A-bomb site. They've been almost 100% on B for the other rounds in this half so far. Even when they have got like mid control and highway control, they've still opted to go into the vents and into the hallways. They're clear out towards B, but now it's going to be direct towards A this time. Not a lot of messing around with mid even. there, as we can see them all sitting on the backside just trying to set up smoke. Someone at the Molotov will send the Squeaky player back initially, and they aren't held back because of the utility one now, but smoke wall allows Destiny to move in. They check the usual spots like shroud spot and one on boost up here. Destiny did miss an opportunity to take down Hayes as he just pushed up, but it looks like this is actually going to be called off for the time being. Not potentially towards B just yet, but for right now, they just go back into A main and hold there.
Yeah, so their whole idea was just, throw all your stuff at A, make them waste their utility, and then re-exec.
But they're going to move in here. Hayes, he spots the first one, as none of them rotated off towards B from that sort of fake, and it's 3 quick kills for CLG. Ethan and Kusta finding them down to Yell and Showtime, and while Showtime's trying to late entry towards mid, but FNS has already seen the play from this one. He's still going to be able to find that kill, but they're all trying to close out on him. There's Kusta with the frag, and now it's down to Yell in a 1v3s. Only got 13 seconds left to play with. Pushing in, spotted immediately. The missed op shot lets him get around the corner, but he's also shot down to 18 HP, and Kusta is going to finish the job. Finally, another round for CLG, and thankfully, because of the earlier lead they had, they're only a few rounds behind tying it up again.
Yeah, they are, and Kusta coming up pretty big there. Hayes, this initial frag is very key. Man, forklift is such a weird spot, man. Sometimes I play it and I just get instantly just strafe peeked and headshot, and sometimes I just feel like the kills are just so easy coming from there. But COG finally, now it's their turn to make a run, right? OG did it once they got their money going on CT side, and now COG needs to do the same.
So we've got Cutler sitting over here again, waiting for the push to work its way down those B halls. The flashbangs want to roll in, but Cutler, well, he edges it through the wall, so Yell's going to survive. He ends up with 38 HP at the end of it, so he'll be able to stay in the game for right now. But you can see the bullet hole right there. Managed to keep him up and running for the time being, as the rest of LG, again, still spreading your default pattern in the early round here.
Yeah, and they have a very strong B setup right now. Ethan's in the vents, FNS is checkered, and Cutler's also opping B main. So they have a ton of, presence towards B right now, and it looks like it might be something towards B. They have 2 players there. They're boosting up in middle. They have no A presence though. Nobody's door, nobody's A main. So they could be going right into CLG's trap.
Yeah, but however, LG do make a last-minute switch up there to try and get some more mid control. Destiny specifically is the one, the Molotov's going to go over there towards the sandbags. Obviously, won't see anyone pushed out from that one, but it may actually alert this player in the vents to peek. Well, that won't even be necessary, as Kusta's just going to manage that all on his own. Takes down Destiny. We see a second one from Ethan. Showtime is found out here as well, and there we go. PKL finally trading out a kill, but it's a very little consequence at this point, as the full brunt of CLG is now rotating over here towards the B-bomb site. PKL, though, those 2 kills out of nowhere. He's digged so heavily down to 8 HP at the end of the day, and he's the only one in this site. Yell's going to swing in. Kusta saw that, but so did Yell on the repeat again. Kusta doesn't take the shot until right there when he swings him through on the wall, then jumps down to finish things off. Beautiful from Kusta, and it's a 10 through CLG up on the board now.
That was sick by Kusta. Nice wall bang by him, and that's because Cutler was able to hit him. Yell at the start of the round jumps down above Pickle there and able to kill him as well. So that was pretty awesome.
So off of that one, it does seem like CLG have found a little bit of spur in their step here to try and bring them back into the game. LG still on the buy, though, up to the AKs now, as they are going to push themselves into those B-halls very quickly, and this one just might be a decided push right from the start of it. Kusta attempts the timing shot, obviously won't connect, but it's LG with fast control and possibly a fast executor, too, as they've got mollies and everything prepped, and there's only one player here to defend it currently. Well, you just have Kusta that's going to have to try to hold it off. He uses his own smoke on the floor there to allow him to hold his position on the backside. They're going to see that. They're going to flank around him. He's still kind of partially blind here, but no! Gets the no-scope on Destiny, drops down for more, but it's SHZ with the trade. Cutler, though, sitting below Heaven. He's going to be able to chime in here, too, but can't get that second kill. So close, brings SHZ down at 2 HP. PK, in the meantime, down at 33, so it's even. It's 3v3, but CLG have a huge advantage when it comes to the manpower right now on the retake itself. They're not moving in just yet. They're going to weigh this out, obviously. 2 out of 3 of them have kits, so time's not really a problem. It's just getting back into the site they're going to have to worry about here. They've even got a decent amount of utility, too. 3 flashbangs and the Molotov sitting on Ethan. That Molotov could just essentially be a guaranteed kill on SHZ, and there it goes, but no, he runs out of it, keeps himself alive, even dives into the smoke, too. He's got behind them. He's found out, though, by FNS, but PKL and Yell trading out 2 more kills. It's down to FNS now in a 1v2. He's gotten platform control, but the remaining Ts are sitting behind the walls and basically forcing him into a situation where he has to be the aggressor here. He has to move out and go for it. He's going to jump back up. He's found the op on the ground, having some trouble picking it up, though. And he is just going to evacuate or attempt to evacuate out of that site, but will be shut down by PKL, which will put Luminosity up to 13.
Puts them up to 13, and look at CLG's money. It's broken and just shattered. And CLG is in a very difficult spot right now. No money. I'm assuming they're going to save right now, and are they going to put them on game point, or are they going to buy the next round? I think they'll probably buy the next round. But LG because the early rounds went so well, because they were able to go out, you know, winning those first like 5 or 6 rounds, or yeah, I think it was like the 5 rounds, and they built so much money. And when that happens, CLG has to win 3-4 rounds in a row in order to put them on a save and actually build up their economy. That doesn't happen. They're only able to win, I think it was 2. Now look what happens.
Yeah, now let's put them back onto an immediate full eco. Ethan and Cutler, the only ones that invested this time onto a Deagle and a 5-7. We've got the rest of LG now trying to move out for a little bit of mid-control here. Kusta, slowly burning. He thought he would have been safe up on top of that barrel, but no. Destiny does just finally easy finish after he brings him down 12 HP, working his way out of the flames. So down 1 already. Thankfully, it's not one of the ones that upgraded their pistol here, but it does appear as though the setup from LG may shift its way into A, where they have the kind of trap waiting for them. 3 guys on the site, hoping that they can do the damage necessary to actually stop this hit from being successful. And you've even got Resistance sitting in Z there too. Cutler kind of hesitantly is hiding behind the wall right now, trying to get intel if he can via sound, and then probably late peek to try and cut them off when they do attempt to move in, like right now up highway. As we can see, SHZ has already gotten another kill on a Cutler. However, they did actually move FNS up towards highway here with a truck, so it's going to be pretty easy cleanup overall at the end of the day, and that will put LG up to 14 rounds.
Yeah, they're up to 14, and if CLG buys right now, it's not even a good buy. They're gonna have FAMASs. They don't even have an op. They don't have much utility. Probably gonna have 2 umps here, so it's not a great buy. And this is one of the things that a lot of the teams that aren't like the best teams, right? Like a team like Virtus Pro, they know how to win rounds like this, and they know how to make things like this work, right? And COG, I think they have like, you know, the knowledge about how to do that. It looks like they're going to triple push B, and I like this. It's going to be tough for them to actually get these kills because Yell and Showtime are here. But having said that, you need to take some type of a risk.
Well, there's going to be Ethan immediately shutting out Showtime right from the beginning of it. It works out as he gets aggressive there. Eliminates one of the T's right from the start of this one, and the rest are still kind of spread out, so they can't react to this at all. They can't try to push back in and look for the trade kill. They're still stuck around in their basically default setup here to run the timer a little bit more and try to set up for something else. And CLG is going to keep themselves in the same type of setup here too. You've got, I think we've got FNS sitting down on the cubby in mid right now, so it's technically 1-2-1. But that's going to change up now as well, as Hayes is going to position himself over on the truck position, and even Kus is going to join him. So biting heavily on A, but this could be a huge mistake, because look at the shuffle from the LG side. They're all heading towards B right now, and there's no one even close to being able to rotate and assist it. If Ethan goes down without any trades, then that's going to be pretty quickly the round done for, and LG will immediately get themselves up to 15. As they do push in, Ethan, well, he uses the smoke to keep himself in that spot, but he's got to try to shuffle a little bit more here for some kills. He has 2 of them lined up, but he can't take down either one of them. FNS just tries to run in through the vents. He's immediately destroyed, and now this goes 4v3, but CLG are already completely boxed out of the site with no path back in anytime soon here.
Yeah, but a bit of an unnecessary risk by CLG. I'm wondering if they're going to still go for it. They're usually very, very conservative. As we see, they are going to save. They're very conservative when it comes to saving their guns. They usually don't go for any round that they feel they don't have a chance to win. And I think in a lot of times it's actually the right choice. Not sure I agree with it this time. I think if you let them get, you know, 15 like this and put them on match point, you know, your buy the next round isn't going to be really good either. I don't know. I think I would go for it here in this 3v4. But I think it was an unnecessary risk by COG when it was 4v5 to really fully rotate off B like that. I think, you know, maybe they should have pushed a main or something earlier in the round instead of just taking a hard gamble based off basically no information. The only information they were going on is that we killed the guy B and we could be Sunroom, right? But OG, I'm pretty sure they knew they probably weren't Sunroom because there was kind of some gaps in those smokes. So in that situation, a lot of time, I think if everybody just kind of plays one spot, you know, a one and done spot, you could usually win the round because you could usually force it into some type of like a 2v3 or something like that, or 2v4. So in that sense, I believe COG is probably taking a pause. Hayes having a rough one along with FNS. Both aren't doing too well. And actually, you know what, Blue?
What?
The start of the game, I think FNX was like 8-0. Right?
Yeah.
You remember he got like the A main, the 3 AK anti-eco kills. Mm-hmm. When he had the ump, he had either 3 or 4 kills. And then I think he got a couple kills on pistol as well. So at the very start of that T side, he played great. You know, probably had $200, $300 or something like that for those first 5 rounds. And all of a sudden, he's all the way back down to $43, 11 and 21. So what started out great has quickly fizzled if you're FNS.
He's gone off the map completely, and meanwhile, everybody on LG is dominating for the most part here. Specifically, PKL, the death counters, right? 22-8, according to that.
That's crazy how he has 22 kills and he has 79 DAR, and Showtime has 22 kills and he has 98 DAR, though.
It does look like we are getting back into it now, and I actually just want to confirm that that was... Yeah, he actually is 22-8. Wow, all right, so that's surprising. PKL barely even going down so far.
Don't sleep on Pickle, man.
I thought the stats were wrong, man. I didn't believe it.
I had full faith it was right. Pickle's nuts.
So he's dominating things right now, nearly tripling his score, as we can see. LG again in the default spread of things at the beginning of the round, not doing anything super aggressive, pretty much just holding here to wait to see if CLG are going to try anything like that. And I mean, their buy is pretty drastic, to be completely honest here. 3 UMPs, a 5-7 on Ethan, and a single M4 on Kusta right now. It's all they have to work with for potentially what could be the last round.
Yeah, LG taking it slow. They put a little bit of a B presence. CLG has 3 players towards there, but they're working out into A. I believe that is Destiny is all the way at the fork already. Ethan just walking across the smoke. He has the angle, though, but his shadow gets shown. Destiny gets that kill, and he doesn't really have to push up. He can just sit around the forklift and control this area and really easily win this round for his team.
This is to a certain degree what CLG were doing as well when they were having success on their ATICs here. They were taking it really slow, but they meet no aggression from the CT side, and so they're let back in. There's no sign of a rotation at all from CLG. It's just now that we're starting to see them wrap back over. Kusta's found Yell at the very least from back over there at the truck angle, so he's got a little bit of push to get himself back in. Another duel though versus Destiny, and actually Destiny has to fall back. Kusta's going to finish it, but out comes SHZ to put a stop to the madness before it goes any further. The remaining 2 on CLG are going to try to push their way up highway, and there's no one resisting this right now from the T side. There's PKL though, finding Cutler, and everything goes on to Hayes. He's going to be knocked out as well. So it'll be LG that shut things down here in map number 1 of their 2-map set. It is going to be 16-10 as the final score, and LG indeed, after starting off behind, swing back and dominate in the later portion of the map.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, LG there, they started out, you know, sit down 7-0 or something like that, or 7-1, end up winning like, you know, 16 out of the last 19 rounds or something like that. So they did a really good job, and LG continues to impress. They're improving every single day. No days off, Blue.
All right, guys, so we're going to send things back over to the analysis desk to break down that first map. Bach, take us away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. A very interesting match, to say the least. You know, we looked at that and we were thinking, LG takes this one. CLG, they made some changes recently. Things haven't always been great for them in the past. LG has been on form. They've been improving. They've been working really hard. CLG came out swinging.
I mean, they were up, what, like 6-1, 5-1? I think at least like 6-1 at one point. I
think it was set like 7-2.
Was it 7-2?
It was.
I mean, they had the momentum the first half of the map, and well, at least like the first 8 rounds. And I don't know, after that, it felt kind of off. Like CLG was trying to hold a lead instead of, you know, making it happen like they were doing the first 7 rounds. Like, they were in control, but after that, they let LG just literally, like, dominate them. It kind of almost felt like CLG was playing too passive. They went into their robotic defaults and just, like, played pretty stale, it seemed like to me.
Like they were so afraid of losing the lead that they ended up losing the lead.
Yeah, it's that mindset to where just you can't play too passive the entire time, and I thought they could have maybe mixed up a little more. Like, yeah.
Now we've got a couple of replays primed up to give you kind of the tail of the tape here. Rounds 4 and 5. Why don't you walk us through what's going on here?
I just picked up a couple kills. You notice right here, this is when LG pushes A main, and this is a pretty common thing on Cash, but LG does this so much on so many maps that they're so good at just taking over a choke point like A main of Cash just to really do it. And now you see here, you see Kusta, the next round, he just takes that nice off shot, and I like that. The reason I like that, it's not the standard default. He had an awesome spawn. He took it. He got the kill. I want to see more of that from CLG. I like the default, but they need more rounds like that where all of a sudden, I have an awesome spawn. Let me just, take a fast shot and see what happens, Yeah,
like rely on your firepower. You know that Goose is a really strong AWPer. You're hoping that he can beat someone to the punch. The fear, though, is that in the round prior, LG goes aggressive on A main.
And that's why it's so good, though, because he knew it was coming, or he saw it last round. It's like, you know what? I'm not going to let this happen again. Let me just, take a shot and run up there.
That kind of can be the story, right? Like, they pushed aggressive A main. You think they're really going to do that 2 rounds in a row? Probably not.
Probably not.
But you're still rolling the dice.
Yep.
Because they could. They very well could. LG was really good with their flash in and teamwork with grenades. Like you saw it on that A main. There's pop flash, 2 players peak perfectly timed. They do that
space
time
and
and time
timing
again.
was really good. It was really good. I think they played the positional game a lot better than CLG. And on CLG, when they started losing a lot of their rounds, they weren't exchanging kills as well as LG. I thought the spacing time was a little off, and I think that could be a tribute to doing that robotic default. Like it's kind of predictable, it's easy to read, and stuff like that.
All right, so we got one more replay here from the first map. It's round 19. Go ahead and walk us through what we're seeing here.
This is a nice B execute by LG. I really love the Molotov usages, as you can see right here. It's all over the site. FNS is blind, he's trapped. Literally easiest kill of LG's round, just no effort at all. They pushed out, easy take. CLG had to save the guns, and they lost the round. It was just, I think Cash taking B is the easiest site to take, and they showed it how to do it.
And that was the bonus round, right? Like they came in with SMGs. They didn't really spend too much money going into that round. So it was huge that they were able to do what they did. And I think they took it down to like 1 player. They tried saving over by E-Box, and like 1 guy survived. So it was really good work from Luminosity, and ultimately that was part of the reason they took the map. Just constant economic control. CLG could never get their foot in the door.
Yeah, it felt kind of odd. I think on CT side, when CLG won those 2 rounds in a row, they had 2 ops. So them losing that, they're just in shambles in terms of money.
All right, well, we're going to throw it to a break before we jump into map number 2, which is, again, it's going to be Overpass. And I fear the worst for CLG if things continue on. But we'll see if they have what it takes to come back after that first map loss after the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL Pro League. 2 headshots in a row. FNX about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, FNX!
Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW.
He's looking for a look. He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god.
It's important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
you know, with the sponsor Mountain Dew can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I'd never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
We play for the legacy. We play for the prestige. We play for the glory. We play for one goal.
Whoa, he got out! He goes down. Is in the form of his life. He was a shakeup.
Alrighty, boys and girls, thank you so much for joining with us here at ESL Pro League. Season 5 continues on. We're in week number 2. We've already seen a few matches tonight. The last one we just watched was LG versus CLG. Pretty interesting, the way that it all broke down.
I thought CLG could have won. Maybe play a little better.
Always faithful.
I'm always
till the
faithful.
bitter end.
You know, you gotta keep going. You can't just stop. You can't stop.
Be true to yourself.
Be true to yourself.
Okay.
Let it out, man. Let it out.
I mean, they've got another match coming up. They've got another map to play against LG, another opportunity to grab a win, potentially. So maybe they can forget some of the mistakes that were made in the first one, or correct them, for that matter. They're going to be moving on to Overpass, though. So you know CLG probably better than anyone in this building. What do you think that we're going to see from them on Overpass, and what do you think we'll see from LG?
CLG on Overpass, you know what? I haven't watched much of them in Overpass, so I don't know him. So you just threw me under the bus right there, as I feel like an idiot. But the point being is,
I'll take the blame for that one.
I'll tell you what I'm going to see from Luminosity, as we see from this demo. You know, as they say, when in doubt, you whip it out. And you do that 5-0 down the lane. Now, if you take a look at this replay, I want to see this replay. I'll show you what I mean. I'll show you what I'm talking about. LG, they're having a tough time against Immortals on this map. They're playing, they're doing defaults. Nothing was working. So, as I say, you know, when in doubt, just send 5 people one way. And so that's what they did. They did exactly what, sent 5 people long A. and just running over FNX and literally just kind of lurked all the way the entire time towards this long A bomb site. They kept it short, or they kept it simple, no confusions, and it actually worked. So maybe that's more their kind of style when the default's not working, just send 5 people one way. I encourage it.
So you encourage the players to whip it out?
I mean, sometimes you just gotta do that,
Sometimes you just gotta whip it out, I guess.
You gotta whip out the odd stress and stuff like that.
All right, well, I'm gonna make you whip out a prediction here. Which team takes the second map? Is it gonna be CLG or is it gonna be LG?
I mean, I want to say CLG, but again, I haven't seen them on Overpass, to be honest. So I have to go with Luminosity. I think that they have the edge from carrying on from the first map. They got the momentum. They're in the heads of CLG, and I want CLG to do well, but I think Luminosity will win.
I'm going to have to agree with you there. We'll see if Blue and Daze agree as the players are getting ready to go live. Take it away.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, we are getting prepped to jump into our second map here. Now, thankfully, for the first time in this entire season, it's not going to be cobblestone. It's going to be overpass. We get some variants in there, finally. It's I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, finally. I mean, it seems like all we've casted these past, 3 weeks, right? It's just been cash and cobble, pretty much.
Cash, cobble. I think there's a little bit of dust, too.
I think we saw a dust, too. Yeah, I think we saw a dust, too. No, the first week was just 2 caches and 2 cobbles. It was. The very first week. And then the next week, there was, like, cash, cobble, and then dust 2.
We've only done 1 week.
Really?
Yeah. Where have you been?
We've only done 1 week?
We've done 1 week. We did 3 shows.
But how come there's 4 matches played already?
There was 6.
Now there's 6 matches played.
Yeah, it was 6 like overall on our stream, but they played them off stream too. There was the Aussie stream, the secondary stream.
I mean,
it's okay.
I thought I'd been here for 3 weeks. Apparently, this is the 4th day.
Okay. Yeah, it is actually. So.
Feels like it's the 10th day.
Hard at work here at ESL,
Hard at work.
ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's going to be Overpass for our second map, which, if I recall correctly, this is, granted, this is like the old CLG roster, but this is a map they were able to upset a couple European teams on, if I remember correctly, going back to like a year ago or so. It was actually not a bad map for them at all.
No, they played it really well. One thing that they had that was really tough for teams to stop was they'd all group up long B, and they would do like a full 5-man exec from long B. Even if they were going through a smoke, they'd split short and long B. And sometimes they'd do it like right away. They'd Molotov the barrels. They'd get their smokes down on the run, and people would run out and be set up really well with, running with flashes and whatnot.
All right, guys, so we're just waiting again for the players to ready up, and it seems they've done so now. So it's ready to jump into it here as LG will be starting off on the T side. CLG over on the CT side. Let's begin Overpass. Let's take a look at who's going to hold the advantage right in the beginning of the match. All right, let's think it's going to be LG, and while they're got a pretty good chance of that one being right, but CLG may still have some firepower coming in from the old roster as well, and this one, Substrat's one that they may be able to redeploy, but as we can see, LG are going to very quickly test the defense over the B bomb site. It's not going to look so good. Ethan trying to wrap a ring around the Rosie a little bit here. He only gets that 1 kill, though, dived into the smoke. He's still alive at this point. I think they tried to knife him, but he was able to escape. Eventually is knocked out by Showtime, and now it's down to just 2 for CLG. LG in great control of the B bomb site, and well, as FNS is the last man standing. He does manage to combo in for 1 more there against SHZ, but then Destiny takes him down, giving the first round of the map to the Brazilians.
Yeah, the Brazilians, they come out swinging, man, just full Glock rush at long A with a nice smoke and a sight in order to give them a little bit of flexibility and room.
So we'll get ourselves into the second round here now. We'll get ourselves into the second round here now and take a look at how things are going to go. As LG do pretty much just train their way over here onto the B bomb site. Pretty quickly into it, Hayes does spot some of the action. SHZ finding Hayes there right from the beginning of it. And again, pretty much actually stalling Luminosity because of the flashbangs one that have been tossed out here. Kusa trading in for 1 of these kills at least. So, well, the CTs have been able to hold a presence here, but unfortunately they're not going to be able to do a really good job of actually finding kills, although Yell is struggling there with a triple tap on the Glock. Finally gets the kill, and Destiny closes out as well. They only lose SHZ, so it's a rather clean round from them.
Yeah, it is. And, last time they had this, Yell just ran around with the MAC-10, just completely dominated the very next round. So we'll see if he's going to do more of the same as SHZ and him with the Ump and MAC-10. They'll probably run point here. They'll probably try to find the info and go relatively quickly and try to farm up as much money as they can. And this could quickly turn into a similar half that we saw from that T side of LG on cash.
Yeah, we can see once more here on the real big save from CLG that they're just going to be once again stacking that B bomb site. Yell already knocking out 1. Destiny finding a second here, and he's going for a lot more than that. SHZ and him just cleaning up shop. And it's a very quick third round there. 24 seconds overall in that one, as LG have no problem pummeling through CLG.
Yeah, that was very cool. Did you see how as soon as Yell was ready to go out the door, they threw a flash from long B? Monster on the T side of Monster, and it popped in front of the, to blind anybody coming out of short. So if anybody had been short, they would have been blind looking at that door, and Yell would have been able to just kill him in the back, just running through, the connector as fast as possible. So this time, though, they don't opt to keep too many SMGs. Yell upgrades to an op. He goes to long B right away. He's posted up right now. So if he gets a kill, they can immediately execute out. Ethan just with a FAMAS and a flashbang, though, so he doesn't have anything, man, to hold off Monster too well. They actually have 2 FAMASes, 2 M4s, and an op, and they don't have much utility at all. So if LG can take map control and do any type of like a 5-man take with a bunch of nades and Molotovs, it's going to be so difficult for CLG to stop.
Kusta's up on that boost, but as we saw, he wasn't really able to actually catch anything from the tees this time. So Ethan up close. They don't expect that one at all. Chimes in one basically for free. He almost gets the second, but ultimately it's LG controlling the scenario once again, down to Cutler and FNS, both of which were completely detached from the bomb site itself. And as Cutler tries to get aggressive in the connector, PKL is there to put a stop to him going any further. It's just FNS now inside of CT main, trying to see what he can do, but more than likely just going to hug this wall and look for any players that may try to hunt him down, see if he can do some economical damage, and beyond that, just hand over the 4th round to LG.
Yeah, and I mean, Ethan has almost an impossible task there. Like, they're Molotoving everything, they're flashing over. He luckily, well, not even luckily, I shouldn't say luckily, he gets 1 kill and does like 90 damage, which is more than you can even ask from him in that position. When all he has is FAMAS on like a decoy grenade, right? He has no setup in order to hold that out, hold off a take like that. And it's like, you're better off taking a risk in that situation, and overplaying something than playing some type of a default. Because you just don't have the nades to work with to really win that round. And that's actually, Blue, why a lot of teams are starting to shy away from buying fully on that second round. A lot of teams are shying away from that. They're buying like a P250 and a flashbang, or just deagling and things like that because of that. Because if you just don't get a lot of kills and whatnot, and you don't win that round, that 4th round, you just have no utility to work with, and these big execs and things like that are so difficult to stop.
So finally, we're going to see LG changing up the pace a little bit here, instead of just continuously rushing to B. We're going for a very fast setup on to B at the beginning of every round. They will finally diversify their spread out a little bit here, as they're going to send quite a few people through the playground. They've got some guys down in the bottom tunnels near the connector there, and PKL primarily just pushing himself over there towards the monster entrance, waiting to see if anybody from CLG is going to get aggressive. And while they certainly have, if we're on the CLG side of things, FNS specifically has pushed all the way up to the far rock over here at long. He smokes it, but it's certainly not perfect. It is just going to give him a little bit more room to work with if they do try to swing out here, but it won't deny LG from getting access to it at all if they want to move in. Obviously, they'll just have to be cautious of the positioning from FNS and some of the others sitting in the back there. But eventually, they do just kind of give up their positioning here. They're kind of regrouping a little bit, and they're going to move in towards short instead, while they have sent the bomb back down. And again, more than likely, it will lead itself into just another execute in towards B as soon as these guys are able to get control of the connector and then push down there to regroup in towards water.
Yeah, and again, COG not taking too much of a risk again. Like, I mean, they have FNS at long A, but now they have, I think, yeah, they just have like 3 people towards A, 2 people towards B. They're kind of mixed up. Flash comes out, though, and the B exec starts. So now the rotate's coming. Unless they can hit some crazy 1Ds, this is just going to, LG is just going to slaughter them.
Yeah, so Destiny and Showtime already just picking up some kills here. Showtime and SHG, excuse me. SHG just finding the second one against Kusa there. Pretty much just pushing CLG out, but players like Showtime sort of leading the charge for the rest of their squad as they do move in, and it's not even looking like CLG are going to be able to do anything else about this one now. They've got a player up in heaven that's going to try to resist it, but he's smoked back out. Back around the corner here, you do have FNS waiting with the rifle, but still not trying to actually actively do anything on the retake. They just have to kind of sit back and see if they can knock down any players that do damage to the economy, as once again, they've walked right over here onto the B bomb site, and are basically going to walk away with the round unless they try to retake right here.
Yeah, I think FNS will probably just try to save his gun, and Cutler will probably try to get, exit 1Ds, because they again, Blue. Quality check. We need a QC, man.
We need a QC.
See, I think Yell probably dies right there.
On that peak, or?
No. Because the server's not actually gone when that happens.
So it's not just it's actually like, so what is it freezing then? Like just the players, or?
I don't know. It's weird.
Does it not freeze like the game state? It just freezes the player models?
Gotta put this behind my head for a sec. No, it's like Yell right there. if the game's live right now, like going back into it, he probably died there, basically, is what I'm saying. Anyways, we are live, though, so we don't know. Maybe DJ could bring up the scoreboard, or is it Heather over there, and we could see if he did die?
I don't think he did, because it's not even his.
Well, they got to click on it, guys.
Oh, yeah, mouse over the round.
Okay.
No, he stayed alive, yeah.
So
it wasn't even his op he was holding anyway, so I think that was the same as the last round, which means he was good. Oh, no, it is his. It, like, colored itself back in. That's weird. Anyway, well, they're going to try to push themselves out long pretty quickly. Finally, for the first time so far in this match, it's CLG that started off with a man advantage, and that's the bomb, too. So they have to commit themselves to this long push right now. They can't shy away from it. Cutler's going to swing in, gets himself to one more, and almost chimes in for an additional kill, but PKL is going to trade that, and again.
Wow. How do we know that wasn't still live, Blue?
Welcome back.
What if they just all wanted to pause?
What are we playing, like red light, green light at CSGO?
Yeah. Freeze.
What is there, someone just in the comms right now?
Yeah.
If you move, you die. What do they call that? Yeah. Is that how it works?
There is. Have you ever played like jailbreak servers or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay, now we're live. Something like that maybe is going on.
So they're gonna push in. Oh, someone from CLG just disconnected as well. So that'll be fun. Thankfully, they've done great damage to the rest of LG, so hopefully it won't damper on things for the rest of the round. But we do see PKL. He's actually given free. I don't think they know he's out here. They still managed it, though. FNS Akusta grabbing 2 kills very quickly, and then Akusta closing it out very, very fast there to finally put themselves on the board. Took 6 rounds, but now they're up in it. And 5-1 will be the scoreline here.
Yep. 5-1, CLG finally getting something going there. Color did a really good job in the bathrooms. That re-peak, I mean, LG just wasn't set up properly spacing-wise. If they had a guy towards Cutler's right or their left, you know, holding for that, it would have made it a lot easier. But instead, they all went on the left wall. And the reason they went on the left wall when he re-peaked is because they were so afraid of Kusta's op. But if they were just had a little bit of better spacing, they probably could have, you know, punished that peak by Cutler because there wasn't a flash that came off a secondary peak or anything like that.
So we're just waiting for Cutler to reconnect, guys, and then we should be resuming with the match. But LG, as we actually took a peek at the scoreboard just a moment ago there, they still have plenty of cash to work with, so rebuying into this round and potentially even into the next one, too, should not be too big of an issue here. They still have quite a bit of cash flow to work with, mainly because of those initial anti-ecos. I mean, they were just waltzing right into the B-bomb site every single time, and because of how passively CLG tended to be playing it, they never even knew it was coming, despite how repetitive that had gotten. So they always got the intel so late, and then the players from A and, you know, that were, like, pushed out more heavily towards A, towards, like, short A and whatnot, they were not able to rotate in, you know, any good amount of time there, so they constantly had no choice but to fall back and save from round to round there.
Yeah, overpass could be, I don't know, the retakes on B, if you're like a man down and you don't get there early enough, it could be so difficult. Because, yeah, you could have that guy cornered in the site, but even that guy's site has some good peaks that he could do on you. But if they're like below you and you know, coming from heaven or anything like that, or in the you know, gay spot like in the pit right there, it's so difficult, man, to retake. And A, I mean, it's a difficult retake map. A is pretty difficult to retake as well if you're coming from CT and they have bathrooms control and it's planted there. It could be very, very tough.
So we've got Cutler jumping up to party, and while he may have himself quite a bit of a buffet here in a second, there's one kill. No one else re-peeking that currently, but Showtime possibly going to push up against it in a second as he just falls back through the smoke that was just deployed over here in short A over to the bomb site. And I think he is just going to be happy with that single kill for right now. They've knocked out Destiny, and there's been no sign of a kind of reaction from LG. They're basically just regrouping back up over here at the entrance to Long. And we'll see where they go from here, but they are just going to have to take that death and try to work against it now for the rest of this round.
Yeah, you know, Color had a nice little spot there. Destiny over-peaking a bit. Usually you want to wait that smoke out a little bit longer, but that was pretty clever by Color. I like that.
So we can see Yelp pushing forward here now, hiding out behind the entrance towards Long. The rest of LG as well, back over here.
Well, most of them are towards B right now, so they really only have 2 players towards A. But those 2 players are Kusta, who has an op, so he's going to be able to see him pretty easily. And then they also have the Molotov that he threw, and they still have Cutler there with the Molotov and a flashbang as well. So they're going to try to delay them a little bit longer, and then maybe take a peek towards B or something and let that rotate come.
So So we got PKL starting to push it back up again. They're running the timer down very, very low too. Only 20 seconds remaining on the clock. You do see the rotate coming back up from CLG, but again, it's still right now just these two here to defend it. Cutler gets knocked back out. The second one was smoked out as well, so Kusta's not even really able to help out with this right now. Molotov's going back down the steps there. I'm not sure if that one actually ended up working out. Yeah, no, it did. I think it's blocking off one of the players from pushing back up the steps right now. No! Kusta tries to jump on the dumpster, but is shut down by Showtime. Ethan with the trade against Showtime. They're trying to move back in. SHZ holds for another 1-to-1 trade. This is still even, still a 2v2, but look at how quickly the CT is moving back in for control, and PKL just stands there. Doesn't do anything to resist it. Yell gets the pixel edge against Ethan to shut him down, and now peeking it, hoping that Hayes was on the defuse. It's not the case right now, though, but this is so hard for Hayes to clutch back out. He has to get aggressive. He has to go for this kill, and right now he's not doing it, still just waiting back. He knows the time is too low now, so Hayes is going to retreat, and it will be as he picks up the kill on Hayes. Another round for LG.
Beautifully played by Yell there. Just the jiggle peaks, the concentration, and that's what makes it so difficult sometimes. If you don't have a smoke to really put pressure on them to full commit, it's very, very difficult in order for you to defuse the bomb when somebody's around the bathrooms area, especially when there's somebody as skilled as Yell who's not going to make those mistakes and over peeking and gambling. You know, he knows he has the round in his control if he just keeps jiggling it and making, you know, just essentially just checking if you're on the bomb consistently.
So we can see again there, actually, again, don't actually push their players towards B very quickly here. Most of them just moving out towards the entrance of the playgrounds. That's it. They don't push beyond that. Right now, they're just waiting to see if CLG do anything aggressive, which they are, certainly. You've got the guys pushed down into connector here. A couple more moving their way through construction over towards water. So they've got control here, but I doubt they're actually going to push into where LG are kind of hiding, as they're being super passive in the first couple seconds of this round.
Yeah, and this is a make or break round for CLG. If CLG loses this round, this could quickly turn into like a 10-to-1 half or something of that nature, 9-to-1 before they buy again, and just be in full control for LG. You'd figure it would definitely be a double-digit half if they lose this round, surely. Kusta dies right off the bat. Not sure what he's doing peeking there. He only had an M4. Cutler dying in the connector. Now the trade frags come, but both players were seen right there by CLG. So that gives LG so much information to work with.
Well, we've got Yell pushing forward here now, over here towards the entrance of B, but Finesse, in the meantime, has been given free access to the bottom tunnels leading up to that ladder well there, as we can, or the ladder. As we can see, the rest of LG just kind of sitting on the outside of Monster, getting prepared to push their way back in. And the B-bomb site itself, with the exception of Hayes, is essentially open right now. They do have quick rotates coming in on flanks and whatnot, but still, you're leaving it all on Hayes to defend this. They spot his head early on. He does a little bit of damage to PKL, but then ducks back down. There's that flank, though. FNS is able to do some decent damage. Hayes chimes in with 2 more from just outside of the pit on the site, and now it's down to 1. It's Yell trying to clutch 1v3, and he cannot do it. Hayes will finish things off, and it'll be CLG with a second.
Very, very clutch round by FNS there. This team really needed something there, and he takes the risk. He goes and pushes up through the connector after they get that kill. He hears them running towards B right above him, so he calls for a rotate, and Hayes does a great job of not only... If he would have just full hid that round, they probably would have lost it, right? But instead, he lets them see him, then he hides. Then FNS comes in, gets a backstab in. They start looking towards FNS, and then he re-peeks when his teammates are there. That was perfectly played by Hayes.
We do see the CTs again getting aggressive here to try to isolate LG just outside of Monster before they can do anything on this aggressive B push leading up to the site. They've already found 2 kills, and LG is losing all their firepower right now. Another perfect flashbang from Hayes, and he swings right in. Yell was able to trade, but is then counter-traded by Hayes. Just milliseconds later, it's PKL left alive, and finally, this consistent aggression towards B has been countered out, and it's CLG that holds strong on the site. PKL at 41 HP, though he's going to back away, see if he can swing himself up towards the A site instead, or maybe even down towards connector. He's got a 1v3 right now, a decent amount of utility, but actually fully clutching this out is going to be the very tough part.
Yeah, it's a really difficult clutch because they can kind of turtle on the sites. Even the A player, if he just plays for info, he could hide after he sees you and then wait for rotates, right? And these B players have a pretty easy job, I think, holding B with both those players there. So CLG kind of got out of the danger zone, though. You know, they won that round when it was 6-1. And they were in a really bad position in that 4v3. FNS made a fantastic play to really get them back into this game. And now if they could win this round and win it without losing any more members, as Hayes again comes up big, gets another 3K, you know, holding long A there, or sorry, long B, really, really strong. Throws a really nice pop flash as well. But they got out of like the danger zone. Even if they, you know, they should be able to win this round, and if they lose the next round, I think they'll still be able to buy again.
Okay.
Standard. No.
Yeah.
That was pretty sick. So Kusta, again, he makes some really flashy plays at times. And then sometimes I watch him and I'm just like, Kusta, what are you doing, man?
So that's...
Like, remember when, like on Cash, for instance, when he just died in the Molotov at Sandbags?
Yeah.
And I'm just like, I'm like, Kusta, what are you doing? And then he does like these sick plays all the time.
So Kusta with
a really interesting player to watch.
Interesting way to end that round there. Just the shot through the dice box perfectly onto the head of the last member of LG. So they're going to find themselves a third round off of that one. Now, the rest of these guys on essentially just an upgraded pistol round here for the majority of LG. The only one that's really gone for the investment, P250 round essentially, is SHZ sitting on the Tech 9 there. But already 2 kills with these guys. The bomb's gone down. PKL still probably going to try to peek out a second here from the bathrooms, but he's probably waiting for the long guys to get into a better position. Molly's going to send him back anyway. I mean, again, they've lost all their steam right within the first couple seconds of the round, and the last 2, well, they're trying to boost up, but the smoke is fading, so the timing on that one just not going to pay out.
Yeah, definitely not. So 6-4, COG making their comeback. LG going to buy here. I don't think they're going to have an op, though. So it looks like it's going to be some type of a 5-rifle play. As Kusta holding A, just looking back and forth from, you know, catwalk, bathrooms, whatever you want to call it. And then back towards B. Over and over again. Nice shot onto Yell there. So CLG, again, looks like their early round aggression is really what's paying off for them. Consistently peeking things early, taking map control early, always making it like in a winnable situation for their team, a lot of time getting the early entries.
And we can see Kusta up on top of the flower pot box this time, again, waiting for that long aggression to roll out from LG. We caught a lot of it last time as they basically tried to brute force their way in on the eco round, but with guns back in the hands of everybody on this T side now, they are going to be saving a little bit more, holding back a little bit more in terms of their aggression. Nobody actually trying to resist the area outside of like Connector and the entrance to short A right now, though. You've got Cutler inside, kind of hiding behind that little wall there. And FNS sitting over here at the edge of long. There's the perfect timing on it, though, as Cutler and FNS both are able to peek, take the distraction away from each other, and it's 4 fast kills, all CLG favored. And it's just Showtime now left alive. He's going to have to try to shuffle back out here and see if he can do anything, but ultimately maybe 1 or 2 kills, but no, not going to be what'll happen here. Cutler will immediately shut him back out, and we are 1 round away from seeing CLG tie this back up.
That was beautiful. That was beautifully done by Cutler and FNS. There was 0 flaws in that setup. So FNS is in the bathrooms. Kusta's watching his long A, so nobody could flank him from bathrooms. If he needs to make a play at long A, he can. Right? If they come from bathrooms entrance, he takes contact, then he hides. Cutler flanks him, then he re-peeks. If they go, you know, around bathrooms toward the grassy area, Cutler's going to have a super easy kill because they're most likely not going to be looking just straight towards their left. And honestly, they're probably going to be throwing a lot of nades before they do that. So that was like an awesome setup and definitely something that people should look at and maybe take for themselves. The key there is FNS knowing what to do when long A gets taken. When they push Kusta off, what does he do? How does he peek? Does he use his nades? You know, does he re-smoke bathrooms entrance and go away with Cutler, sorry, on the left side? You know, that's the key there.
Well, we are in the tactical pause for Luminosity, which means things should be unpaused in just a moment, since we are running on the short pauses, I do believe. So, again, just taking a moment to re-strategize as nothing is working out for them right now. The setups from CLG are proving far too strong. Whether it's gun rounds, eco rounds, fast play, slow play, all-ins or rushes, it's just not working out at the moment. And specifically over the last like 2 or 3 rounds, they've just been getting destroyed. CLG have had flawless holds on their CT side.
Look at their money because of it. I mean, 6K, 10K. 8.6, 77, 77, and that's after fully buying out. So they're like pretty much set for the rest of this half. They're probably not going to have to eco unless LG does some craziness and wins, you know, the next, 4 rounds in a row. Maybe they'd have to eco on like the very last round, but most likely they're going to be bought up for the rest of this half, assuming they win this round against, you know, pistols and a couple armors.
Well, it's fast through Monster for 4 of their players. Another one back down by Water. Destiny actually finds the first kill. Quick trades from Finesse, though, and Hayes also sitting just at the top of the little molehill here by the pit, pretty much fully executing things. And again, LG try to brute force their way into his sight. Yale trying to hold an angle and grab a headshot against somebody from CLG, but not meant to be. They only lose Ethan, and beyond that, it's another clean shutdown.
Yeah, and Ethan died off the bat, but they had so many players there, they overplayed it pretty well. And Hayes able to hold around that molehill, like you said, just being a thorn in their sides, right? No real follow-up flashbangs or anything for them to get really pushed up, not many smokes, so not much for LG to do there. So 6-6, no op though for Yell, and that's going to be troublesome for him. I think he's like one of those players that really prefers an op, you know? Not so much like on that JDM factor as LG takes quick B control. It's a nice kill onto Hayes. Oh. Kusta with the double and bomb down.
So that's pretty much destroyed all the momentum yet again here. Kusta lining him up flawlessly. We already saw the crazy shot in the last one, and this time the stars align for him as he knocks out both of those players. The T's are actually going to smoke things off at the edge of Monster for themselves to allow them to safely cross back in and try to reset this back up. But initially things were looking great. That immediately puts a stop to it, and they have to take a seat back here. And actually, it looks like they're rotating it entirely right now. They've sent Destiny way back up to the top, and the bomb's kind of sitting at an in-between point. So they're taking a moment probably to think about this and see if they want to continue to go back into B or just rotate over towards A now.
Yeah, Yell looks like he's set up for some type of a nade or something. I mean, he looked at the ground, so I assume he was setting something up. But, you know, they kind of slow it down, 3v4. And it looks like they will probably try to go towards B. I mean, they have no A presence. And this is the thing about Overpass. Even when you're in these situations, it's really tough to know, like, how fast somebody's going to flank you, where they could be. Do they know that you're pinned over here and you have no A control?
And they will go, though, and again, Destiny's going to push past these Molotovs right from the beginning of it. He gets hit with the flashbang as well. For some reason, yeah, nobody on the CT side was peeking at him initially. There's Kusta getting it, though, but Showtime also burns Ethan out of his spot there. So they do catch a trade. Yell has full pit control, so it's very, very awkward between both of these teams, as the bomb is still also sitting outside of Monster right now. They still have Kusta sitting by the sandbags, but I think Yell realizes this, so he's got to be cautious, but the molly is going to burn him out, but nobody's watching for it, but he stays in the molly for too long. But now the bomb's been dropped, and there's no time left. Yell, he's not going to be able to win this one out. He can't put the bomb on the ground, and the guys from CLG, they'll play it safe. They'll sit back behind it. They do try to drop Yell after the timer. He holds, though, against FNS, and we just won't see the peak at all from Cutler. It's still, however, the CTs that take the round, and now the lead against LG.
That was a smart move by Kusta to get out of there, but he just loves dying to Molotovs, Kusta. He sees the molly and he never thinks he's going to die to it for some reason. After he gets a nice double. But him just staying alive for as long as he did really made it pretty easy for CLG to win that round, because there was no follow-up from LG, right? They were just looking that kill forever.
And now we will see LG getting themselves to the gates of Monster pretty quickly. A couple more back in through the bottom tunnels leading into the connector there, of course, but the remaining few are going to go for another fast B execute, and they have a beautiful setup outside of Monster to just crush this entirely. Two players watching for short entryway, and they've got a double setup here. Look at this from FNS and Ethan. Make very quick work of that push. There is a third still sitting on the outside. In fact, he almost takes out Ethan on his repeak there. He's down at 6 HP because of that one, but ultimately, again, full control on PKL. I think he's seen Hayes' head. He just can't confirm if it is a head or not. It was taking a moment there. Didn't want to give himself away. The molly, though, combined with this repeak from FNS, is going to let him knock out PKL. And they've got the bomb under their control tier 2, so the remaining two from LG really don't have a choice but to try and push back in, one of which has been knocked out. Yell, if he's going to save, he'd have to back away now. Otherwise, just might as well go for it and see what you can get, as it's going to be an 8th for CLG, and I see no way for Yell to turn this back around.
No, 1v5, he has no chance here, so see if he can just, who knows.
He gets that kill at the very least, is rewarded with that one, and he almost combos it into a second. But Cutler ultimately is going to shut it back down, and LG just trying to continuously brute force into the B site is not working. CLG have been looking really strong, and well, now we've had the reverse effect of our previous map, where initially it was CLG off to a hot start, and it turned into a great game for LG. Now it's LG that started off strong, and it's CLG that round the comeback later on in the half.
Yeah, so a bit opposite there. But you know, CLG, I mean, it just seems like when they got their guns, they got their Molotovs, they got their smokes, all their early aggression is working. You know, everything that they want to do, they're overplaying certain sides of the sites and stacks, and now it looks like they're like, hey, they've just been going B every single round, let's overplay A a little bit. So they're making really good reads, and they're in complete control, and I think it's been very impressive, the setups that they're doing. Like, they make sense. They're smart plays that they're doing.
Well, we've got Ethan again wrapping around, being cautious of there to be a short play around the corner here. None of the LG guys are actually checking for it, so he's going to have free reign on the flank if he wants to. Oh, this could get even bigger too as the smoke moves in. Yell doesn't even realize that for a moment. There's some delay on his end. Now he's got to watch out to his backside, though, where, yeah, SHD is going to move in and take him out without any further interruption. So it goes 4v4 at the beginning here, but CT's rotating back in very quickly. Hayes a little bit slow in the draw there. If he had been able to find that kill just a second earlier, may have been able to save Cutler, but at the very least, again, keeps it even, still into a 3v3. And now everybody from CLG very quickly moving in for the retake itself. Only one, actually, I was about to say only one working his way up through the tunnels there between the sites, but in fact, it's going to be no one. All of them working their way on the flank around through the connector here. So the site itself is wide open. Everybody from LG is tucked away over there on the backside, but bomb is also planted on their own side of the dice box. The molly will restrict steps pressure, and they've also got it over there in the bank itself, too. So FNS can go right in and jump on this, but he's lost himself. He's stuck in the corner there a little bit. He's able to commit now, though. SHG finding one kill. He's defusing it, but no! SHG puts a stop to it again. It's down to Kusta now in a 1v3. He's found the first kill, jumps onto the second one, but SHG again destroys it. Gets 4 kills back to back to back, and it is LG at the end of the day that do end up claiming that one. So, guys, that is going to be an end to our half there. Stick around, and the second half is coming up in just a few minutes, right here at the ESL Pro League.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
For the last time this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ESL Pro League. It is CLG versus LG. We've had a bit of a flip up now, as in the first map it was CLG that was controlling things at the start, then LG dominated from that point forward, and now it's LG that got off to the hot start and overpass, and CLG that ended up taking control. It's still a very close map, however, as it ends 8-7 once again at the first half, but CLG definitely having the momentum swing in their direction coming off of the first half.
Yeah, I mean, Counter-Strike just seems like when we cast these NA matches, a lot of times it's like a game of runs, right?
Yeah.
Instead of like these back and forth, like this team wins around, and this team wins around, and this team wins around. It's like these it's just runs.
Super
you get
streaky.
Hot, yeah, and you just win 7 in a row, and then you lose 6 in a row, and then you win 7 in a row, and it's like, okay. So it's a little bit different than maybe we saw at DreamHack Vegas, for instance. As there was a lot more back and forth Counter-Strike there.
Yeah, there was a pretty good finals that we had there. But now we're back in North America, so this is what you get.
No, I mean, I think CLG played really well. I was actually pretty impressed, and there was a couple cool things that I saw from LG as well. Pickle kind of falling off a bit though from his really good game that he had on Cash, right? I think it was like what 26-10 or something like that.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah, so not quite bringing the same firepower here on Overpass. But having said that, I think CLG had a lot of really good setups, and you know, going back when we started this map, you said, you know, hey, CLG is the greatest team in the world on this map. You said they're unstoppable and unbeatable, Blue, and it's looking that way.
Yeah, it's looking like they may be able to shut it down very quickly. But now they're going to be tested on the T side. The thing is with LG's like T side, right? Is it seemed like really basic? Would that be like an or like that'd be like something wrong to say? Because it seemed like
they didn't like get map control, kind of spread them out, make them think about like where they could be hitting. They didn't do much of that. Like a lot of it was just straight B takes. It wasn't very spread out Counter-Strike. You know, it was like, hey, let's group up, let's force the action over here, and you know, let's test our luck, right? And I think they went B by far the majority of the rounds. I don't think they even lost a round at A though. I think every time they went A, they won their round.
Because it was so uncommon. I mean, that's what I was thinking, though, is because normally when you see T-sides on this map, it's a very spread out sort of game in gun rounds. It takes a while for the execute to actually happen, whereas this time they were just going right forward every single time.
They pretty much did what COG did on their T-side of Cash. Like, that's kind of the play style that they did. Both of them kind of did that same thing where, you know, COG was doing those quick A execs, and we kind of saw the same thing OG, but on the B side on Overpass. So now we see COG Hayes runs out, and they're just doing very quick bathrooms control, just basically an A rush, but Pickle and SHZ over there get 2 nice headshots, and you know, taking the bathrooms controllers battles all over the place, Blue.
Yeah, no one really with control of anything currently, but at the end of the day, it does still look uncertain as PKL Moss back into long there and is able to find yet another kill against Kusta. He's so low though, 11 HP. Can't peek out against this. He does have support from Showtime sitting further back, and he takes the distraction now. So Pickle is able to swing out and finish off yet another one. There you go. It's LG with control, and they will immediately tie us up to 8 rounds at the beginning of the second half.
Yeah, great control by him there. And that was just a very odd round. It seemed like they had like 4 players there, Luminosity. Every time one of the LG guys died, another one took a spot. And what looked like it was going to be a CLG like taking quick control at A just ended up in these battles, you know, all across the bathrooms in long A, and LG able to, you know, to win it out with some nice headshots from Pickle.
So now we have the rest of CLG moving their way pretty much decisively up towards a long entryway there through the playground itself. Obviously, you got a couple guys sitting over here towards the bottom, kind of messing around a little bit. Hayes down at the bottom of the tunnel connector, and as well, Ethan sitting at the edge of Monster, trying to see if he can catch any of the CTs peeking from there. But they're holding pretty passively, with the exception of like the Monster peek from SHZ. Everybody else just playing the sites, not pushing out towards short or long A at all either. So it's pretty easy control from CLG right at the beginning of this round.
Yeah, and CLG does have bathrooms control though, but they have almost no utility. So they have 1 smoke grenade. So how are you going to win this round, right? You definitely are going to need to either open it up like with a 1D by Cutler or Hazed, and then you could swarm, or you're going to need to be able to group up and take as much ground as possible and then swarm together.
Well, we've already seen Showtime there chiming back in, now getting aggressive from the CT side. He's found Cutler, and Yell just spotted 2 of them as well, but no, he's sprayed down actually through the pallet by FNS. Plywood there is not working out, definitely not acting as enough of a deterrent. SAG tries to swing out, but he's destroyed by Ethan as well. Nicely played by the members of CLG, and now they've got a man advantage, but that may not stay that way for long. No, it's again in their favor. Finally, Showtime trading out from Heaven here, but he actually got dinked a little bit, or just shot down to 24 HP before he actually got that kill. But now chiming back in for another one, he's taking down Ethan. In the meantime, though, the bomb is swung up towards A. This is a long rotate from Hayes, though, so FNS has to waste some time, and he cannot do it at all. Hayes is here. It's been planted on the correct side for him, but he still only has the deagle to work with. PKL's out. They've spotted him there. They're going to jump on. Oh, they don't actually fully commit to the bomb, so he does get the headshot angle he wants with that deagle, but ultimately, the gunpowder works out better for LG. PKL closes it out, and it will be a 9th round for them.
Yeah, it looked a little bit scary there. I think, you know, if I have one gripe about Yell, it's like sure, it works out for you sometimes. Like on Cash, we saw it when he had the Mac 10 and he just runs around and he's jumping and he's being just super crazy aggressive. But it's like right there, for instance, on these anti-ecos, he just gets too aggressive instead of just being happy with like the information. Just gets like too frag happy and tries to, you know, take it upon himself to win these rounds, since he knows he has the advantage, you know, advantage weaponry. But that would be like my one gripe that I think is a bit selfish and that he needs to work on.
Well, we have Yell sitting back here. Now, I tried to go for the kind of aggressive peek against the push from CLG, but didn't really meet a whole lot from that one. Just spots the usual push out here, and this is still your general default opener for the majority of T-sided teams, so nothing to work off of this just yet. They're kind of spreading out across the map here still while they decide where exactly they want to take the push on this forced-up investment with SMGs, the 1 Galil sitting on FNS, and then a Tech 9 for Kusta. As the most of LG is actually upgraded to rifles now. They're only putting Destiny with an SMG, so they do have a bit of an advantage still when it comes to the firepower.
Yeah, and again, bathrooms control. CLG being very aggressive with their buys. They got a lot of kills the round before. They feel, hey, you know what? Even if we get a bomb plant this round, we're going to be able to buy the following round, and we have a good chance of winning this round. So let's do it. Let's buy. Let's take the chance. If we win this, we could take a pretty commanding lead into this game. Looks like they set up in pretty much a default. They take control of, you know, the bathrooms or the outside of the bathrooms area, and now they're going to go back to B, and I think that's going to be Kusta, who might throw some type of a fake over at A before they execute.
So now Kusta's swinging back in, just catches Destiny with a nade in hand. Timing on that one is flawless. So for the rest of the team, well, they'll be able to swing in towards B if they want to here, but him just opening up another portal in A if they want to use it is certainly an option too, and it's even going to draw some of the attention away from the B-bomb site as we do see some of those guys falling back a little bit into the tunnels and whatnot. Kusta just hiding out here, basically not wanting to recommit, as obviously that was not necessarily part of the plan. SHZ is able to hold them against this B push, and they do kind of walk right into the Dragon's nets, as there's 3, now 4 kills in favor of LG. 2 more traded back by Cutler, of course, but he's alone here. He gets a 3rd, though, and now he's just barely going to be able to get this bomb on the ground. It's free reign for Yell to push back out, but still, it's been isolated to a 1v1, and this would be a huge play from Cutler if he were able to clutch it. Swings out, he's got the flashbang, but no, it doesn't work out. Yell survives with a quarter of his health left, and it'll be the 10th for LG.
Wow. That was almost disastrous for LG. That still was pretty disastrous. Like, yeah, you won that round, but CLG is probably going to buy again, and their buy is going to be, way better than the round before. Cutler just, Jesus, what? I mean, he had like 8 seconds, got 3 kills in planning.
Second one, amazing. He swings right onto it, and then he wraps back around.
There was 8 seconds left, and he killed 3 people and planted the bomb, and then got it to a 1v1, 90 damage to the last guy. That's crazy, man. LG got way too aggressive there.
So we'll see, of course, now with the reinvestment coming in from CLG. And I mean, you look at it across the board for all 10 players. It's kind of scrappy. We've got a couple SMGs for both teams. You've got a Tech 9 on Ethan. Still a little bit heavily favored for LG at this point, but obviously no team is sitting secured, and it essentially means eco territory if they can wipe the board clean on either side. Yellow, though, grabbing a perfect headshot against Kusa right from the start means good things for LG at the beginning of this round.
That's what you want to do. When you know they don't have an op, you can get really aggressive at certain sides of the map, especially because they don't know you have an op.
So we do see, however, most of CLG still sitting at the entrance to the short approach here. Yell is allowed to push back forward, though, and there we go. He's going to chime in for another one now. Shuts down Hazed. They're down to 3 on the side of CLG. He'll have to deal with a close quarters fight, though, in a second here, as they don't have anybody watching for it. So Ethan's allowed free access, but he can't get the kill.
Well,
Destiny.
Second time in a row that happened to Destiny. Just walking out there with his nade out.
Shutting it down, but now FNS swinging back in here. He is going to be able to drop the op. That goes down. That's Yell getting eliminated here. More, though, are still waiting, and they still have a very good amount of control here. It's still going to be very tough for CLG to try to clutch out some sort of a 2v4 here, and Destiny actually has a really good position, throws off FNS. We do see Cutler trading it, but now Cutler's going to be moving himself up to the site, basically just going for this one now and seeing if he can make it, attempt at the 1v3, even ducking back down, trying to hide his head a little bit here. They know he's sitting behind that flower box, though, and it's just a matter of eliminating him, and in a second there's going to be a flank from Showtime to finalize things. There you go. Takes a second, but Showtime does close it out, and LG will get up to 11.
Yeah, and no heroics from Cutler there to get him down to one person. Cutler buys another ump, though, and it looks like they're going to half buy. They can definitely afford to do that. They're still going to be able to buy, the following round. But very little utility usage on trying to take control of the map, and Yell punishes them for it. Makes it 3v5, pretty much 30 seconds into the round.
So we do have CLG again moving very, very quickly to the edges of the B bomb site this time, since they are just on Tech 9s and other upgraded pistols here. LG has not spotted any aggression, though, at the entrance is short, so they're pretty much going to read this pretty easily in terms of where the site take is going to end up coming from, at least initially. Anyways, SHZ has even found that first kill against Cutler. This will put a hold on the rest of their push for now. However, Ethan seems to want to challenge it, despite that Molotov was there. They re-molly it back up over here at the construction. And along with that, they reapply a smoke and another Molotov, really making sure that they hold safely there towards construction within the early portions of this round here. CLG, though, just not able to find anything. They're being sent back, and while continuing to lose their players, trying to figure out what exactly that they can do with this type of a buy-in on this round. It's not letting them do that much, as there's another one just pummeled from construction. That's the third guy now trying to push construction and just been eliminated one by one. It's essentially easy pickings here for everybody on CLG. Finally, we do end up seeing one kill go by the way of CLG as he takes down Showtime, and SAG's a little bit low as well, but rotations are in full swing for the CTs now. They're all moving in to surround these last 2 players. They are going to try to push back in, but Destiny, beautiful headshot against Kusa. It's not going to leave a lot of room for him to do anything at all, and it's just Ethan and water. He doesn't even have the bomb anymore.
Yeah, so we might try to, trickle away at their economy, but LG, man, the start of this half, it wasn't pretty, but they got the job done. It wasn't pretty, but it was gritty, Blue. All right?
Yeah.
Gritty wins to solidify their control of this match, essentially. I mean, 12-8, they're on CT side of Overpass. They have 2 rounds that they have to lose in a row in order to not be able to buy. But CLG not in a terrible spot. They could definitely come back from this. Yell getting boosted up, taking a quick pick in middle, not boosted, but jumps up on the party. Ethan just holding the connector, and pretty defaulty so far from CLG. The map control they're taking, though, is different, right? A lot of people default and they take bathrooms control right away. They're taking short control with 2 players, other 3 players watching the perimeters, and now FNS trying to work a pick out towards B, and trade kills happening.
And we can see Showtime trying to push himself up aggressively. He spotted the player that tried to push his way up the sidewalk, but no, it doesn't end up panning out. Cutler gets the frag, and this goes 2v3, but FNS already so heavily lit.
they'll be able to smoke off the approach from construction, but they have no safety net at all for this side right now. In fact, we do see FNS is trying to flank around these two CTs, which I don't know if they're going to expect that necessarily. FNS may have a free walk-up. Well, he certainly gets the first kill very easily. His PKL is very low. It's a headshot regardless, though, so he takes him down. Now we're on even straights, down to a 2v2, but Cutler hesitating on the bomb plant. There's still 50 seconds left if the CTs want to get aggressive here, and Yell's sitting just on the edge of heaven right there. I think they've seen him, too. They're shooting at him. FNS again with these headshots at long range this time. Eliminates Yell, so it's down to Destiny. He's moving back in, however, over here through Monster, and they end up spotting it out, and it's FNS once more, gets all 3 of those kills, basically single-handedly 1v3 clutches that one out, and puts a 9th round on the board for CLG.
Yeah, and now this is going to be a very, very critical round. If I'm LG, I'm definitely buying here. I'm saying, hey, if we win this round, we're probably going to win the game. I think it's worth the risk. FNS just pulling, just doing great work, though, with 10 HP, gets 2 more kills after, like, the initial one, so does a really good job to set his team up. But LG opts to save. I kind of disagree with that, though, but, you know, we'll see how it works out for him. But I don't know, that round was odd by CLG, right? They get the fully bought round with full nades, full Molotovs, full flashbangs, and utility, and they just do, like, a walk exec type strat, you know? They don't use any.
Well, SHG trying to chase one of the T's back out here as the guys from CLG do manage to push their way into B, and FNS blind, but still impacting here. Unfortunately, he sticks on the wall for a little bit too long, so PKL is able to move back in, eliminate FNS before he can actually retreat anywhere. They know they're trying to retake from this position, though, or at least move their players back in through water. It's not going to pan out. We can see Ethan just hiding at the edge of the smoke, waiting for an opportunity to punish these players should they try to move back in. That Molly's a little bit too short on the toss, so basically gets wasted, but Kusta catching Destiny before he can escape inside of the connector tunnel there. And for the remaining 4, well, they just have these last 2 boxed in. They're a little bit low themselves, so they've got to be kind of cautious here, but ultimately it's going to be a 10th enough for CLG as they have 2 strong control as they basically push back in there and push Luminosity out of the way.
Yeah, and I mean, every kill is really important here. You do not want to die for anybody on CLG. As SHG dies to the bomb, but LG is going to have a really, really good buy round right now. They're going to have everything they need in order to take this one. Yell is going to get that off from SHG. Trade him out for an M4. Nice shot by Hayes there on that execute. Just goes quick out 1 feet. Bypasses the stack and takes very fast control.
So now it's going to become another definitive buy round here, as LG will be able to solidify their lead and potentially nearly win out the match off of this one should it go their way. Whereas for CLG, if they can re-break these CTs once more, then they're going to be basically almost guaranteed the tie up here. One more gun round is all that they'll need to be able to take the lead against Luminosity and possibly push forward to make this a 1-1 series for the evening. But now CLG moving out and taking very quick control of long, and there's actually no resistance on this at all. There's nobody from LG sitting on the site. They're all focusing on connector and short A. That does work out to a certain degree to their advantages, obviously, with them pushing back up through the connector. They're able to find Hayes just spraying over towards the short A position inside of the bathrooms there. They take him down pretty quickly, but now the rest are at long and they're ready to deploy here. But because of how slowly all of a sudden CLG changed their pacing, LG was given plenty of time to kind of fall back and put their own manpower up on the A site. It's going to be Yell again that chimes back in there with the op for that CT side, claiming the frag on the Cutler from just on the outskirts of the bathroom here. Ethan sitting behind the wall too, but again, it seems too slow at this point for CLG, just not moving in quickly enough to try to isolate these members of LG, and they're slowly getting knocked out one by one as they do try to push back in. Ethan trying to pre-fire over here, but oh, the swing around from Destiny. He was looking the other direction a moment ago, and he's not just going to get that one either. He chimes in, but Costa also trading out these frags. He spots the player on semi, but now he's alone in a 1v3 here. Stuck behind the dice box, and Showtime will put an end to it before it can go any further. It's LG that claim it, and they go up 13-10.
They do, but CLG is going to be able to buy. If they do win this round, probably LG is going to be on a save, so they'll be able to tie it up at 13-13 if they do win this round. But this round is very, very critical right now when it comes to who's going to win this half. And this is what I think is one of the most difficult things to counter on overpass, and that's like an aggressive opper around the bathrooms area, around long A. Who's really pushing to get kills and pushing to re-aggress even if when you pushed them off and things like that. I think it's very, very hard to account for.
So we've got CLG moving in for fast control of the connector. They've managed to basically get it for free here. There's going to be resistance, but it's not until they're at the top, and Yell actually has a nade in hand here. Tries to go over to the op, but it's too late. Hayes taking him down. As Destiny push forward, and he doesn't get anything at all. Just brings Kusa down to 22 HP. That's immediate 5v3 in the advantage of CLG, and they haven't even started to rotate players. I don't even know if they will, to be honest. They may just kind of camp down here on the B bomb site and decide to save from here, as CLG just walked right through Destiny along with Yell and had no trouble taking them down at all.
Yeah, and that's quite a few times now we've seen OG players just It happened to Destiny twice, just happened to Yell, where they're just kind of walking around, have a nade out, and don't realize that the CLG players can be there. So CLG, like, one of their strategies that seems to be working for them on T side is what they've been doing, where they just kind of get somewhere relatively quickly and then just walk until they hit contact. You know, we saw them do it at B. We kind of just saw them do it around the connector, and then, you know, go up the B halls as well, from, you know, the playground area or whatever you want to call it.
So it's CLG that claims the round. It does not look like any of the 3 saving players from LG, however, are going to get knocked out. So they do save those. And I think that they should, since those 3 didn't really use utility or anything like that, they should be able to, for those that obviously have enough, toss over guns to Yell and or Destiny in this case. But that'll still stretch the budget quite a bit, and we'll see in a second what the actual buy is going to look like. It's an SMG for Yell. They do manage to get Destiny the M4. Decent utility for most players. Obviously, Destiny having to buy armor one up behind his M4 while still being down at around 2K. He's only going to get that smoke, which will be used immediately, but the rest are pretty much fully bought on utility, so it's not the end of the world yet, but after this one, they will certainly be broken if they lose all their players here.
Yeah, and I mean, because they save those guns, they're able to buy here, but it's a scrappy buy like you called it before. CLG not putting too much pressure, just kind of waiting, seeing if anybody makes a mistake. Ethan in a pretty dangerous position there. He's lucky nobody's trying to fight him or anything, because he's kind of out on his own. He could easily fight somebody, you know, in any of these spots and get flanked. I mean, they could be behind him in blue. I think he's playing a very dangerous game. Luckily for him, nobody around OG is really there. They just have a double long A setup. Yell's actually a pretty decent range to use this MP9. Usually have people a bit closer, but Destiny is backing him up with that M4. COG just kind of feigns some type of map control, and now they're just going straight back to B.
Yeah, and there's been a very passive hold from LG down here on B. It's going to get a lot more active, however, when they do try to push in towards Monster. They've got 2 guys sitting down below the tracks right now, waiting for this push to work its way in. However, at the same time, the other guy that was here on B just rotated back up towards A, I think. He's going to swing down now in a second, now that he sees the play coming back in. The Molotovs were able to hold them back off, and yeah, PKL has gotten himself back down to the side, so it's a 3-man hold, and they've got rotations coming in from those 2 long players. They don't see this coming at all, so it's 3 fast kills for LG, 4 now working their way in. Finally, Kusta is able to find a trade, but that may be it, as he's slowly getting surrounded himself here. He's going to try to push towards the out tunnel, try to backturn his decision, but no, it's not meant to be. Destiny will take him down, and beyond the drop on SHZ, that's all they're going to be able to get out of this round. They get destroyed, and the CTs are looking strong all of a sudden.
And the thing that really saved that round for LG is as soon as they went to execute, LG smartly saved one of their Molotovs. They saved their Molotovs, they saved their flashbang. As soon as CLG was coming, bam, Molotov came out. They couldn't execute. That gave Destiny and Yell the 8 seconds they needed, you know, to just go flank, make it 3v5 right away, and really stop and halt any type of push from CLG.
Well, we do have CLG specifically try to push their way up towards Monster again, but there's a lot of nades being tossed back, and there's still plenty, I think, that they can also toss back down there. There's another Molotov for SHZ if they do try to execute in here again. Showtime waiting over here. He's going to throw the smoke back in, but I think Kus is ready for that one, and in fact, he will. He'll get the headshot against Showtime, and now they're flooding back out. SHZ peeks right into the brunt of this push. It's PKL that has to try to turn it around, but he's only going to get 1, and then it'll be done directly after that. These last 2 completely disconnected from the action. If Yell tries to peek at heaven, he is more than likely a dead man right now, unless he has a really impressive shot. At the same time, yeah, he's going to back away from this one, and I imagine Destiny will do the same in a second, as they need to save. Their money's still not stabilized either.
Yeah, they do, and now we're getting to that back and forth Counter-Strike that we so often see. COG, again, you know, they're not doing anything crazy, they're not doing anything fancy. It's usually just walk explodes, take contact, hope you win the trades, and then clutch the round. And look, and you know, fortunate for them, not only are they getting the entries, they're not even really having to trade or anything. They're not even losing many players when they employ this strategy. The rounds that they're losing are when they try to, you know, go from a default, take map control, take bathrooms, bam, they die to Yell, right? You know, go slow and then go towards B, bam, they get flanked, right? These are the rounds that they're losing. But these rounds where they're like grouping up and they're executing early and just like walk exploding, they seem to win the majority of the time.
So we have CLG pushing their way again. Looking like a majority of them are going to head down towards Monster. They've been doing this quite a bit. Similarly to LG, for being completely honest, as they're going to move in to try to take control or at least prep themselves for a possible quick hit here. But at the same time, LG also have a lot of their players, and they've even called, I think, for a few more to get ready to rotate back down. Like, they pull the guys that were aggressive on short A already back to the bomb site here, where they're going to sit back and wait. And the 3 on B, well, this has been the pretty good tag team here for the CT so far. And CLG have been pretty hit or miss when it comes to destabilizing this. But I do think they may try to make this play a little bit more trickier than it initially seemed, as now you have Kusta swinging back over there towards Long, who's going to investigate to see if he can try to catch a couple of these CTs up on top before they do execute down here on B. Again, it's Showtime that takes the battle initially, but Ethan's ready for it. FNS finding another kill as well. They bait them into peeking, and it works out flawlessly, and they catch Yell. Thought he was going to kill himself for a second there, jumping back down to that angle, but he's able to keep himself alive, just with 12 HP though, so he can't go peeking too aggressively here, as they are going to have a very easy time of knocking him out. And there you go. Cutler jumping up on top behind the safe plant box, eliminates Yell. And that's going to be another save call more than likely. PKL and Destiny, nothing they can do about that one. It's full 5 alive here still for CLG and full control of the B bomb site.
Absolutely, and LG again. CLG didn't have to do anything when it came to like executing or using any nades. LG peeked Long, they peeked Monster, and both of them died. Made it 3v5. Yell jumps down to try to save the round, but they're already up short, so what can you do, right? So LG kind of making it pretty easy for them as they're trying to save, but both in a spot where they could just easily kill Cutler right there. FNS gets a nice trade though, and these kills are very, very big. So Pickle gonna definitely try to hold on to this. He's not gonna peek anybody. And if he can get Kusta's op, like Kusta.
Where is these shots coming from?
What a way to die, Blue.
Kusta just hops right in your face and headshots you.
Yep. So now pause. I'm assuming this is probably going to come from LG, and I'm assuming they're also going to save here. But I think, you know, CLG, I think you got to favor them. You know, going into this, assuming this is going to be 14-14, it's looking pretty T-sided. It's looking like LG is making mistakes across the map. You know, whenever, you know, LG or CLG is just kind of walking around. But the big thing is that if they save this round, Yell's going to be able to afford an op when it's 14-14. And if I'm Yell, I'm saying, look, I have an op. Let's put 2 towards A, 3 towards B. Let's really make sure we you know, have 3 people at B. Let's utilize our nades. Let's save like a couple Molotovs. And I'm going to get aggressive. Just give me time. Give me time at A, and I will let you know if they're coming A, and if they are coming A, I'll get kills. If they're not, we could even have a 4th rotating over there, because they don't want to mess around with me when I'm upping A, right? I'm consistently getting kills. That's what I'd be saying if I was him.
So again, we can see Kusta here, taking a look at the stats really quickly that we've had so far in the match from him. ADR 84.6, not super crazy, but he's certainly been finding a lot of some of the bigger impact kills and the closeouts for the side of CLG. 24 and 17 overall, and obviously very much so favoring the op, as we can see there from the stats. So time to get back into it though, and we'll take a look and see if LG can withhold their lead, as essentially we can expect at the very least that CLG will have a free path through to get themselves up to 14-15 on this one. It's basically a full save from LG, but heading into this next round is where there's going to be the big test of whether they can take the lead or not, or whether LG is going to be able to hold on to it and try to push back through to just claim things here in regulation time.
Yeah, so full eco, they're basically just stacking B, which is pretty smart considering CLG's just been hitting it by far the majority of the round, right? So they're kind of just waiting, hoping that they run into it, and they have that one flash on Yell. So they're going to try to utilize that to its fullest. But CLG just taking it slow. And one thing I got to say about CLG is that they very rarely lose. You know, we've castled them a lot. They almost never seem to lose the anti-ecos. They usually make the right call. And it seems like they have the same strategy almost every time, right? They go very slow. They kind of feign map control to one side of the map usually, and then they usually just go to the other side. And if they run into a stack, they run into a stack. But they run into a stack, you know, as a stack, right, with like 5 people. They just play very passive and don't really let you get picked off or anything, or any of their teammates get picked off. And we'll see. They usually, that seems like how they usually win the rounds.
So a bit of a Molotov mistoss there is going to delay things for a couple of seconds, but CLG will most definitely still be deploying here into the B bomb site momentarily, especially since the time is getting very, very low here. The creep comes in, and while LG are keeping themselves quiet as well, they've even got Yell kind of watching for the flank right now, which we'll move in a moment from players like Cutler. In they go, 1-for-1 trade initially. They are hunting these guys down one by one. It's working out brilliantly for CLG. However, despite the setup for the flank and the overall stack on the B bomb site, it's still ultimately going to be a CLG round, and they push through it while only losing 1 player.
Yeah, and now Yell has an op, so let's see how they utilize this. Because 14-14, and if I'm Yell, that's what I'm doing, man. I'm saying, hey, I'm going to be A. Let's put 3 towards B. Just give me time. Give me time, and I'll win the round.
CLG also has LG's economy back down. As we saw, they hit a full save on that one just to afford this buy, which essentially is 0 utility beyond basic smoke setups and whatnot. So if they're breaking them here, then their force up heading into the next round, which could be the final round, is not going to be that great. And overtime is not looking likely currently. PKL though, oh, he dinks him, but Color's still able to find that frag. The trade does roll in from Destiny, and Destiny's going to be able to try and do massive damage from on top, but no, doesn't connect. It's going to be Yell that finds the next kill for the CTs here, keeping it even at a 3v3, and very quickly falling back to the exit over here of the bathrooms while he waits for his teammates to rotate back up. However, CLG are going to be thinking in the other direction here. They swing back down through the connector and are potentially going to head on to the B-bomb site, whereas everybody from LG bid on this previously. They're all sitting up top right now and are only at this very second sending SHZ back over to the B site.
Yeah, and this really favors CLG. SHZ is going to have to really hold strong here and probably get 2 kills. I think if you put it down to a 2v2 with how long the rotate's going to be from Luminosity, it's going to be really difficult for them to win this round. But the nicely timed smoke by SHZ.
Is going to hold it back off here now. And, well, we don't actually see anyone else from LG moving back down just yet. However, that could be changing now with showtime. 40 seconds left. So you do need to move in a moment here. And SHZ, well, he gets a glimpse of it, so he's certainly going to call for the reinforcements in a second. He does have it now with showtime, so LG, they got the good read in the situation, but can they actually impact? There's one from SHZ, but the trade rolls in from FNS. Now there's showtime sitting below in the pit. He's buying time for Yell to get himself up on top, holding the corner, but no, it's not going to work out. FNS has found showtime, so it's just Yell up in heaven, trying to clutch this out 1v2. The bomb going down. He's really hoping for a peek from the left side, but everybody else in CLG, they've got a huge smoke party and all. He had FNS dead to rights above the smoke. He has him again there, but he's not taking these shots. Finally, there's the connection from Yell onto FNS, and it goes 1v1. He spots his opponent, but with a pistol. So Kusta just gets the free peek onto him there and shuts him down to put CLG up to 15 rounds.
Oh man, Kusta. He looked so hilarious there because he didn't even like crouch or move or anything when he started shooting with the pistol. He just literally just whipped and killed him. So again, I mean, they walk out B, they're able to trade, you know, effectively and put it into that 2v1.
And so this takes us to round number 30, ladies and gentlemen, and as mentioned previously, the force buy from LG is going to be very, very awkward indeed. 3 SMGs, and those will be the guys that carry all the utility for the team as well. The 2 rifles, they don't have anything sitting behind them, and they're both FAMASs. So in terms of range here, they're not looking so great. But it is going to cause, I think, a lot of hesitance on CLG regardless in a very slow play in this 30th round, as there is that possibility of them doing something crazy, something super aggressive that they want to keep eyes on at all times. So they'll probably play this one pretty slowly to accommodate that, as we do see that 2-man push out from long again from Destiny and Yell. Those are both of the rifles playing together at long. The remaining 3 are sitting down on the B-bomb side. So at the current moment, it's free access leading up to short A for CLG if they do want to take it.
This is the same setup LG did when they flanked 2 of them with Yell's MP9 and Destiny. Remember when they went towards B late in the round. But CLG's playing it very different now. But still, this flank could definitely happen. They don't take any map control around long A, and now the flank is coming. So if they could delay them just a little bit, this flank is going to pay off huge.
And it will take us into overtime. But now as they move back in, they've spotted PKL, and immediately Kusta finding that headshot there. It actually hits him through the dumpster. They've spotted this flank early on, but that doesn't mean they're going to be able to actually stop it. As we do see it goes 2 for 1. It brings us down to an even 3v3. Rotates working their way up from the B-bomb site here. Color specifically in the bank, waiting for it to work its way there. They've got very aggressive positions to hold off these CTs trying to move in for the retake. Kusta just hugging the corner, swinging right in there. He actually misses those shots against Yell here, so when he takes the battle, he's relying on his teammate to bail him out. Thankfully, that's going to work out, but now the other 2 jump back in. At the end of the day, it's going to be CLG that take control, and they will take this map 16-14, which means their record for the evening is 1-1. Same for LG, of course, as they do lose this match while claiming cash earlier. Both teams will take a 1-1 record for the evening overall, and while CLG coming back at the last second there does allow them to take control of our second map.
Yeah, and their T side was just too much for LG. I mean, and I don't even think they did anything necessarily too crazy, too strategic or anything. Like I said, a lot of just walk exploding, making contact, and then hitting the site and winning any type of, you know, 2v2, 3v3s, 2v3s, and things like that.
All right, guys, so that's going to close it out for the evening for myself and Daze. We're going to send it over to the analysis desk to close it out. Guys, go ahead and talk about it a little bit there for map 2 and close out the evening.
Thank you very much, Blue. A pretty interesting match.
Yes.
A little bit back and forth there, but CLG ends up taking it in the end, which goes against our prediction where we thought maybe LG would walk away with the 2-0.
Oh, I thought LG would win this map and losing cash, but it's the opposite for me. So I'm still 1 for 1. I'm wrong though, so maybe I'm 0 for 2.
It's the
I don't
letters.
know.
It's really confusing. It's CLG versus LG. It's an understandable mistake.
It's a tongue twister here. And the one thing about CLG that was so at CT side, they started a little slow, and I think they had to do with, as Days mentioned in the match, that CLG was finding a lot of their success by finding that first pick as a CT, but that didn't happen until after the 6th or 7th round, where CLG started getting the first pick instead of LG, because LG kept picking them off over and over again, and it was always like a 4 and 5, and it's just an uphill battle at that point.
Well, a little bit later on in the game, round 11, we have a recap here of that. Why don't you walk us through what we're seeing here?
So this is the first round where they stopped doing these long peaks, CLG, and then they instead opt for a crossfire in the bathrooms. And I thought this was a pretty good crossfire because it kind of forces the terrorist to look 2 different ways. And you can, as you can see, FNS is doing a little bait and switch for Cutler, and that's just 2 kills right off the bat. And the people in B really cleaned up. So CLG did not give up that first kill right away. You know, in the first 10, 15 seconds of the round, they slowed it down. They did good crossfire. We need to see more of that, so they're not always running a pick strat to where they have to rely on the first pick.
Yeah, a bit of the Kansas City shuffle.
Yeah.
Everyone looks right, you go left. Yeah. So it was a good move. Moving on, round 23. Another recap here. Walk us through it.
This is for Luminosity. So one thing to point out for CLG, this is one of their problems that I see on a lot of their maps is they get picked off and they can't go 1 for 1. You saw Hayes, he got picked off. There's no teammates to help him. He's all alone. He just out in the open. He gets killed. Okay, you're down 4 and 5, and it happens again to, I believe, Cutler. He gets ulted right here. And so now you're starting off around 3 on 5 without any exchanges, without any chance of, going for a 1 for 1 kill. Because if you're on a T side and you're working the slow game, you want to bait utility, you want to work towards something, you always want to at least aim for a 1 for 1 trade.
Yeah.
So, if I lose, beat me in a 2 on 2 or a 1 on 1, hit the good shot, don't make sloppy plays my teammates are dying without me even helping you.
I mean, in general, sometimes the spacing and the positioning from CLG is just a little awkward.
Yeah.
It's almost like they're in a transitionary period where they had some of the old roster, some of the new roster. But at the same point in time, a lot of these guys have played together for long enough that it shouldn't take too long to adjust. It did just feel like they put themselves in positions they didn't need to be in.
Yeah.
Just based on, not really being aware of where their opponent or where their teammates are playing.
I think that has to do with a lot of their smoke flash into a bomb site. As Dave said earlier, their contact was working a lot more, where they are just walking a bomb site or just explode kind of thing, without no nades. And the problem with CLG is if you have a strat, you're tossing flashes, you're tossing smokes over the wall. I mean, that takes time. So kind of you have to have a perfect timing and that kind of thing for that to work. And, the more evolved the strat is, the more mistakes you can make.
Yeah, so just looking at today's action, we saw 2 matches, but we really only saw half of one, unfortunately, because of some technical issues. It was Liquid versus NRG to start things off. On Cash, it ended up being a very surprising game. I think the final score was 22-19 for NRG. They ended up playing the second game off stream. That was 16-14 for Liquid. It actually was 15-12, and NRG made it 15-14. I thought, oh my God, Liquid should be broke here. This could be going to OT. But it didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, it was a nice job by NRG. They really just stepped it up, and they surprised me. I didn't think they'd do that well. We'll see against more other teams, see how they do and stuff. But I thought they played really well.
Yeah, in general, NRG just kind of surprised us. Liquid did definitely make a few mistakes. Obviously, also playing with the stand-in, Pimp not playing, Zeus, the coach, filling in. Even though he's a coach with active playing experience not that long ago, still going to have an effect. He's not just going to plug into the roster.
Yeah, of course.
Even if it was a great active player, it'd be hard to just plug him in and be like, just do your thing. You're going to work.
Yeah, at this high level, people are on point for the most part. They can hit their shots. I mean, they're in a pro level for a reason. Even though they might get 16-2 by a top team or SK or something, they're still pretty good players. They're a pretty good, team in general. And I mean, if you make mistakes, you're going to lose the match.
We'll see what kind of effect those losses and wins have had on the North American standings as we pull them up here. I mean, we talked about Optic, and we talked about SK being undefeated. CLG joins them in the wins category, but not in the losses. They're sitting at 4-2, currently ranking in first place, but obviously that will change as more matches play out. And then Luminosity obviously bumping up to 3-3. Liquid not one of the undefeated teams after that surprising first map loss to NRG, which has also helped move NRG up the ladder there. Still want to see some more from the boys at the bottom. Renegades, Russian, Winterfox. Would love to see them pick up their first one on the season.
This is true. It's still the start of the season, still early. There's plenty of games left, and I mean, who knows what'll be happening in the next week or two when a lot more matches are played. We have a more clear idea on what who's good, who's bad, who's pulling away, and stuff like that.
And not only that, like we came into the season, a lot of teams made changes right before the season started. Changes are being made within the first week. Map pool is changing in the first week. There's a lot of commotion at the beginning of the season, a lot of turbulence. So we'll see how things settle down once that turbulence dies down, and we can see how teams will be able to play out against across an entire season. Teams like Liquid, teams like Optic, who are still trying to figure out all of the moving pieces out. And then also, like we'd said, that map change, like losing Dust 2 doesn't affect a whole lot of teams, but adding another map to the pool that you might not want to play all of a sudden changes your veto phase.
I mean, I know a couple teams that literally practiced Dust 2 for like 2 weeks straight right before they announced that they're going to ban Dust 2. And so, I mean, there's a couple salty teams out there. And but I'm happy for the change. I can't wait to see more Inferno. I want to see it.
Hopefully,
bring it back. Let's go.
Hopefully, we'll see Inferno.
Hopefully. Don't be scared of it, guys. Don't be scared of it.
I'm still not necessarily sure we're going to see a whole lot of Inferno, but time will tell. Ultimately, there's plenty of matches to be played out across the entire season, and we've only just scratched the surface. But if you want to catch more, we're going to be live again tomorrow, right around 4:15 Pacific time, at same place, basically same time. Although it's not going to be the same, too. And I'm going to be moving back to your seat. I think Stun is going to be in my seat.
Stun should be here. He's alive. He's healthy. He's okay, guys. It's going to be okay. I'll be doing Telestrator stuff. Who knows? I'll be around.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and throw it to commercials one last time, and you guys can catch us again tomorrow for more of ESL's coverage of Season 5 of the Pro League.